Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live ATS webcast seminar, Commercial Building Solutions, whether for retail, office, or mixed use. I'm Fulgence, and I'm your moderator. I'm also accompanied by our team who will support us throughout the event. And today we have 6 courses with 2 breaks. It's my job to let you know exactly where we are throughout the day. You'll see me pop up after each speaker and make sure our speakers start and stop on time. And if you're having any technical difficulties, try logging out and then back in. That normally resolves most technical glitches. But if it doesn't resolve it, please let us know in the Q&A panel. If you happen to be at home, and if you happen to be in a conference room watching with a colleague or at home watching with a partner, please make sure that you're each logged in with your assigned Zoom webinar link. That link is attached to your ATS account, which is how we report credit on your behalf. So if you're not already, please take some time now to log into a separate device or a second window so we can make sure you get your credits that you deserve. Please also know that we will launch poll questions during the presentations, and we ask that you participate in those polls so we can confirm your attendance. Let's go over a few quick housekeeping notes to help you get the most out of today's session. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions, including session codes and or anything you'd like our speakers to address. Please do not submit questions in the general webinar chat. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions. Also, we ask that you do not post any questions anonymously, as we're unable to verify your attendance for credit purposes when you're posting as anonymous. Today's seminar features 6 AIA HSW, 2 GBCI, 1 ADA, 3 AIBD Primary, 3 AIBD Elective, and is 1 Sustainable Design, and is valid for the following Canadian provinces. We will report AIA, GBCI, and AIBC credits on your behalf within 10 business days. And if you're a member of AIA, GBCI, or AIBC, please check to make sure that your association numbers in your ATS account are accurate so we can assure a smooth crediting process. And for everything else, you get a certificate in PDF form. That is 1 certificate for every course you take with us today, and those will be available immediately after you enter your session code. If you're new to the session code process, I'll review that after our first speaker. And where can you find those certificates, you ask? Once you log into your ATS account, you'll click certificates on the left. Then you'll see all the courses you're taking here at ATS. And to the right of that, you'll see a small certificate icon. And when you click on that, your certificate will pop up. And here is what your certificate will look like. And also, handouts from today's speakers are available for download from your ATS account dashboard as well. And if you're new to that, I'll explain how to access your dashboard after the very first presentation. And with that, please help me welcome Christopher Baker from Savaria with ADA and ANSI A117.1 design standards for vertical platform lifts and limited use, limited application elevators. Christopher, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. It's a bit sore.
Oh, what happened?
I mean, I hope everyone celebrated Labor Day by avoiding work altogether, but sadly, I had to build a giant jungle gym for my 4-year-old daughter. So couldn't avoid that, but it was a labor of love. So I did enjoy doing it.
There you go. There you go. It's the soreness is worth it, I guess. Yeah. Chris, whenever you're ready, feel free to go ahead and set that PowerPoint up.
Get the screen sharing started and then we can get to it.
Take it away.
Looking good?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Then thank you for spending the time with me today. My name is Christopher Baker. I am a Senior Regional Sales Manager for Savaria. Like I say, often I feel more like a accessibility design consultant most of the time. I spend a good portion of my days answering questions to my staff, to architects, designers, structural engineers, and the like, helping them move their project along. So hopefully I'll be able to share some of that knowledge with you today and make your next project that would integrate some accessibility lifts a little bit smoother. So what are we going to cover today? We're going to go over some of the basics when it comes to VPLs or vertical platform lifts, their code limitations, the accessibility requirements for those lifts, and then we'll move on to some basic information on LULAs. They are limited use, limited application commercial elevators, and we'll be reviewing the same thing, the safety standards, code limitations, and accessibility requirements. All right, so I've already said code probably 4 times this morning, and I know it's early, so I do apologize for that. So which codes are we referring to? So there is the safety standards, which dictate what we can and can't do, design limitations for all our lifts and elevators. This is the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and the sections that apply to what we'll be talking about today are A18.1 and A17.1. In terms of accessibility code, there's the big one that everyone knows, the American Disability Act, as well as ANSI, American National Standards Institute, A117.1. Now, very similar codes. I mean, ADA was built off of ANSI, so the essence of them are very similar. There are some small differences, and we'll be covering those today as we go through the presentation. All right, vertical platform lifts. You can see an outdoor unit right here on the screen. What are they? So it's something that's going to transport a user, passenger, somebody that needs to use the lift from one landing to another. It can be from one floor to another. It can just be going up to a raised platform, a balcony, whatever the need may be. When using steps as a challenge, a vertical platform lift is a great solution to get the user from one elevation to another, right? Especially if they're in a wheelchair. The other thing it needs to do is to provide code compliant access for lifting heights of up to 14 feet. Now that is in the US as a whole. There are some states that are still on older iterations of code, such as California, that's on 2004 still. And these older, I guess, or late adoptees of code are limited to 12 feet of travel, unfortunately. So just keep that in mind. And if ever we have people joining us here from Canada today, I do have the possibility to go up to 23 feet in Canada. So keep that in mind. And these lifts are suitable for both indoor and outdoor applications, and they're always a good alternative for a fixed ramp. Ramps take up a lot of space. If you're going up high enough, they got a zigzag, and that just takes up a whole lot of space that's wasted, and space is usually at a premium. Okay, so there are 2 main drive technologies. I mean, at the end of the day, a vertical platform lift is a platform that's bringing somebody up and down, right? In terms of what's doing that is what differentiates the 2 technologies. So we have hydraulic. This is the backbone of our industry. Advantages are that it's typically faster, longer service life, very easy emergency manual lowering capabilities as you're just releasing the pressure in the system, and then the lift can descend down to egress. The other one that's more of your basic technology, typically a little bit less expensive, very, very simple, is your screw drive, sometimes referred to as an Acme screw drive. All right, so we'll go through the different types of lifts that you'll see that basically adapt to the application, to where we're putting it and what we're trying to accomplish. The first one will be the shaftway model. This is where the general contractor builder designs a space within the building that we call a shaft, much like for an elevator, right? That we'll be putting the lift in. We also have enclosure models where, it's either design constraint, or you don't want to completely block off the view of that area. So you don't want a shaft, but you still want to enclose the lift, likely for code limitations like traveling over 5 feet. And that would be an enclosure model where the enclosure is designed and provided by the lift manufacturer. Next time would be unenclosed open models for shorter travel. And then we have some niche ones I'll go over quickly just so you know that they are there. But we won't spend too much time on what is niche. Okay, shaftway models. What do you need to know? So limited to 14 feet of rise as of 2011 and every code iteration thereafter. Previous to that, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we were limited to 12 feet of rise in the US, of course. Ideal applications for this? Well, really any application that you're trying to get from one level to the next and you're penetrating a floor. You can say with or without a fire barrier, but yeah, I mean, anytime you want to maintain that fire barrier, we put in a fire rated shaft, fire rated doors, that provides it. So in a commercial application, going from one floor to the next, this is what we'd want to do. Big advantage of this kind of lift, very durable. Lift is protected, no one has access to the mechanisms. It's also hidden, so aesthetically, it depends how you design the doors, but it could look like the doors everywhere else in the building. So you wouldn't know that it's a lift. You could just think it's a closet, another room. So yeah, it can be hidden and just, you don't know it's there, but you still have the accessibility. Tip of the trade, we like to throw these nuggets out there. You can actually have one of these lifts with an enclosed cab to emulate an elevator feel. Most of the pictures shown so far, as we see on the right, meet the code minimum, which is having 42-inch side guards on either side of the platform to obviously keep the user inside as it's traveling. But we can do 80-inch high walls, make it look like an enclosed cab. And yeah, then it looks and feels a little bit more like an elevator. Next, we have the enclosure model. So here the manufacturer is designing the enclosure that's going to contain the lift. Still limited to 14 feet of rise, but this cannot be used to penetrate a floor as the enclosure will not be fire rated. It can be used as a three-sided enclosure. We actually saw the picture a little bit earlier of that when it had the words vertical platform lift, where the lift will be up against a building's exterior wall. Now, Chris, why would you do this? If you need a vertical platform lift and you just can't find the space within the building, you do have the option of butting it up against an exterior wall. You will have to cut out, obviously, an entryway at the upper level. So the user would enter the lift from the bottom landing, go up, and then exit the lift into the building. Nice thing about these is, I would like to say the sky's the limit, but not quite. Got 14 feet of travel max, so but in terms of design, there's a lot of flexibility. We can use a lot of different inserts. On the right, we have plexiglass inserts with a custom gray color lift. So there's a lot of special colors, there's special finishes. We can do bronze plexiglass, smoke plexiglass, laminated glass, a lot of different things. So that's why we say, big advantage here is flexibility of design. On the right would be your most basic model, just to point that out. Standard colors are typically very neutral. So this is a almond beige with steel inserts instead of plexi or, laminated glass. And we will mention that some states or counties may require outdoor enclosures to be certified. And for that, manufacturers do offer certain things like certified hurricane-proof enclosure panels. So I guess I stole my thunder on the last slide. Custom colors, tempered glass. There's a lot of different finish options, some stainless steel options, different elevator style buttons, joysticks for different accessibility needs that we can swap out for the standard buttons. A lot of flexibility of design. On the left here is the three-sided enclosure model. Like I mentioned, you're finding a space on the exterior of the building to give accessibility to the upper level on the interior. And on the right side, we have a Prestige or Luxe model. This is actually a Prestige, but the Prestige or Luxe are designed to elevate the look of a vertical platform lift, right? We're doing some frameless glass, stainless steel design, elevator style buttons. We can do custom colors on the tower. A lot of different design elements to make it look a little bit more like art, a little bit less of a accessibility necessity. Couple more pictures of the Luxe and Prestige style of lift. All right, so that brings us to the unenclosed and open model. which may be what you have physically seen the most as, at least if you're me and people, I guess, in my trade. I often find myself walking down downtowns of San Diego, San Francisco, Montreal, Toronto, and just noticing these things. They're more common than you would expect. So this is the type of lift you'll often see, as it's often in front of a building, right? Most building designs, unfortunately, especially homes, are designed with 3 or 4 steps to get you up to the main level of the home. For someone in a wheelchair, that's a pretty big challenge. You gotta have pretty strong arms to go up stairs with a wheelchair. So this is commonly found as a porch lift, literally going up those 3 steps to get to the porch and allowing you to get into your home. So if you want it to be unenclosed, what can we do? So we're limited to 60 inches of travel. That's the max we can do unenclosed. Beyond that, we're going to need to have an enclosure or a shaftway. We must have a platform gate at the lower landing to protect a standing user. We must also have a top landing gate with fascia under the door to prevent any pinch points. Fascia is just a smooth, uninterrupted surface that will be below the upper landing gate. Fascia is used, right, because we don't have car doors, unlike an elevator that has the sliding door that rides up and down with the elevator. These just have running clearance at the entrances, right? That's why we need the enclosure, the hoistway, or the fascia under the opening to be a smooth, uninterrupted surface, so there's no pinch points for our little toes. Great applications for this is obviously outdoors, going to a deck. That's why we call it a porch lift. It's also great for stages in schools, raised platforms, anywhere that we're going a short distance of travel. We don't want to close off the space with a shaft. We want to keep things open. Well, that's where this is going to be used. Big advantage too, obviously we're providing less material, so it's going to be the most economical option for travel, short travel applications, that is. And it's obviously going to take up a lot less space than a ramp, so that's a big plus. Tip of the trade for these ones, on the right here, we have steel inserts in the platform gate and the upper landing gate. Just a small upgrade, like putting acrylic inserts in there, can drastically improve the look of the lift for a very small cost increase. All right, another type of lift I won't spend too much time on here. I guess while I talk about it, I'll let you read what's on the screen. These are good for short travel, going to a stage or race platform, really any application where the visibility of the lift can be a nuisance. So its big advantage is its portability, right? Think of like a high school gymnasium where you don't always need this, but when there's an assembly or a play or graduation where someone with an accessibility need might need to get up on that stage. Well, if you got a big storage area with double doors, you store this in the equipment storage, roll it out when it's needed, use it, and then put it back away. The problem is this thing comes in one piece. So much like some of my jungle gym components, you're not fitting that through a standard door, right? So you're going to need double doors at least, and even the bigger the better. So that needs to be considered if you want to use a lift like this. All right, platform configurations. On the right, we have the different configurations. What do we consider a configuration? It's where you enter and exit the lift. So we're going up, right? We're always going up. So you're going to enter on one side, and then you can exit on that same side. That would be a type 1. You can exit across from you. This would be the most common and cost-effective application. That would be a type 2. Type 3 and 4, you're turning 90 degrees, which is going to have some accessibility code implications, right? Because if you're in a wheelchair, you can't turn on a dime. We're needing a turning radius. So going 90 degrees, we need a little bit more space, a little bit of a bigger platform. And then we have the type 5 and type 6. Type 5 similar to the type 1, except we're entering across the rails or tower. And type 6, we have entrances on all sides. In terms of the car platform sizes, they go from 36 by 48, which is the minimum size that meets accessibility code in a enter, exit, or pass-through application, all the way up to 42 by 60. We're limited to 18 square feet, so that would be the maximum. And we can do pretty much everything in between, as you see 36 by 48, 54, 60, 42 by 48, 54, 60. These are common platform sizes. If you have an existing lift or an existing space that we need to fit to, I can do everything in between, right? 37 by 59, something like that, if that's what best fits the space. But remember, we do need to meet accessibility codes. So there are certain, there's minimum spaces that are required. So if you can, talk to me, find typical drawings, plan for the space with a code compliant platform size, so we don't run into problems after where I'm asking you to move walls or we're trying to jump through hoops to make it work. If you want a rule of thumb though, like, Chris, what am I going to need for space? Always tell people 5 by 5, 5 by 5. Typically, if you have a 5 by 5 footprint, I'm going to have adequate space to provide you a code compliant lift. That said, nearly all manufacturers will have a planning guide showing the exact dimensions for each configuration and what you're going to need. Equipment, running clearance, entrances, all that stuff. Planning guides also have great information like all the lift specifications, the codes it meets, electrical requirements, provisions by others, all that kind of stuff to properly plan your project. So on the right, we have a typical drawing. Here's another example of a type 1 showing what the hoistway footprint, as you can see, 53.5 by 59 and 5/16. That falls in the 5 by 5. Drawings are going to be comprised of your center lines, door center lines, tower center line, or tower center, your finished hoistway dimensions, length and width. You're going to have running clearance. It's important. Then you'll have your platform, side guards, tower, and that's what's represented here. Another example of a 90-degree lift. And here is a depiction of the construction of your typical shaft. So a lot of elements in here. Some important things. A tower is going to need to be supported. So if you look on the left side of the wall, adjacent to the door opening, you see that there's sandwiched studs, I guess is the best way to put it. That's going to be at the backing or the support wall that's depicted on the right-hand side. So the lift needs to be secured to a support wall. It can be either 2x4 or 2x6 framing, of course, subject to local building codes. In our planning guides, these are the two examples that we show on how to design the support wall, the backing. So 3 2x4 sandwiched together, or else we can have 2 2x6s laminated on the sides by 2x4s. This is ideal. Obviously, your 2x6s are going to be a bit more expensive than 2x4, so brings up the cost a little bit. But in terms of installation, less chances of you anchoring in between two studs, which is not ideal. So yeah, I would say that if you can do it with 2x6s, that would be the way to go. It takes up the same amount of space. Otherwise, the rest of it's just your standard drywall stud construction. You're going to need some elements like disconnects, possibly a drain, lighting, emergency manual lowering that comes with the device, but you just need to keep in mind that that's going to be there. And this is what the construction of a shaft and support wall looks like. In terms of electrical requirements, it typically runs on a 120 volt 20 amp dedicated line. You are going to need to have a fuse disconnect. We'll depict that on the next page. And that disconnect is going to have an auxiliary contact. This is so we can cut off the power to the unit. And it tells it that even though we have battery backup typically on these, the unit can't run. So it tells the controller, even if you still have juice, you're not operating. Why? If an inspector condemns the lift because it needs to be maintained or brought up to code or something like that, it's something that we can do. You're going to need to have a light at the bottom of the shaft for NEC, that's National Electrical Code. And low voltage automatic door operators and ventilation will not require a separate disconnect. They can be powered by the unit. In terms of clearance, we always need 3 feet clear in front of the disconnect. It's the same kind of rule for elevators. Whenever you have equipment in an equipment room, you need 3 feet clear for a technician to work on that equipment. All right, here's the fused disconnect with auxiliary contact, just pointing out the different elements. All right, we've mentioned some of these elements as we've gone along, but let's get into the nuts and bolts of what a PIP and ramp are, what the implications are. So typically a wheelchair lift needs a 3-inch deep pit. It can be deeper, but underneath the platform, we have some structural components that provide stability and raise and lower the platform, right? So to be able to walk into the lift on a flush surface, we would need a depression in the slab or whatever the flooring may be, which we would call a pit. So 3 inches minimum. If you have more for whatever reason, like if you have 6, we can work with that. We set final limits on the equipment to tell it where to stop at the landing, so that's not a problem. But sometimes you're not able to provide that. It could be post-tension slab, it could be whatever the reason may be there, right? But if you can't provide a pit, then we can use a ramp as an alternative with the following guidelines. So if it's an existing application, so an existing building that we're adding a lift to provide accessibility, we can provide a 1-to-8 ratio on that ramp. And in new construction, we have to maintain a 1-to-12 ratio. So think about it. We're going up 3 inches. That ramp is going to be 3 feet long. And one thing to keep in mind, any application that necessitates a ramp, automatic door operators shall be installed at that landing. This is to think about the ergonomics of being in a wheelchair, right? If you gotta wheel yourself up a ramp, open a door, wheel yourself down, and then you gotta wheel yourself back up that incline ramp before the door closes to get in, not very easy. So that's where we're gonna be requiring automatic door operators, and we'll get into the accessibility code soon. Okay, something we need to talk about for lifts. Obviously, they go up and down, but they don't do it on their own. We use constant pressure controls to operate the lifts, both on the COP within the lift and at the call stations that are located at each landing. Now, we have a few options for these call stations. The first one would be in frame. So in the frame of the enclosure, for example, of the lift, which makes it nice, clean, hidden, and part of the lift, right? So that's ideal for manual doors. If you have automatic doors, we can't have the call stations in frame. Otherwise, when the lift arrives at the landing, door would open on the user. So for that, we can do 2 styles of remote call stations. The first one being flush, so recessed in drywall or whatever the wall material would be. So that's what you see on the bottom right. It makes for a much cleaner install. All you're seeing is the plate, right? Looks almost like a light switch. In terms of the surface mount, this is a plastic box. It's mostly meant for outdoor applications or anywhere where running wire within the wall is not possible. So this will be mounted on a brick wall, for example, or we can mount it on a post. If you don't have a wall to put the call station on. One thing to keep in mind is that per ADA and A1171, the height of these call stations must be between 15 and 48 inches. Next thing to note is that the clear floor space adjacent to the call station must be beyond the arc of the door. All right, what happens if we run out of power? Well, we'll need some form of emergency power. And that could be arm power, so we can use manual lowering in case of emergency. So that is a requirement. By code, all lifts must be provided with a way to manually raise or lower the lift in the event of a power failure. I mentioned it earlier, but it's worth repeating. Hydraulic lifts make manual lowering very easy. The manual lowering device or handle is located in what we're blowing up there. That's kind of what we're spotlighting in the image on the right. So you'd simply open up that cabinet. Inside will be a handle attached to a steel cord. And that's basically just attached to our hydraulic system. You pull on that, it releases the pressure in the hydraulic system, and then the oil just comes down at a steady pace dictated by the manifold, and that will bring you down to egress. With a screw drive, unfortunately, it's a manual job to bring somebody down. You're cranking somebody down. Basically, we provide a manual lowering device, which is basically an attachment to a circular handle, and you're turning and turning and turning, and it's going to take you a good 5-10 minutes to get the person down to egress, depending how long we're traveling. So let's talk about, in case of power failure, the different lift configurations and what we can provide. So we can provide something that is battery operated only. So the unit's always going to run off batteries and is constantly charging. This system will allow for the lift to run when the power failure occurs, but there's a few drawbacks. You're obviously going to have a limited number of continuous cycles before we need to charge. More and more of us have electric cars, electric mowers, that kind of stuff. So you get very familiar with it, right? You use it, you got to charge it. Also, limitation of batteries for people like me in Canada. In outdoor applications, cold temperature may limit performance. So as it gets colder, batteries don't quite perform as well. Another configuration we can do is we can do 110-volt operation only. This is what's typically offered on a screw drive. So the unit's going to run on the main power, but in the event of a power failure, the lift will need to be mechanically lowered or raised. Next, we're starting to get into more ideal configurations. So 110-volt battery operation in the down direction only. So the unit will run up on the main power, but we'll use a small battery to be able to lower the unit in case of a power failure. This is the standard configuration for most hydraulic units. And then the ideal situation is going with true battery backup. With this, unit's running on the main power of the building all the time, except when there's a power failure, and then it switches over to a battery operated mode that allows it to run off battery power while there is no main power available. So you can use the lift at a high frequency, during normal operation. The batteries stay charged while you're using it. And then when we fall onto the emergency power mode, our batteries are fully charged and allowing us to do a minimum of 5 complete up and down cycles with no power. All right, well, this is up. Fulgens, I kind of missed my cue earlier for the first quiz, so maybe do that now so that we don't do two quizzes too close together.
Sure. And there's the first quiz here. Do you specify vertical platform lifts as a form of ADA access on your projects? Yes or no? And we did have a few questions that came in. Chris, let's see if we can tackle one or two. And before that, if any one of you posts a question in the webinar chat, please transfer it over to the Q&A for all questions. One question came in emergency conditions, what happens with the lift? The fire department overrides, power cut off.
This isn't an elevator. Typically so what happens, it depends on what we just talked about, right? What is the configuration of the lift in terms of power? Ideally, if it has battery backup, then the lift can continue operating when the power fails. If not, needs to be manual lowered. If the unit is part of the main path of egress, then we need to have true battery backup. You cannot use any of the other configurations in terms of power source. And the exception would be if the building has a generator that kicks in, let's say it's a hospital, then you don't need the true battery backup. You can just run off obviously the generator of the building. But firefighters aren't going to use this lift to fight the fire, right? I mean, the same thing. We're going to talk about LULAs later, and I'll talk about fire service 1, phase 1 and phase 2, what the difference is, and why phase 2 is not really required for a LULA because of its low travel. The firefighters are not going to use these lifts to go fight the fire. It's much faster to use the stairs, especially vertical platform lift travels at around 18 feet a minute. So hopefully I've answered your question. If you want to have a further discussion or there was something else, I'll share my email at the end. Hit me up offline.
Thank you, Chris. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. We have 58% yes.
All right, well, hopefully I can convert some of those 42% no's. All right, so to continue and decided on this slide is this is a pretty important one. Accessibility codes, right? This is, we're talking about ADA, and A117. So depending on the building, we'll decide which code we conform with. Most of them, I would say, would go with ADA. Federal buildings and military, different reasons why something might fall under A117.1. What I will say is design to the one that's more stringent. Cover your bases. That way, if you have the space, use it. In any case, when we require a bit of a larger platform size, it's because we're doing a 90-degree application and we need that turning radius for somebody in a wheelchair. It just makes it more practical for them. So, if we're going 90 degrees, I typically just recommend go with the 42 by 60. It's only required in new construction, but in existing construction, if you have the space, still do the 42 by 60. It just makes it much easier for someone in a wheelchair. So cab sizes, like I was saying earlier, 36 by 48, minimum ADA and ANSI cab size required. If we're going 90 degrees, we'll need a little bit bigger. ADA says 36 by 60, A117, 36 by 60 in existing construction and 42 by 60 in new construction. Another new construction requirement is for the pass-throughs, we'll need 36 by 52 minimum for enter, exit, and straight through. So in new construction, they say, okay, you're building a new building, you have a little bit more space, you can plan for it. All right, you need a bit of a bigger platform size. So that's what A117 says. In terms of automatic door requirements, think of yourself in a wheelchair, right? I talked about if there's a ramp, same thing. You can't back yourself up to a door in a wheelchair and open it. And if you're turning 90 degrees, pushing a door open sideways and then wheeling through is difficult as well in a wheelchair. So for all these reasons, the only application where you don't need automatic doors is pass through. So you're entering, exiting straight across. And that's why I was saying it's the most economical application. So if you can design for it, a type 2 eliminates the need. Well, a type 2 with no ramp eliminates the need for automatic door operators, which is going to save you a couple $1,000s for your project. Here's the accessibility code door requirements. So 32-inch wide door minimum. On the 90-degree side, if we have a 90-degree lift, we'll need 42-inch door on the adjacent 90-degree door. Again, they'll be exiting on an angle, so they need a little bit more space. In terms of landing call stations, manual doors are only available if it's manual doors. You can have the call station indoor frame or remote. With automatic doors, it needs to be remote. Again, you don't want the door opening on somebody when the lift arrives at the landing. And a good rule of thumb is always to include an ADA hands-free phone. So that's basically a phone that's integrated into the control operating panel that is a button. Commercial applications especially, much better than an actual phone, as it calls an automatic number that's going to have someone answer at all times instead of them being able to call back to Sri Lanka or some remote country with your your accessibility lift phone. There is an exception to the rule when it comes to needing automatic operators. It's an exception, very specific. I won't spend too much time on it, but this is more like if I'm looking at your project and I see that the configuration is right, I can tell you, well, you can save a little bit of money foregoing automatic door operators. But I don't expect you to remember this, so just know that there are some exceptions, and that's where dealing with an expert can be beneficial. Strike side clearance. So what is that? And what is the 18 inches of strike side clearance rule? Well, if we look at the top right-hand side of the image below, we show 12 inches of strike side clearance. So basically from the door strike where it latches, we have 12 3/4 inches from the wall adjacent to where the door strike occurs. If we don't have 18 inches of strike side clearance, there's not sufficient space for somebody in a wheelchair to efficiently approach and open the door. So less than 18 inches of strike side clearance, we need automatic door operators. All right, summary with some key points for vertical platform lifts. Maximum travel Unenclosed, 60 inches. Enclosed, 14 feet. So 2011 and later, 2008 and earlier, it was 12 feet. In terms of speed, no greater than 30 feet a minute. Maximum platform size is 18 square feet. Capacity ranges from 400 to 1,050 pounds, but any platform 15 square feet or larger has a minimum load of 750 pounds. And you'll see typically most vertical platform lifts, 750 pounds of capacity is what we'll see most commonly. Operation, this is what differentiates elevators from wheelchair lifts. Constant pressure control, so you're holding the button the entire time that you're going up or down. And the runway enclosure shall be at least 42 inches above the top landing on all sides. So your platform gates, your side guards, all that stuff's going to be minimum 42 inches. I spoke to this a little bit earlier when we were talking about battery backup, and when I was answering the question, accessible means of egress. When a platform lift is permitted to be an integral part of an accessible route, the lift shall be provided with standby power per IBC. This can be done by power generator for the building or true battery backup that allows for 5 up and down cycles at full load per 18.1 Article 2.12. Few more key points. Landing doors need to be flush with their frame and inside of the hoistway. Again, like I said earlier, we're trying to avoid pinch points. All lifts meeting 2011 code or later, door locks shall be tested and certified to comply with elevator and lift code. That means electric strikes and magnetic locks are not acceptable. You need a mechanical component that if there's no power going to the interlock, it doesn't release. In terms of overhead, that's the space from the platform floor to the lowest overhead obstruction. We need 80 inches minimum on the platform and at all landings. And additional clearance will be required for any lifts with a top landing door and for a cab with a ceiling. In terms of lighting, we need 50 LX at each landing and over the platform at all points of travel. Aim for 100 and you'll make sure you hit that 50. All right, we're ready for the next quiz question as we head to the home stretch of my presentation.
All right. Do you specify limited use, limited application elevators? Yes or no? And we'll give you 60 seconds for that. We have a few more questions here. Next
Sure.
question is, for hurricane zones, is anchoring changed?
So it does not. It does for lulas that we're about to talk about. That's kind of like in seismic, or there's the different requirements depending on where you are in terms of the the pullout forces and the safety factors that need to be added to those pullout forces. In hurricane zones, doesn't really affect wheelchair lifts. It doesn't affect wheelchair lifts because of their low rise. I imagine, I don't know why, I just know, I do code reviews and there's nothing in code that tells you, oh, you're in a hurricane zone or you're in a seismic zone and this affects how you have to design for the wheelchair lifts. For sure, a structural engineer can ask for what they want, right? We can beef up the anchors, we can beef up the support wall, but in terms of the lift, it's not going to change. And I can tell you, I have some pretty cool pictures of, I shouldn't say they're cool, it's cool for my equipment, where fortunately, a hurricane passes through in Florida, and we have our lift still standing at the end, and the wall that it was attached to was not standing anymore. So these are solidly built pieces of equipment. The tower is heavy, a lot of structural steel in there, so it's pretty solid. But yeah, I mean, in terms of how you can plan for, even though code doesn't requirement, again, just talk to your structural engineer. We can ask to up the safety factors, right? I'll give you the pullout forces that my lift will exert on the support wall that we're attaching to, and to the anchor points in the floor. And we could decide to use sturdier anchors. We could over design the backing that I'm anchoring into, right? Those are design elements we can do if you want to accommodate that.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go ahead and share the results. We have 53% yes, currently specify Lula elevators.
Sorry, Fulgence, I don't get to more than one question on those pauses because my explanation always seems to be long-winded.
It's okay.
We should have a few moments at the end to go through a few more.
Absolutely.
Okay, next. LULAs, limited use, limited application commercial elevators. So what is it? It's an elevator. It's a commercial elevator, and it will offer features you typically see on the high-rise or passenger elevators, but designed for commercial low-rise buildings. It's suited for small commercial buildings with up to 3 stories. It can also serve a purpose, let's say, some buildings, let's say I've been to one in LA where the main elevators brought you up to the top floor, and the top floor had 2 levels, basically, like kind of a mezzanine level in a restaurant. And so we had a Lula just covering, the top level going up to that mezzanine. So anytime it's only covering, 2, 3, and we'll get into the code behind it. Why? It's perfect for retrofits and existing construction. As again, we'll get into the details, but it requires minimal overhead and pit depth compared to its cousins, which are the passenger elevators. It's also a very cost-effective solution for limited use ADA compliant accessibility. The big thing about Lula's, what it doesn't do that its brothers or cousins, whatever you want to call, with the big elevator companies, ThyssenKrupp, Otis, Kone, Schindler, it doesn't provide a gurney accessible platform size. So again, code limitations limit how big I can make that platform size, which will mean that I can never put a gurney inside there. So there's fire department implications to putting one of these in. So what do you need to know about Lulas? So they're limited to 25 feet of travel. They require only a 14-inch pit. Passenger elevators, if ever you've worked on one, we're starting at about a 3-foot pit requirement. Overhead, we can fit it as little as 108 inches. Again, typically a passenger elevator, we're needing 3 feet above the car size. So 80 inches plus the additional 3 feet. That said, 108 is an existing construction. New construction, again, they figure that you can plan for and you can design for a little bit more space. So they require 134 inches. And that's for refuge space for the installer or technician doing maintenance while working on the top of the car. In terms of cab configurations, similar to the vertical platform list, so we can do same side, pass through 90 degrees. There are definitely construction benefits, the limited footprint on the building. And also the big cost saver is the maintenance schedule. So it's quarterly maintenance versus monthly for most full-size passenger elevators. So maintenance costs are cut in 4, basically, right? In terms of ideal applications, so existing construction where space is hard to come by, small pit and low overhead are easier to accommodate. And really any small commercial building that's 3 stories or less as dictated by IBC and A117. Advantages, you get those benefits and it still looks and feels like a commercial elevator. We can do stuff like a stainless steel cab, plastic laminate finishes, cove light drop ceiling, a lot of design elements that we can do that can enhance durability and aesthetics. Technology behind these, well, again, an elevator is just a box that goes up and down. We can make it look pretty, and we can also change how it goes up and down. Hydraulic, that's the oldest form of Lula, and it's the most cost effective. Again, still provides effortless manual lowering, and it's really a proven elevator drive system. Otherwise, more recently entering the market 4 or 5 years ago, we have the geared traction Lula, which again adopts the passenger elevator technology most used nowadays. So the gear traction is better suited for high traffic areas. Its duty cycle is like 5 times what a hydraulic would be. Very quiet operation. This can obviously vary by manufacturer. And it also gives you some flexibility in design in that we offer a optional door buck controller for true MRL, machine room-less configuration. So if you don't have space for a machine room, it's a good alternative. Now, keep in mind certain jurisdictions, for example, California, they don't like MRL. I believe it's DC area. Also, there's some limitations in what you can do, how much space you need in front of the MRL door buck, optional door buck controller configuration. Traction also environmentally friendly, reduced power consumption, and no oil. Here's your typical drawing. You see the footprint of a Lula is a little bit bigger. So we're needing more like, 6x6, 6x7. Again, a lot of similar elements. We're looking at the finished runway dimensions. The entrance center line, clear opening. We have your car and landing doors here, right? And they sit inside the shaft, both of them. Your clear CAD depth, width, your rail assembly, and then your running clearances. So what does accessibility code tell us? Well, we're very limited for Lulas. So in terms of accessibility, enter exit same side and straight through, either 48 by 54 or 42 by 60. We have a 90 degree, 51 by 51. That's it, that's all. In terms of building size, IBC doesn't dictate any square footage limitations on where you can put these, but if your project is governed by ADA, there's no limitations for existing construction, but new construction, if the building has 3,000 square feet or less per floor and a maximum of 3 stories, that's where you can use this type of lift. Here's some insight into the machine room. So typically we're going to ask for a 4x5. That'll fit your equipment, the disconnects, controller, all that stuff with your 3 feet clear in front. What do we need for power? Well, typically single phase 240 40 amp or 3-phase 208 volt 30 amp. You need your light switches, your GFI outlets, and your code compliant clearances. We're doing a machine room less configuration for projects with limited space. Your door butt controller contains all the equipment that you normally see inside of a machine room. So as you see on your right, we got the controller, we got the battery backup, we've got the disconnects, and typically it's placed next to the landing door at egress. It can be on any floor, so it can be on an upper floor if that's more convenient for you too. And then, yeah, we have the note about consulting with your local elevator company before specifying a true MRL unit. Again, because certain jurisdictions, national code is one thing. Most states, cities, AHJs adopt national code, but a lot of them like to put little hoops that we have to jump through on top of that. So we're adopting ASME, A17.1, 2017, 2021, whatever the case may be. But we also want you to do this, do that, do the other thing. We don't allow this. So it's important to talk to your local elevator company. They're dealing with inspectors on a daily basis. They're pulling permits. They know what you can and can't do locally. All right, a bit of a summary of what we talked about for Lulas. Maximum travel 25 feet, speed no greater than 30 feet a minute. I know it sounds slow, it is, but we can only travel up to 25 feet. So it's not like we're going very far. In any case, if we were going a lot faster, because of the short travel, you don't spend a lot of time at your max speed because you speed up to max speed and then slow down going to a landing, so we don't feel like we're on a roller coaster. Maximum platform size 18 square feet. So no gurney access. Max load 1,400 pounds. Operation is automatic. Runway fully enclosed. Fire rated shaft is necessary. Unless we're going up to a mezzanine like this, if you're not, penetrating a fire barrier, then we can do glass, we can do non-fire rated materials and shaft. In terms of safety, it's definitely important to have safety brake and either an overspeed governor or overspeed valve. Valve obviously on the hydraulic unit. So basically your safeties, the overspeed governor or valve is going to detect if the lift is traveling too fast. If it is, it trips, safety is engaged, stop the unit in its tracks. And the standard safeties will typically that will be a slack chain or rope detection, that if there's any slack in the rope, which shouldn't happen, right? It's supporting the load of the car. Then again, safety is engaged, elevator stops immediately. Very important to understand national and local codes, right? Like I was saying, more and more jurisdictions are adding rules to the national code requirements. So it's very important to speak to somebody local working in that jurisdiction that knows the ins and outs. Verify any special needs during the design stage to avoid costly stage changes at a later stage, moving walls, requiring more space, designing for a machine room less, and then they force you to put a machine room because you didn't check with the local jurisdiction. That's all costly, right? So in the early stages, let's cover our bases. Let's dot our T's and cross our I's. Other way around, sorry. So that said, I keep saying it, a good local representative should be an expert on these extra requirements. Use them as a reference source. In terms of interpretation, just want to say this presentation contains many code interpretations that may be viewed differently by some local jurisdictions. They're based on our many years of experience in the industry and are provided as guidelines to assist you on your projects. I can make this presentation available. There's a lot of, good resource pages that you could probably steal. I get my staff to take certain slides from this, print it, put it in their cubicle so that they can answer questions quickly, when they're talking to architects or whoever the case may be. And Fulgens, we can tackle some questions. Got a little bit of raceway left.
Awesome. Perfect. Yes, we do. Next question is, do you have examples of the portable lift in use? I'm thinking of a portable stage in the middle of an auditorium. How do you secure to the stage?
So it doesn't get secured to the stage. It is a mobile lift. That's a great example. And like I mentioned earlier, high school gymnasium, auditorium, anywhere where you can roll the lift away and store it out of sight when you don't need it. I've even seen it actually. So commercial spaces, going up to loading docks. So I had a company that purchased it to be able to, when they needed it, roll it out and bring it to a loading dock, and then get somebody in a wheelchair up in the building that way. So different ways, different times that you might want to use it. It doesn't get secured to the building. It has a mechanism that basically it's on wheels and then the wheels pop up. So basically you push it right up to your landing and then you're going to remove the wheels, which drops the unit down onto and locks it in place, right?
Awesome. The next question is, are there ways of laying metal insulated doors with wood veneer? Is this possible with the lift?
Anything's possible. I have seen it done. We don't do that as a manufacturer. We'll provide the doors, but I have seen people, quote unquote, skin the doors. So they'll apply the veneer to the door. You can give that to somebody who can do it locally. Sometimes you have, a professional in it's a trade, right? Somebody that's going to come and do that. So yeah, you can get creative. It's just the doors that come from the manufacturer, they're more like mass built. That's not a capability we have, but I have seen it done on site. I have a dealer in New York City that does a lot of very custom work, and they've done some pretty cool stuff. Got some of those pictures on our website.
Awesome. Next question is, what if the egress is at the top for a lift? And this is in regards to power failures.
Then you want to go with true battery backup, right? That is a good question, and it's that's one where we gotta think of the project and use the right application for it. So we'll use true battery backup in that system so that we can have the 5 up and down cycles. Because yes, it's great that hydraulics are easy to go down to egress, but if you need to go up, well then that's not going to help. So then we'll need a backup system in place, either the generator for the building or true battery backup supplied by the lift manufacturer.
Excellent. In evacuation, emergency, and loss of electricity, when you have to use manual lowering, what if you have more than one W/C at level 2?
Well, that definitely, again, is where true battery backup is ideal. But if it's a real emergency, that's a hero's gonna have to step up. I mean, if there's a fire, you got to get out fast. We're not going to be getting 12 people out of out of a building quickly with a wheelchair lift. It's not what it's intended for. It's not its design intent. It's there to provide accessibility, not emergency egress. It can act in a limited capacity with that function. But somebody's gonna have to pick the person up out of their wheelchair and bring them down the stairs. There's a fire, you got to get out quickly. You're not waiting for the wheelchair, right? You're getting out. So I don't know if that properly answers your question, but it's not designed. Even if you have a true battery backup, that second person is gonna wait, right? 18 feet a minute, they got to go down, get out. Usually people in wheelchairs don't move super quickly. Wait for it to come back up, door open. So depends what the emergency is, right? But uh, where there's a will, there's a way. Get help, get people out.
Thank you. Next question is, are all fire departments trained on use of manual lowering device?
They should be. They should have the keys, right? There's basically keys provided to the technicians, and the fire department typically will have them as well to be able to open the lifts. So that should be a component of their training. I know locally here we do some training with the local fire department. Actually, our head technician is also a firefighter, so maybe that's why that happens locally here. But they should have some training. They should have the keys to be able to release the interlock. Ideally, otherwise they should be on site. So like they should be able to source them, get them, and to be able to get people out. But it does happen. I have seen it happen where the fire department will literally just, they'll break through the plexiglass panel and to get someone out on the door. So that is possible too. In terms of lulas, we talked about lulas. I guess I didn't get into it. It's not really something we talk about, but since the question did come up earlier. So prior to much like the going up to 14 feet, prior to 2011, basically for lulas we needed to have fire service phase 1 and phase 2. So fire service phase 1, fire alarm goes off, elevator goes down to egress, doors open. Until a fire department comes with their special key, turns it, the lift does not go back into operation. Fire service 2, on top of that key at the bottom landing that puts the lift back into operation, there's also a key switch in the elevator on the car operating panel that allows the fire department to take the elevator up during this emergency fire alarm and fight the fire. This is common in passenger elevators, right? Where you're going up 30, 40 floors to go fight a fire at the top level. A Lula is limited to 3 stories, right? 25 feet of travel. Much faster for someone in for a firefighter to go up the stairs with his equipment than to take the Lula. So, our industry caught up with that. And as of, I believe it was 2011, it eliminated the need for fire service phase 2, basically. So Lulas no longer have fire service phase 2, but there are, again, older jurisdictions, or some jurisdictions are still on older iterations of code. So in some, you do require it, like in California. And again, it's a case-by-case basis. Some counties, again, recognize that and don't implement. You do not need fire service in all jurisdictions in California. Again, a local installer is your expert for knowing what you need to put in there.
Thank you. We'll take one more. When manual lowering is required to be used, can auto doors and ramps be manually operated also?
Yes, of course. It's in emergency mode, you will need to likely manually open it. There's a clutch on there anyway, so if the operator is opening and you force it, you'll probably just override the clutch and you'll go faster than the door opens on automatic operation.
Awesome. And last one. What is the minimum platform size for a Type 3 lift?
It depends which jurisdiction we're going under, right? We talked about ADA, ANSI, and it also depends on new construction versus existing construction. I would tell you, Bill, design for 42 by 60, because that's the most stringent requirement, A117 and new construction. But ADA 90 degree would be 36 by 60. So you want to cover your bases, 42 by 60, but if you know it's going by ADA and you're comfortable with that, 36 by 60.
Awesome, Chris. Thank you so much. The remaining questions you'll get offline in the Q&A report.
All right. Thanks for your time, Fulgence.
Appreciate it. Thank you as well. All right, everyone. Another excellent presentation from Christopher Baker at Savaria. Here is session code 137280 for the first course. The session code is also in the webinar chat for you as well. And now we're going to go into how to submit your session codes for the courses if you are new to the process. So we're about to get into that right now. So there are two ways for you to access your ATS account. The first is via the ATS website at atsseminar.com, and the second is via the ATS mobile app. You can use the QR code on the screen to access the app. And if you go to your account on the website, you need to open up a separate browser window. Right now we're on Zoom. If you're on zoom.us, please open up a second window and go to atsseminar.com. And once there, you'll log in like you did when you registered for today's seminar. And if you'd like to enter your session codes on the app, once again, please use the QR code on the screen to download the app. And to log in, you'll enter your email address and your password. And if you get to the website and it says my account in red in the upper right corner, that means that you're already logged in. So just click on that red My Account button and that will take you to today's agenda. And on this screen, you'll see the words enter session code next to each course in today's schedule. And since we just finished the first course of Savaria, Design Standards for Vertical Platform Lifts and Lula Elevators, please click on that blue enter session code button next to that course. And I will take you to the session code box. And in the blank entry field, you enter the session code 137280. And next, you'll click on that dark blue circle that looks like a play button, and that will take you to the course survey. Now, the course survey is 6 multiple choice questions and 1 open-ended question for presenter feedback. You do need to provide feedback in order for your session code to process. Some of the presenters offer a sample, and if the presenter does offer a sample, you'll have an additional question in the course survey. And once you're done, hit the Confirm My Presence button. And that will take you right back to the agenda for the day. And if everything was entered correctly, you should see presence confirmed. And that's it. And if you have any questions, please be sure to reach out using the Q&A box, and I'll be sure to get back to you there. And as a reminder, handouts from today's speakers are also available for download directly from your ATS account dashboard. So hang tight. Really soon we'll be right back with Making Sense of Sealants, presented by Dan Garnett with AdFast. Please hang tight. All right, and we are back. And without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Dan Garnett from AdFast with Making Sense of Sealants. Dan, hello, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Fulgens. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good morning. Great, great. Thank you.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, are you able to bring your mic volume a little bit louder by
Yeah,
any
let me
chance?
see if this up a little bit. Okay, that's about as loud as I can go on my side. Is it okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay, very good. Well, I'll go ahead and get underway with the presentation. Let me share my screen. All right, how's it looking on your side?
It is looking great. Take it away, Dan.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Dan Garnett. I'm with AdFast. We're a manufacturer of adhesives, sealants, and insulating foams. And today we'll be discussing our Making Sense of Sealants presentation. And this is actually one of several presentations that we're currently bringing to market through ATS. So you may have seen a little bit of content from us delivered with the building facade glazing presentation or our compatibility and adhesion presentation. So this is sort of the 101 version of sealants. It is a pretty comprehensive review of the different types of sealant technologies and to keep in mind some of the key considerations for adhesive sealants for use in building facade glazing and other types of building envelope applications for both structural and non-structural applications, as well as for both commercial and residential and civil, institutional, all different types of construction projects, including mixed use development type projects. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and if we could drop in our first poll question, because I'd like to gauge the audience here today in terms of what primarily you all are focused on with the type of construction projects that your firm's currently working on. Thanks, Walter.
Absolutely. Thank you. And there it is. The first poll question there. We'll give you about 40 more seconds to respond to that. Which type of construction projects does your firm primarily engage in? All right. Thank you for your participation. So, Dan, we have 35% commercial construction, 37% residential construction, 21% mixed use, and 7% institutional.
Okay, very good. Thank you all for your participation. That's super helpful. Looks like we have a mixed bag here between commercial and residential, and also some that are doing a little bit of both. So appreciate that. I'll have a couple more poll questions as we go through, but let's go ahead and dive into some of the content. We have a lot of material to get through today. I would like to share that a copy of this presentation will be made available for you all and for your colleagues if you'd like to, forward it along for those who you may have some additional relevance on your current or upcoming projects as it relates to adhesive sealants and building facade applications. So let's take a look at the course description. Today, we're primarily going to be focused on the different types of sealant technologies and where it's most appropriate to use certain types of sealant technologies. And we will be able to not just view those different sealant technologies, but also understand that it's very much a system that is going to offer the most, durability, the most longevity, the highest performance over time. We have to actually look at the entire system, not just the adhesive sealant itself. And as part of that, there's going to be some other types of system components that will be involved. We have to confirm that there's going to be good adhesion compatibility. We have to confirm there's not going to be any staining or shrinkage, cracking, and so forth, especially as it relates to movement joints. There are also some installation procedures that should be kept in mind in terms of the use of what we call soft open cell bicellular backer rod for movement joints, as well as other installation methods such as tooling or shaping the bead into place and using the two-cloth method. You'll see that referenced in ASTM literature for testing. So there's a lot of material that we'll review, including actually quite a bit of ASTM testing that will sort of pull the curtains back on and let you all see what takes place in some of the laboratories for various different manufacturers. At ADFAST, if you're familiar with us and have utilized us on some of your projects, that's great. For those of you who have not or are not familiar with us, we compete in the same space as Dow and Sika, Tremco, and Pecora are some of the top names in the market as it relates to adhesive sealants. Lots of different types of sealant technologies are brought to market by each of these manufacturers in this space, including ADFAST. And so it's one of those things where it can be very challenging to determine what is the most appropriate sealant technology for a specific application. And how many applications do you have across your project for the building envelope, and how many different types of substrate materials? What is the thermal coefficients of these materials? What are all the other system components, including setting blocks and pressure plates and so forth? So we want to learn a little bit more about not just those joint designs and the various different types of joint designs that there can be for each of these applications, but also what goes into those joint designs and some of the decision making that you all would be able to do once you have the appropriate amount of information available at your fingertips. So that's our goal for today. We will be reviewing, in addition to design of joints, various different types of surface prep. We're going to take a look at some of the ASTM testing for both commercial and residential or structural and non-structural applications. We're going to review a couple different types of silicones. There's a lot of individuals, including myself, prior to actually working for ADFAST. I'm almost, tomorrow marks my 7th year being a member of the ADFAST team. But if we were to go back 7.5 years ago, when I thought of a silicone, I thought of what goes into kitchens and bathrooms, and maybe has a little bit of a vinegary type smell to it. That's one type of silicone, but not the type of silicone we would want to be using for the exterior building envelope applications. So we've got a lot to review, but let's dive in quickly here into the different families of sealants. First and foremost, there are those that are going to be curing by way of a water or a solvent that is evaporating or flashing off. So it's going through a drying process. And there are lots of adhesive sealants in the market that are there's essentially a solvent or a water that's part of the production process, and the sealant will actually or adhesive caulking, whatever it might be, it's going to have to actually go through a drying process in order to reach its final state. And then on the other side, there are those that are curing by way of moisture. So these adhesive sealants are drawing in the ambient moisture and they're curing from the outside inward versus from the inside outward, like the solvent or water-based adhesive sealants. So this type of sealant technology is the one that's preferred for your exterior systems for a number of different reasons. So again, each of the various different manufacturers of adhesive sealants do bring some of these different types of sealant technologies to market. But for example, an acrylic, water-based adhesive sealant that we would use for the interiors would be very different than that of what should be used for an exterior control joint or expansion joint. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive here into why it is that we are recommending the use of moisture cure adhesive sealants for the exterior applications. When we have these thermoplastics and butyls or acrylic latexes, as I mentioned, when they're going through this drying process, we're actually losing a great deal of the volume of the bead of sealant itself, because the water or the solvent that was part of that at the time of installation has now evaporated. So you could be left with up to maybe 30 or 40% less of the bead than what was actually tooled into place to begin with. So as an example, this photo here on the left, at least it's on the left for me, where the three different beads into these joint, this mimic of a joint cavity here, these were filled to the brim and tooled into place. And so they were all flush here across the top plane, but then as it began to dry and go through its curing process, it begins to shrink. And you'll note here, hopefully you've got some high definition viewing. What we can see is there's some cracking that's taking place, micro fissures that are taking place when it's going through this drying process. And that's going to become a challenge, because now the structural integrity of this bead of seal is actually compromised to where when we start having some movement, number one, it's dried, so it's not as flexible and pliable as what it was. And so it's not going to offer the type of movement that we need. And we're also potentially going to have some issues with the adhesion. Solvents are often utilized. For example, we have a solvent-based primer that would be used for some applications. So it can be an excellent adhesive. However, over time, if this is one of the primary components of the actual sealant that is going to be relied upon for adhesion to the substrate material, well, if it's flashing off and you're losing a lot of that adhesive bite over time, you're going to have less and less adhesion. 30 days out, 90 days out, 180 days out, you'll actually have less and less adhesion, while also having less movement potential because of the drying and the cracking and so forth. So it's okay for use maybe on interior partition wall applications where you're not expecting much movement at all. There are some other situations where, perhaps around around toilets and sinks and so forth, that we see that some of this utilized. But primarily, what people are going with, even for kitchen and bathroom applications, would be more of an acetoxy-silicone over that of an acrylic latex. So that's one of the major things to keep in mind as it relates to a thermoplastic butyl or acrylic latex, and why we would not want to use it on the exterior, whereas there are some applications for the interior where it'll have some relevance. When we utilize a neutral cure silicone, a polyurethane, or a hybrid sealant technology, these beads are going to, once again, cure by way of drawing moisture in, and this is what is called the vulcanization process. So it'll begin to skin over, and it'll become what we call tack-free, where you can take your finger and place it on the bead, remove your finger, and the sealant did not adhere to your finger, did not pull away. That means it started to cure there, and then it will take generally between 24 to 48 hours for a full cure, depending on the amount of heat and the amount of moisture content in the ambient atmosphere there. But the beauty of it is that it's not actually going through a quote unquote drying process. It's more of a curing through vulcanization process. So that the bead that you're left with is the bead that you installed on day one. So you're not losing any of that over time. The hybrid sealants, there are some more hybrid sealants that are coming online in the marketplace. We actually do have a modified insulating polymer as well. The beautiful part about the hybrids is that while they're offering not as much, overall durability over that of a neutral cure silicone, so they're not going to last quite as long. Neutral cure silicone, if it's installed properly, could be a 50+ year sealant, whereas a MS polymer or modified insulating polymer hybrid is going to offer closer to maybe 20-25 years if installed properly. So it's about half the lifespan, but then we can half that actually, and then that's where we're at with polyurethanes. Polyurethanes, although they are a moisture cure adhesive sealant, and by the way, an excellent adhesive, if used in the right applications, are going to cause some issues, especially due to UV light breaking down the chemical composition of that material. I'd like to review with you a few points here. And even though we do bring polyurethane to market, as does Dow and Sika and Tremco and others, it's recommended for use in more like hidden adhesive applications where UV light's not going to have as much of an impact on that bead over time. We also have to keep in mind application temperature, during the time of installation, and also the temperature of the substrates, not just the ambient temperature, but the temperature on the substrates as well. The adhesion of silicones to substrates we need to review as well, because people are thinking of a silicone as the kitchen and bath type silicone that maybe they've used on a recent home improvement or renovation project. That's not the type of silicone that we're referencing here for these applications. We're referencing neutral cure silicone. And so we'll do a side-by-side comparison to show some of the adhesion that you can expect between a neutral cure silicone and that of a polyurethane adhesive. So polyurethanes typically, can expect 8 to 10 years. There are some that will actually last much less than time than that. It could be 3 to 5 years, especially, I'm coming to you from the Chicagoland area today. There, here in the Northern Hemisphere, we have most of the sun's, impacting the south side of the building. So east, west, and south side will actually begin to degrade more quickly than that of the north side. So on the south side of the building is typically where we're going to see the failure happen. All things being equal, and if the south side of the building structure is nice and shaded, then it won't be as impacted quite as much as areas that are going to receive more sunlight. But typically, if it's wide open and exposed to UV light, you can actually expect much less than in terms of overall durability than that of a neutral cure silicone, which is 25 to 50 years. So and so if you're thinking of a project that you have upcoming, and or perhaps you've heard of, so for us, it's our AdSeal 4580 series. It would be comparable to a Dow 795, Sika 295, Tremco Spec 2, Precor 895. These are all sort of in the same category for a class 50 neutral cure silicone. You're going to get more of this 25 to 50 years. And in fact, the Dow product, the Dow 795 product and the AdSeal 4580 products are offering a 20-year warranty, although you should expect much more durability than that over time. The reason why polyurethanes are breaking down is because they're inorganic. So because of this composition, being inorganic, it's going to break down with these UV light rays, whereas the neutral cure silicone is inorganic in composition and therefore has much more resilience against the effects of UV rays over time. And this is an example here of a bead of neutral cure silicone next to a bead of polyurethane, and below that there you're also going to see another polyurethane bead of seal where you have a lot of this cracking that took place early on, and then this is one of those things where it's a snowball effect, right? Then cracking begets more cracking. It happens rather quickly. Once it begins to fail, it will be exponentially faster to go to full blown failure. Another thing to keep in mind here, and this is actually coming from some of the testing, this top pictures out of our laboratory where we do testing with, there's the Hockman cycle, which is a movement test that we do, but it's also being exposed to UV light and moisture and in different temperatures as well. So in the warmer temperatures and also with introducing moisture and the presence of UV light. So in these UV testing chambers, it'll go through this cycle of 8 hours of UV light followed by 4 hours of darkness and adding some moisture content, and then another 8 hours of UV light, and that cycle continues. And there's measurements that are taken at 500 hours, 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, and so on and so forth. And so we can begin to see some of the effects of the UV light and or the moisture content as well, and the heat. And what you can see here with the bead of polyurethane is that there's actually some staining that's taking place in these substrates. A little bit more common in, of course, in your porous substrate materials, that this can actually take place. So one of those things where we've got to be really mindful of the type of materials that we're going to be these adhesive sealants will be coming into contact with, and what can happen over time with both UV light and moisture and heat. Another slide here to show some of the polyurethanes that will have been used for an exterior application. And although they're not drying, and losing the actual volume of the bead of seal itself, it does begin to degrade. And when it begins to degrade, it'll start it's breaking down. And then any type of joint movement that you're going to have over time is going to lead to joint sealant failure, in some cases quite quickly. The picture right below the bead of polyurethane sealant here is, or the verbiage there, bead of polyurethane. It's the second picture from the left. This photo was actually taken, this was about 3 years after it had been installed. So this was very, very, very fast. Others may last a little bit longer. In some cases, especially where there's not as much UV exposure, it could actually last 8 to 10 years, maybe even 12 years or so. But it's not what we want to be using on the exterior, anywhere where there's going to be exposure to UV light. If we're using polyurethane for hidden adhesive applications, it's an excellent adhesive as long as we also understand compatibility of various different substrates, so there's not things like staining that can take place. I mentioned earlier that it's not just about the ambient temperature. We also have to be mindful of the substrate temperature. We know that when it can get very, very cold overnight, these types of building materials, whether it's brick or concrete or block, ACM paneling, other types of metal components. These building materials are going to actually hold that cold temperature well into the day, right? So we need to be mindful of this, because if we're taking in this case, in this photograph, it's a photo of a sausage gun being utilized. So it's a dispenser gun that's designed to actually install a 600 milliliter or about 20 ounce sausage aluminum foil pack of sealant for this project. And so it's about double that of what you would find in a normal caulking cartridge. And so what they're doing here is they're installing this into place, and the actual sausage one of the concerns that we might have for a moisture cure adhesive sealant is, of course, we want it to cure from the outside inward, is condensation, forming on the backside of the bead. And if we're introducing a warm polyurethane, for example, to a cold surface, where we'll actually have some condensation forming, and then we can have some moisture on the backside of the bead. And that can really, it's premature there. We don't want it to cure that quickly. We need time for that cross linking, for the chemical adhesion to take place. And if we are introducing moisture to the backside of the bead early on, we can really actually come to this bead a day later, 24 hours later, and we can, if there's moisture on the backside of the bead, there's a good chance we can just pull it right out of that joint cavity. So very important to keep this in mind, that we want it to cure. It should be free of frost or dew. Obviously, if it's just rained, we want it, the surfaces should be clean and dry. So not just, free of frost or dew or other types of moisture there, but also preventing condensation. And one of the reasons why polyurethane is typically a little bit warmer when, especially during these cold temperatures, is because it's inorganic in composition. And so it's organic in composition rather. And since polyurethane is organic in composition, it's going to actually be affected more by cold temperatures. And it becomes much more difficult for the installers to gun out because it becomes thicker, and the extrudability is not quite as good. And so they will, it's very difficult manual work, when they're using these caulking guns all day, every day for these applications. And so they'll warm them up, and they'll have, at the job site, they'll have these lamp boxes, or they'll have them in the actual job trailer. They'll keep them warm so that they're easier to gun out. So that's one of the challenges. With an inorganic neutral cure silicone, it really should be the same temperature, kept at the same temperature as the substrate. So if it's left outside, never warmed up, it's going to gun out pretty much the same as what it would in warmer temperatures. And so that's one thing to keep in mind, is especially during at the time of installation, is we don't want to have any moisture on the backside of the bead. Silicones can be applied throughout the year, so those others will need to be heated, as I mentioned, but sealants should be about the same temperature as the substrates, as we discussed. And where we want to make sure is if there's rainfall, freezing rain, snow, intense fog, if there's frost there, we want to ensure that that has all been cleaned up, dried, and the surfaces are not just free of debris and oils or dust and things like that, but also of any moisture content. Now, at some point in time, even though you can install neutral cure silicones, in any temperature essentially, without it changing in consistency too much, there is a point where that vulcanization process will eventually, it'll begin to slow and eventually halt, because there's just not enough moisture content in the air for it to go through its curing process. We really need to have both, heat and moisture is ideal. So when we say 24 to 48 hours, if it's really cold and there's not much moisture content and humidity is low, it's going to take longer for it to go through its curing process, so closer to 48 hours. So something to keep in mind. We do need to be mindful of, especially for those types of substrates that could experience a great deal of movement in that first 24 to 48 hours. ACM paneling, these panels, aluminum composite panels, are getting bigger and bigger. And even though they have some reinforcement, they're called ribs on the backside, some structural reinforcement for these panels, there can still be a great deal of movement depending on the grade of aluminum that's being used. And so when we have expansion of the aluminum panels, the sun's coming up and it's warming up the panel, you're going to have expansion of the panel. Then your joints, your expansion joints from panel to panel are going to decrease in width. And then the opposite takes place when the sun goes over the top of the building or it sets for the day. And now the panel will actually go back to the ambient temperature quite quickly. And so that's, going to prevent or provide a little bit of a challenge for a moisture cure adhesive sealant when it should be 24 to 48 hours for full cure. But now we have this panel that is actually compressing. It's coming back in, shrinking, if you will, and the joint cavities are becoming much wider and very quickly. So when we have this sort of rapid movement, there could be some cracking that can take place in the bead of the sealant, and if that does happen, it should not be covered the next day with another bead of sealant. That section should be cut out and then reinstalled with new sealant there. And the same thing on the other side where I mentioned where the panels will actually be expanding when the sun hits it, and if there's a fresh bead of sealant, you think about like blowing bubbles with bubble gum. When you're bringing it together, it'll actually start to push out the wet sealant, and it can create, aesthetically there can be some issues there because it's still a wet seal, and now we have these panels that are pressing it out and pushing it out. Neutral cure silicone, once installed and given the opportunity to go through its proper curing process, will always want to go back to its homeostatic state. And so it'll always, a half-inch bead of neutral cure silicone. There are like a class 50, a neutral cure silicone will actually offer 50% movement capability, both through elongation and through compression. So it can take that abuse over time, and it'll always go back to where, that homeostatic at a half-inch. But, at some point in time, there's going to be some issues with, that first 24 hours, especially if there's a great deal of movement, then you can have some cracking or bubbling that takes place. And it's very important that the installers don't go back and just cover it up. They should, if there's a small section here and there across the project where this took place, they should cut that out and then reinstall a new section. If it could be 3 inches, it could be 6 inches, whatever it might be, important to cut out and install a new bead and then move on. On the other side, we talk about the cold. On the warm side, where it's super hot, it really, the thing to keep in mind here is that polyurethanes and also the thermoplastics that were referenced earlier, which is a solvent-based adhesive sealant, can become quite runny when the temperature is hot. And so when we have a polyurethane that's installed vertically or overhead, and we install it today, there may not be much sag. They tool it into place, they walk away from it, they come back the next day, and now they see sag, or it's begin to pull out of the joint cavity, especially if it's overhead, because it's organic in composition. It was affected too much by that hot temperature and became, just as it did with the cold temperatures, where it became much more viscous. It'll become less viscous than it ought to be, so it's thinner and runnier when in hot temperatures. So something else to keep in mind. Polyurethanes, even though they are moisture cure, they're taking a lot longer to go through its curing process than that of a neutral cure silicone. So it's very important that we understand, and this is really also more for aesthetics too. We, of course, know that job sites are very dirty. There's a lot of dust and debris, flying around, and these are adhesive sealants. So they are tacky, and they're going to be tacky until they once they skin over or reach that tack-free time. And so the benefit of a neutral cure silicone reaching that tack-free time much sooner than that of a polyurethane is that anything that lands on your bead of sealant during the, maybe just after installation or in the, 10, 15, 20 minutes thereafter, anything that lands on a bead of neutral cure silicone during that time frame will actually be sort of baked into the project. It is what it is. But with a polyurethane, you have that concern for many, many more hours. And in some cases, depending on the other types of chemicals that could be introduced in that application. There are some instances where a polyurethane, if it's nearby, it doesn't even have to be, touching necessarily, but nearby another chemical that could be off-gassing could prevent that polyurethane from curing in as little as 3 hours. It could take, in some cases, several days. When that takes place, anything that lands on that bead during that time frame, let's just call it 3 hours, is going to be baked into the final project. Whereas after 25 minutes or so, it could be less time in, if it's in Miami in August, Phoenix or somewhere really warm, but I'll go more Miami here because, with the humidity, this is what's going to actually cause it to, so not just heat, but also humidity will cause it to skin over much more quickly. So it could be actually closer to 10 to 15 minutes versus 25. But anything that lands on that bead after it's skinned over is when we get to the end of the project, we're doing the final, wipe down and power washing and so forth. Anything that landed on that bead of sealant will actually just be wiped away. So that's the cool part about neutral cure silicone as well. So it just made a major case for use of neutral cure silicones over that of the polyurethanes for exterior applications. So why is it that these various different manufacturers, including AdFast, including my organization, why do we bring polyurethane to market? It's because it is an excellent adhesive. It's a little bit less costly than that of a neutral cure silicone, at the time of purchase, right? But it can become much more costly than a neutral cure silicone. If we've got to go back and cut that bead of sealant out, 2 or 3 times in the same time frame that we could have had a neutral cure silicone, in that joint cavity doing, what it was supposed to do the entire time. The adhesion for polyurethane is excellent across the board for many different types of substrates, but so is that of a neutral cure silicone. And once again, not to be confused with an acetoxy silicone. Acetoxy silicones are the ones that we would use for kitchens and bathrooms. So, for example, the AdSeal 4800 KB. This is a kitchen and bathroom application and what we're doing is we're maximizing the benefit that we have from the acetic content, which is going to help prevent mold and mildew from building up in those on those actual sealants. When we have a more confined enclosed space that also has moisture, so maybe not as much airflow as what we certainly would have out on the exterior, this is where that additional mildew resistance is going to be huge. We don't also have as much movement expectation as what we would for on the exterior applications. So around toilets and tubs and sinks and countertops and so forth, this is really ideal because you're not going to need more than 25% elasticity. It's also a little bit of a lower cost point than that of a neutral cure silicone, closer to that of actually even less expensive than a polyurethane. So acetoxy silicones are relatively inexpensive against the others. So we would want to use an acetoxy for interior because of that benefit, but we never want to use it for the exterior. This, exterior should be this neutral cure silicones. I mentioned earlier a neutral cure silicone that would be like a class 50 neutral cure silicone is usually recommended for perimeter weather seal, and that would be like a Dow 795, a Sika 295, Tremco Spec 2, Pecora 895, and for AdFast it's the 4580 series. So there is up to 100% elasticity, especially with that of a low modulus neutral cure silicone, which will offer 100% elongation and also 50% compression. It's not corrosive, whereas with the acetoxy silicone, we do have to be mindful of the acetic content. That could affect, especially if it's untreated or unpainted metals. We wouldn't want the acetoxy silicone to come into contact with that due to possible corrosion. We also have to keep in mind for staining and other types of compatibility, and primarily for adhesion. Adhesion is going to be one. Adhesion, in addition to movement capability, is and overall compatibility as well, is really what's going to, these are the factors that when you have excellent adhesion, excellent movement capability, and excellent compatibility with the various different system components, you're going to have the most durable, longest lasting, best performing bead of sealant for that application. And that's why neutral cure silicone is far and away the one to keep in mind for your exteriors. When you have a project that requires some paintability, for example, if in one of your residential projects and commercial these days too, I see products such as different sidings or cladding systems. It could be like a James Hardie, LP Smart Side, Diamond Coat, Ceraclad, Nichia. There's all sorts of different types of building wraps there, and so sometimes we don't need paintability. We just make sure that the sealant is going to be the appropriate color, so we can get that sealant color matched to the actual substrate, and then we don't have to worry about painting. However, there are some applications where maybe we could do a perfect color match for a hybrid adhesive sealant, and you don't have to worry about painting for your project now, but it provides some flexibility for 10, 15, 20 years down the road when you want to have, maybe it's new ownership, or there's, new windows that are being installed, and we want to change it. So then you go in with a paintable adhesive sealant like a hybrid, an MS polymer hybrid, is something that you can do. So keep that in mind as well. The size of the joints, 1 or 2 components. Typically, we're seeing the really large joints are going to be a 2-component adhesive sealant, and that's where there's some mixing that needs to take place, whether it's a 1-to-1 ratio, sometimes it's a 5-to-1 or a 10-to-1 ratio, where there'll be some sort of booster or promoter for the adhesion. Compatibility is going to be very, very important as well. So we always want to look beyond just the performance that you can expect from the sealant itself in terms of adhesion and movement capabilities, but also how compatible it's going to be with the other different substrates. We'll take a look here at some of the ASTM testing that we are performing in the laboratory. So these are standardized tests, American Society of Testing Materials. So this is what Dow and 3M and Sika and others, and including AdFast, we're all using these tests to be able to provide you all with the tests, with the results of these different tests, so that you can do a side-by-side comparison and help make a determination for what's the most appropriate adhesive sealant for your application. Just a little bit of nomenclature review here. When we're looking at the elastomeric joint sealants for C920, single and multi-component, so that designation will be there. Most of what you're going to see in both commercial and residential construction applications is going to be a single component adhesive sealant. We will, more times than not, we'll see that multi-component or 2-component adhesive sealant utilized in prefab conditions. So it'll be, or just in production, for example, for in the production of insulated glass units, the IGUs. These, for your secondary seal that goes around that unit, they'll oftentimes use a 2-component silicone, structural silicone, especially if it's a structural application. And that's where they have a 50-gallon drum of the sealant, and then a 5-gallon pail of a booster that's going to help it cure much more quickly, and that helps with handling time and so forth. So that's more of an off-site, would be more like a prefab or pre-glazing situation. And then on your far right here, some of the various different application methodology here. Are we going to be working with traffic or non-traffic, masonry, glass, aluminum, others? And then the ASTM C719, this is the Hockman cycle that I referenced earlier. And typically, what we're recommending is a class 50 or greater neutral cure silicone for both commercial construction, residential construction, and mixed use projects. We would like to see a class 50 or greater spec'd out for those projects and installed properly, so that you're going to have the most beneficial joint sealant for that application over time. We'll take a look at some of the UV testing that we do. This is just, a photograph of the actual UV testing machine that we have in our laboratory. And, these tests are done at various different temperatures, different levels of humidity. There's moisture that's introduced over time as well. So as we discussed, it's very important not just to understand what happens to the actual sealant itself, but also, is there staining that can take place with the other components. And when we look at D412, this is for the tensile strength for the sealant itself. So these sealant coupons is what they're called, the same dimensions, whether you're in our lab or in Dow's lab or 3M's lab. Everybody is doing it the same way. And this is we're testing the structural the strength here of the sealant itself so there's nothing. We're not testing for adhesion at this point. We're just testing for the sealant itself in terms of tensile strength. Now, when we begin to test for the movement capabilities, this is where we do have to have excellent adhesion. Otherwise, you're not going to have that movement, right? The movement doesn't matter if you don't have adhesion. So you have to have excellent adhesion to the various different substrates. But then this Hockman cycle is a series of 10, it's typically a cycle of 10, ups and downs where we're compressing the sealant, upwards of 50%, and then it's elongating. So we're pulling it away. And when you have a class 50, this is where you're going to have 50% elongation and 50% compression. When we get to the low modulus neutral cure silicones, this is where we can get up to 100% elongation. So if you have a half-inch joint, but you suspect that it could move as much as to another half of an inch. So now you have a 1 inch wide gap. For an expansion joint in masonry applications, this might be a little more common. So these low modulus neutral cure silicones, their elastomeric properties allow for that much movement. However, we can't get to 100% compression, right? So it's still at 50%. So that's why it's called it's really easy for all the others because the class 50 is both, right? But when we get to the class 100, we can't have 100% compression. So it's at 100/50. The hardness of an adhesive sealant can actually indicate what type of application that you should be considering. So if it's going to finish off really hard, it's probably intended to be more of an adhesive than it is for an elastomeric sealant. Of course, it'll do both, but the harder it is, the more it's more likely it's going to be used for its adhesive properties. And the more elastomeric it is, the more that it will actually expand and contract, like we talked about with a low modulus neutral cure silicone. The more likely it'll be used for things like expansion joints, where we're going to have a great deal of movement. So on one side, you'll have structural applications, and on the other side, you'll have some non-structural perimeter weather seal type applications, for example, with expansion joints where you're expecting more movement. And that's through the ASTM D2240 or the C661. And it's called the Shore A. When you're looking at a technical data sheet and you see the Shore A or the durometer score, that's what you're looking for. So lots of different types of ASTM testing that we'll make available to you all. As I mentioned, the C1135 is, it includes many different types of tests, actually, the 1135. There's also the aging that takes place. And aging is with UV light and with moisture and darkness and different temperatures. There are tests also where you're going to go into an oven and then from the oven directly to the freezer, and then into the water and then back to the freezer. There's some very aggressive testing that takes place in the laboratories. But what you can do though is you can take the technical data sheets from these various different products, and it could be that they're different technologies. So you could be comparing, a neutral cure silicone versus that of a thermoplastic solvent-based adhesive, and then an acrylic or a polyurethane. You could be looking at different types of sealant technologies, or you could be comparing 3 different products that are in the same class within the same sealant family. So, it could be an AdSeal 4580 next to a Dow 795 next to a Tremco Spec 2, and you go down the columns, and what's most important to you. You can do a side-by-side comparison and determine, if it meets muster or not. Okay, I'll pause there for a moment. We've got about 15 minutes left in the presentation, so I'd like to see if there's, if we go on, drop in an extra poll question there, please, Fulgens.
Sure. Here's the next poll question here. Relating to joint sealants, section 079200, which spec software platform provides the most utility to your firm?
Thank you, Fulgens.
Thank you. Let's see if we could take one of these questions here. Tristram asks, is the right side sealant the same as it is letting B water through, showing damage?
Okay, that may have been in reference to a photo that we were looking at, the right side sealant? Is that what it was?
This was from this was from earlier on, yeah.
Okay. Maybe if there's a timestamp on that question, I can think back to what slide we may have been looking at for that particular sealant. Actually, yes. I'll get back to that individual probably just afterwards, so yes, that we can. I'd like to just dive in a little bit on that, since we'll need to reference the actual slide that we were looking at. Sorry for that.
Absolutely, no. It's at 9:23 is a timestamp, but we can address that later on. Let's go ahead and end this poll and share the results here. We have 58% AIA Master Spec, 5% RIB Spec Link, 5% Spec Wizard, 6% Whole Building Design Guide, and 27% other or third-party spec writer.
Great. Thank you all. This is helpful for us in terms of how we're engaging the specifiers with this, technical data that we're showing here. We need to know where it's most appropriate to make it available to you all. So I'd like to quickly go through a few more. We do have an entire presentation dedicated to building facade glazing with structural applications. So this is a little bit of a teaser, if you will, on some of that information, and then we'll have something for compatibility toward the very end here. But we do need to understand that when we're working with structural applications, we're also working in conjunction with a structural engineer, because we've got to take into consideration the regional wind load calculations, how large these units are. That's going to help determine the actual joint design when we're looking at this. But when we're looking at temporary pressure plates on a structural application, this is a great picture to show a 4-sided structural curtain wall application. So for those of you who are working on commercial work or some of the mixed use, maybe it's the bottom layer too, where there's some storefront retail where you'll have some structural curtain wall applications. You can have 2 or 4-sided structural curtain walls, and a 4-sided is where there's actually no mechanical fasteners, permanent mechanical retention for these insulated glass units. It's actually going to be a structural neutral cure silicone that will be applied on the back side of each one of these units. And then once cured and allowed 21 days for it to go through its full cure process, these temporary pressure plates will be removed, and at which point in time, they'll go ahead and install into this joint cavity a soft open cell bicellular vacuum rod. It's compression fit, so it should be about 30% larger than the width of the joint. And then they'll press it into about 1/2 inch or so exposed, so that they've essentially set the joint, the sealant depth rather for that joint. And then they'll go ahead and apply a secondary or a perimeter weather seal will go around. When this is where you would want to have a class 50 neutral cure silicone. So the structural silicone on the backside and the class 50 neutral cure silicone on the exterior. Here's a quick diagram for it. Your framing members and your mullion, and then your spacers. Insulated glass units are coming into play. This is where your structural silicone comes in, tooled in, and then we can remove after 21 days at 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 50% relative humidity. We can go ahead and remove those temporary pressure plates, install that soft open cell bicellular backer rod, and then we'll tool in this class 50 neutral cure silicone into place here. So that's a great diagram to showcase the structural application. There's a lot of different types of joint designs that we'll review in our building facade glazing presentation. However, this is a good sneak peek at it for those of you who could use a refresher perhaps, or are seeing it for the first time. And that secondary seal that I referenced earlier for the insulated glass unit, that's in yellow here. It's very important that this on a structural application must be a structural silicone. Usually that's done in, this is done in the production facility. That's where they use a 2-component structural silicone. But this is, we want to prevent also staining, and we want to ensure there's going to be good compatibility with all the different materials. So we wouldn't want to use a urethane or anything like that. In non-structural applications, sometimes you'll see that this will be a urethane product, but then we can have some staining issues from the urethane. So it should be a hard spec requirement for structural neutral cure silicone for structural curtain wall applications. For non-structural perimeter weather seal type applications, it'll be more of the class 50 neutral cure silicone. Two-sided is where you'll have some mechanical retention. For example, at the deck level, there could be some horizontally some mechanical retention, but then on the verticals, it would still be chemical adhesion with a structural silicone to the mullions. So 21 days, 23 degrees Celsius, around 72, 73 degrees Fahrenheit, 50% relative humidity. Very, very important for that. As we look at perimeter joints, this is, around doors and windows. It's the same sort of thing, minimum 1/4 of an inch, maximum 1/2 of an inch for expansion joints and perimeter joints. Very important to keep in mind the sealant backing and tooling. So even with a backer rod in place, if we don't come back and shape it or tool it into place, we're not going to ensure that there's good coverage of the adhesion. We need to make sure that the sealant is engaging the substrate fully. So something to keep in mind there, as well as the importance of tooling and backing. And then a lot of verbiage here. Again, you'll have a copy of this presentation, but the most important thing is that it's clean and dry, and that we're not installing it when there's moisture content or dust or debris and so forth. That 2-cloth method that I talked about, you'll see in ASTM, is where they're using one cloth with isopropyl alcohol. They're coming back with another cloth that's dry to wipe it off. Joint design, another little teaser here. We go through a lot of this in our building facade glazing presentation. But we talk about anti-adhesive tapes that are being utilized, where a backer rod that's a polyethylene type material and also anti-adhesive, it can be utilized. It's so that we're not bonding to multiple different things. We want to just bond the sealant should be adhering to the substrates that are intended. Typically going to be a minimum 1/4 of an inch, maximum 1/2 of an inch in terms of depth, and then tooled into place. So you'll see that concavity there. All across the board is how we're tooling it. And we know that when we're pressing it toward the center, that we're pushing it to the outside, and then we're maximizing engagement of that adhesive sealant with the various different substrate components. You'll see here across the board, a minimum 1/4 inch, maximum 1/2 of an inch. Okay, keep this in mind. If there is some testing that we could do for you all, through ASTM C1521, we like to do this at the mock-up stage. However, it can be done throughout the project to ensure there's a good application. We do recommend the use, certainly when you're working through compatibility, which we have an entire presentation on as well, but another teaser here is that you're using a silicone or PVC setting block because with neoprene or EPDM type setting blocks, you can actually have some staining, especially if a polyurethane is utilized or some sort of urethane is utilized as a secondary seal around the insulated glass unit. And then you can have some issues where you have some staining coming through on your presentation, on the facade. And then this is some of the bubbling and pitting that can take place if you puncture a closed cell backer rod. So this is why open cell systems, but bicellular with a membrane around it, are the most important. We can work with you all on your on providing CDPH documentation, lead projects and so forth, and then keep us in mind. We are very consultative. We go direct to market. We'd be glad to work with you all. It's all complimentary. Whether you're using AdSeal or not, we will be glad to take a look at your Division 7, Division 8 master spec to do a side-by-side comparison, and we can offer, hey, this looks great. A couple recommendations in terms of updating based on new sealant technologies. You can take that into consideration as well. And we'd be glad to do that for you all. So that ends the presentation for me today. Thank you all very much. And if there's anything else that we can do for you all, please let us know.
Dan, thank you so much. Excellent presentation as always. And the Q&A questions will go to the Q&A report so you can respond to them offline.
Thank you so much. And I'll be looking forward to receiving those.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, everyone, here is the session code for making sense of sealants. 137304, 137304. One moment there. There it is here, 137304. It's also in the chat for you as well. Please enter your session codes at atsseminar.com. At this time, we're going to take a quick 20-minute break. We'll be back at 10:30 a.m. with Glenn with FSR for Hotel Marcel and Sinclair Hotel, a case study on hotel energy efficiency. So hang tight and see you soon after the break. Hello, everyone. Fulgence here with ATS, and as always, I'm joined by Jen, here to highlight our featured on-demand course of the week. Hello, Jen.
Hello, Fulgence. So we've got a break this week from our usual seminars. So we're going to feature an on-demand course, and that course is sponsored by ADFAST. It is all about the building facade glazing, key installation procedures and considerations. Now, this sounds like a window course or glass course, and it is, but it features sealants and installation of those windows relative to those sealants. So definitely check it out. Back to you, Fulgence.
In addition to that, Jen, any frequently asked questions we might want to cover today?
Yes. So now that we're full into our fall program, you may not know, but we deliver in-person seminars throughout major cities throughout the country. And they are free. You get breakfast and lunch, and you get to network with other folks in these in-person events. And so one of the questions that we receive is, why do I have to give my credit card number when I register if the events are free? And that is simple. If you register and we place your food order and you don't show up, then we need to recoup the money for that food. And so we ask you to, if you're going to cancel within 48 hours of the event. Otherwise, we have to pay for a meal that's not used. So pretty simple. But hopefully you all find a city throughout the U.S. that you can join us so we can meet you in person.
Yes, we hope that you don't cancel your order and do join us in person. Check out all of our in-person events schedule also at atsseminar.com. So whether you're joining us in person or online, we hope to see you at an upcoming event soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from a break. And at this time, we're going to move on with our agenda for today. Here to present Hotel Marcel and Sinclair Hotel case study on hotel energy efficiency. Please help me welcome Glenn with FSR. Glenn, hello, how are you?
I'm doing awesome this morning, sir. Doing awesome. I'm having a Monday on a Tuesday, but we paid for it with that holiday yesterday, but it's all good. It's all good.
Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear that, my friend. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead and get the share set up.
All righty. All right, everybody see that okay?
Yes, you are all set. Take it away.
Excellent, thank you. First off, I want to thank everybody very much for being here this morning. Some of y'all, if you're like me, I was grilling for hours yesterday, and my eyes are still talking to me about it. But we appreciate y'all being here today, and we want to thank you for attending, and we're going to definitely be doing some things to make it worth your time today. Today's presentation about the Hotel Marcel and the Sinclair Hotel is going to be a little different from some of the average presentations you may get on some of these wonderful ATS programs. Before we start the official program, ATS is a great provider of these things, and I'll talk more about that actually in a couple of minutes. But the point I'm trying to get to this morning is FSR is a manufacturer of specialized metal enclosures for commercial buildings, university medical areas, etc. The reason why I'm doing this presentation is not specifically on the technology involved in this as much as it is, and I should say, not what FSR is actually bringing to the table. This is not, we're only minorly involved in this particular two applications. But it's fascinating that this technology is out there, but frustrating because it's not really being pushed very much. The technologies and everything available that we're going to be talking about today, and we'll talk about the specific dates. This is not anything cutting edge anymore. This is stuff that's been done for a while. And I don't see a lot of people pushing to go ahead and to go with some of these much more greener applications, much more energy efficient applications. And that's why we're doing the presentation. That's why FSR is doing the presentation, is because we wanted people to see some of the options that are out there, and make sure that the MEPs or whoever's doing your electrical designs is up to speed with some of these technologies, because they're game changers. They're absolutely game changers as far as how all this is being done. And it's like I said, it's just frustrating to not see more designs out there that is incorporating some of this technology, because as I said, it's not new. So let's jump into it. So what we're going to be talking about today is primarily looking at the low voltage technologies that are being used for these hotels instead of the traditional AC power like most people do today. So today's presentation, we're going to be going back and forth talking about the history of the two hotels, the construction processes and some of the frustrations in those, new technology used, and then some of the results today and where that is and where it's actually going. So that said, both of these facilities were originally commercial buildings. They were originally office buildings, and the one of them is in New Haven, Connecticut. The other one is in Fort Worth, Texas. But the applications with these are still very much in line. They were constructing the first net zero energy platinum hotel. That's the Hotel Marcel. Remodeling these both historical buildings, with Fort Worth being a little bit more easygoing. And my understanding is New Haven, Connecticut was a little bit more hardcore. Everything had to be nailed down exactly like it was and look exactly, as much as possible anyway, as to what the original design was on these buildings, interior and exterior wise. So it made it a little bit harder for them to get these things done. And both of these facilities also were done in a relatively tight time frame, just pushing the edge just that much more to try to get these things done. So starting off, the Sinclair is now a Marriott Autograph Hotel. As I mentioned, it's in Fort Worth, Texas, and it's an absolutely beautiful facility. It was purchased in 2013 by a gentleman by the name of Farouk Aslam, and he bought the building that was originally part of the Sinclair Holdings. This is a 16-story building built in 1929. And but the decor and the deco in this is just over the top. It's amazing to see. But what they have done is they brought in some new low voltage technology that's called fault managed power. Some of it's also called PO is being using what they can use a process called PoE, which is power over the Ethernet. Power over the Ethernet, frankly, it sounds like a nebulous term to me. I like to call it power over your local wired network. Not quite as catchy as PoE, but I think you can get the point. It is a low voltage method for doing a lot of the same things we've been doing the same way for a very long period of time, and it's been done inefficiently. So we're looking at incorporating applications in these between the owner of the Sinclair Marriott Hotel as well as the architect and the systems designers. And by putting all these things together with fault managed power, which it can also be called digital electricity, because that's really what it is. And I'll get into that a little bit more on down in the presentation today. But all of these functions and everything are completely the same as what you could get with working with regular 120 volt systems. And actually, fault managed power systems can give you a 120 volt system, 120 volts, like a regular outlet for those applications as well. But just running through the history, as you can see, it was completed in 1930. William G. Clarkson was the original owner and architect, and Richard Delaney was the owner. What's ironic is this is the Sinclair Prairie Oil Company headquarters, and I don't know if any of y'all are old enough to remember the old gas stations with a dinosaur. Yeah, that was Sinclair, going way, way back. And as I said, and you can see from some of these pictures really don't do it much justice. In person, it is absolutely phenomenal. And that goes for how it looks now, and I'm sure how it looked also before, and maybe even better than what it looked like before. But it was made a historical landmark in 1993. Now, the Hotel Marcel was originally built in 1969, and it is a Marcel Brewer and Robert Agee building made for the Armstrong Rubber Company. Later on, that was Armstrong was bought and it was turned into Pirelli, but the building sat alone, empty, from 1990 until almost 2021. Nothing going on in the building at all. And as a matter of fact, the local people were trying to tear it down, and they did manage to get them to tear out the entire back section of the hotel, which was a conference area, which, as you can see in the top picture here, of what that used to look like. That is gone now, and that's part of a parking area. But the building was fought over and fought over and fought over, and then finally they were able to go ahead and save it. IKEA actually owned it for about the last 15 years that it was around. But now the new facility has 165 hotel rooms. They have a wonderful lobby bar with jazz and fine dining, and of course, many of the electrical charging stations out front, as you would expect from a new building. Now, the construction processes for the Sinclair Hotel was definitely not a smooth operation. They were probably, I don't know, probably a year into the design and the starting of the construction when the owner of the building realized that he did not like the way the power was going to be run and how that was going to work for the different zones and everything in the different areas. So he went and talked to the electrical contractor who had the contract and said, okay, we want to make these changes. And unfortunately, it came back as a major, oh my gosh, kind of change order. And to the point where Mr. Oslam looked and said, there's got to be a better plan. And then what he did at that point is what's kind of changed history for at least this particular hotel and the Hotel Marcel. He started looking at what became fault managed power, and said there's got to be a better way to be able to do this. And he came through, and again, we'll be talking more on that as it goes through. But the lights and everything on the interior are identical to what was originally there. It's just working on low voltage LED lighting now versus the most of how the lights work today. They're high voltage LED lights. And just so everyone understands, when you have one of those new LED lights at the house and it goes out, or in your office and it goes out, it's usually not the LEDs that break, it's the driver, which is basically what converts it from 120 volts to the low voltage that it actually needs to operate. It's kind of like the little adapter you have on your computers, on your laptop computers, where you have to kind of lug that little brick around. That basically is kind of the same thing. So the historical process on this kind of limited some of the things that they were wanting to do outside, but it wasn't in a major way. They were able to get the local historical commission approvals for almost everything they needed without much of a problem. And the owner also wanted to not make major changes in how the building looked. They were all on board with that. What they were really wanting to make the changes on is how the actual system worked and how that would be working in the future. And also, of course, the savings that they were trying to do on making this a much more energy efficient hotel than what it was before. So they started incorporating some different applications in this to make this thing work. And again, this is where digital electricity kind of comes into play. And the cable and the connectivity and everything to tie all this together even includes some of the things like the refrigerators. They are no longer the compressor and the motor and everything that you have in those are also low voltage, and they actually work off of a regular PoE application. And again, let me just stop for a second. PoE, the power over the local wired network, as I like to call it, or power over the Ethernet in the initials, have been used for your phones in offices for years and years and years. This is not a new technology at all, and it's something that's been done for a long period of time. But in the process of them making all this work, one of the things they wanted to make more efficient was the backup systems and the needs for that. So they came up with a battery, and it was an approved by UL system. But in the process of this, going back to the construction, they literally had to tear up the entire front sidewalk so that they could get a crane and lower the new battery system in through the sidewalk into the area below the street where the backup system was going to be. This replaced the expensive, noisy diesel system that most of the commercial buildings today still have. So it was a major, major application for them to be able to make these changes. So when they were looking at changing the technology in this, one of the things they did was replace the panels that you're seeing now. I don't know if these were actually operational at that point when I was there visiting and getting the tour. I did not ask that question, but they sure look original from the early 1900s when you look at those big breakers and that main breaker arm that you have to throw down to actually make that work. But this is actually part of an area in the first floor, technically I guess it's the basement, in the Sinclair Hotel, that they have showing off the battery system and some of the other things that they can actually do there. Now, the application for the Hotel Marcel was much more different. This one, they went at it with the approach that this was going to be a conversion from the existing office building, ironically IKEA, even though they never moved in, office building, and they're going to convert this 7,000 square foot facility in 2019 to a very nice state-of-the-art hotel. It was actually completed in May of 2022, despite the craziness of COVID and all that nonsense that we all had to go through, problems with all the COVID issues. But the project was very interesting because it literally, they stripped the hotel down to pretty much the bare walls. They replaced all of the windows. They replaced the elevator system. Everything was completely redone from the inside out. Some of the problems that they ran into in the construction was, how can I say this nicely, a lack of flexibility, yeah, of the local commission to, excuse me, to make some changes on the interior and how that looked. They wanted to be exactly the way it was before, and I'll explain a little bit more of that as we go on here. But it had some lingering effects on the service today of the system, as well as the actual initial installation to make all this work. But here's a couple images of the actual process and how that's going. And in the image that you're seeing on the right, that is one of the new indoor cassette HVAC systems. And I'll explain a little bit more about how that works also today. But that was one of the cooling areas. This is where all of the electronics is going to go into for the building. They did replace all of their windows, as I mentioned, to passive house standards. They are triple paned glasses and glass on it, triple glazed glass. And they are now also custom hardwood surrounds that were made by a company called Stickley Furniture that's based out of New York. So they did a lot of work to keep it looking as identical as possible. And actually, they didn't have much choice in some of that. What you're seeing on the upper left-hand side is a few of the very many solar panels. There's actually over 1,000 solar panels between the parking areas and the roof for them to be able to have this to be the first net zero energy hotel in the world. That was their goal, and they went for that, and they made it happen. You can see the image on the right where they've got everything stripped down interior wise. This is before they put in the new windows. And then the image on the lower left hand side is an image of the ceiling. This is the actual electronics area for, I think it's up to 4 or 5 different hotel rooms, depending on where it was actually located. But the thing that makes this really hard to work with, some of y'all may or may not remember the ceiling tiles that were made 30 or 40 years ago. They were 12-inch by 12-inch ceiling tiles that fit together in a grid. So they had like a key tile that if you need to access that area above the ceiling, you had to find that key tile and then go ahead and then work your way over to whatever area you needed to get to in the ceiling, kind of like putting a puzzle together. They didn't actually have to have any colors or anything obviously on it. They weren't designed to be facing one direction like some of the earlier 2x4 and 2x2 ceiling tiles, but it was designed where it was a lot harder for you to get into that. And the local Commission for Historical Buildings made them go ahead and make that happen. So this did have a small effect on the ability for them to have quick access into those particular areas, even though there were much better alternatives. So one of the things that happened in the construction process on the Hotel Marcel, and you can see a little bit of a large opening there in the roof. That is where they removed most of the HVAC, the existing HVAC systems. All of that was done on the 9th floor. So because they changed all of the HVAC systems to low voltage systems, they were able to remove all of the older systems, which was a lot of equipment. And basically by doing this, what they were able to do was to get a new 9th floor. So the 9th floor was pretty much emptied out because all that was before, again, was the HVAC system. So by doing that, what they've done is the hotel uses a variable capacity heating and cooling system that's called a VRF, variable refrigerant flow, from a company called Metis. VRF systems operate by moving heat via refrigerant between an outdoor unit and an indoor unit. Each outdoor unit can power up to 50 indoor units. So it's much more efficient than anything that's ever happened before. And all these systems will still, of course, allow you the internal controls for that. So this is what the ninth floor looked like after they cleared out the equipment. You can still see some water laying around here and there. And this is what it looks like today. It is a meeting area. They also offer an area for food preparation and everything on that floor. And they've actually gotten another area, a large area of the ninth floor back that before they didn't even have access to. So it's kind of a bonus in this whole project. So looking at some of the before and after applications a little bit more, this is the main lobby, what it looked like in the 60s. You can't really tell the square ceiling tiles in here, but you can see the very obvious 12-inch by 48-inch fluorescent lights that were there in the ceiling. So what they were able to do is they were able to copy that same pretty much area, locate the same light fixtures. Actually, I don't know if those were available and they had to buy them custom. It might have been custom, but it was enabled them to be able to easily to apply the low voltage lighting in these areas, as well as the changes that they made for getting the HVAC system, so that was actually working in the lobby and some of the other areas, because again, they could show the vents, but they couldn't show anything else. So it just made it kind of a curious kind of application. So this is what the office spaces looked like before. And I did not doctor these pictures up. These were not something I made black and white. These were black and white original images. And this is what it looked like before. Obviously, that one back wall there had windows behind it, which was storage at that time. But this is what the actual suites look like today. They are very elegant. You can see one of the HVAC units in the ceiling. The unit's obviously pretty obvious there in the ceiling, but it's a very nice decor. It's very clean and very straightforward. So what do the systems have in common in both these hotels? Primarily the owner. Sinclair Digital is the one who has designed all this, and this came from the Sinclair Hotel, and what they ended up putting together to make the design team work. They ended up turning that into Sinclair Holdings, and then Sinclair Digital is the design consultant for this. They were able to use, as I said, that low voltage PoE, are also fault managed power systems. And this also, as I mentioned, was enabled them to be able to get rid of that old diesel generator system. And most importantly, I won't say most importantly, but as importantly, they were able to get rid of the storage of the diesel fuel that had to also be obviously right there as well on the hotel property. So what they were able to do in making all this happen is that, and this conversion of a 16-story building, it was just a major change in how all this has worked. A big point in this, did I jump forward 2 slides? I did. My apologies, it really jumped. So by putting this together, and obviously this is in the middle of the construction image, and you're seeing the image on the lower left. This gives you an idea as to some of what they were in the process of doing, putting in all those solar panels, and to make this system the change system that it is today. So by doing this, they were able to obviously greatly reduce the operating cost. And to go back, the cost of operating the Sinclair Hotel was actually lowered by 40%. Actually, it's slightly over 40%. So by changing out the interior lighting, by changing out the exterior lighting, and doing some of the controls, like in the room, you've got a nice little touch screen to be able to operate the lights in the room, open the shears or open the curtains. And then the showers are something else we'll also talk about, but the showers are also pretty fascinating in the buildings. So pretty neat application with how that's working. They're having less heat issues because they don't have those rooms that are the power rooms that are putting out so much heat. Also, low voltage is much more heat efficient, and we'll talk more about that in the next couple slides. They're not paying the maximum required power that you would normally have to for any particular facility. And think about the steel and the copper cost and how much that was less because they did not have the 10 gauge or 8 gauge or whatever type of copper that they needed, nor did they need the conduit. The biggest differences between fault managed power and regular AC power as we know it is it has been approved by the National Electrical Codes to be run without conduit. And the reason for that is because digital electricity is exactly that. Digital electricity is coming out of the output of basically it's a computer server. And so it is sending out digital pulses to a receiver on the other end. And on the other end, the receiver turns it into whatever voltage they may need. So it could be PoE, which is basically 48 volts, or it could be 120 volts. So they can do either one of those, and they can go thousands and thousands of feet, over a mile on the low voltage cabling for this. So it's a major game changer in how this is working. But the reason why the National Electrical Code approved this, and obviously you know they did a lot of testing on this, if you touch the wires together or if you actually touch the power wire going to the receiver from the server, it will shut off in fractions of a second. So worst case, it's going to be kind of like getting that a little bit of electric shock you get from some new carpet and hitting a light switch, that kind of a thing. So it's a major game changer in how that is working. So by not needing anywhere near as much conduit, very little, only what's going into the system for the servers themselves. That's the main source of power that they have in this building. By having that there, the reduction of the steel and the copper is pretty phenomenal as far as how much they've actually been able to do. And as also mentioned earlier, they now have a battery backup system that not only is efficient, but it's much more cleaner as far as the air and everything else, and of course the overall signature of the green effect. So this is the way most of the systems are being done today. Basically, you're wasting at least 20% of the power, and then a lot of that is in that loss where you're doing the conversion from AC to DC. And just so everyone understands, most of the lights today, again, the LEDs, they have that driver or converter basically for easier name for everyone. That does the change. That's inefficient instead of going straight low voltage. If you're looking at computers and the other devices that may be operating in the rooms, that's also very inefficient. And, let alone things like in a hotel, like a hair dryer, which we'll also talk about today. So this is the way the system is being done. And even when you're looking at charging these systems today, it would be absolutely inefficient for you to try to use a battery backup system for an AC building. It just doesn't make any sense. It's so inefficient. It just wouldn't work for more than a fraction of the time needed for this to function for you. So by changing this to low voltage, so basically they take the AC from the street, they convert it as soon as it gets inside of the building, and then they convert that to the low voltage. That is where everything is powered, and it stays that way all the way through. So it's much more efficient than how that was being done before. And most of the time, most days at the Hotel Marcel, they are putting power back into the grid and large quantities of it with as much as they have there. But they've also done some more unique things like the elevators. When the elevators are going down, they're using the braking charging systems like a lot of the electric cars have today. So it's a different effect than, and they're not trying to let anything go to waste as far as how that's being done. But it's much, much more efficient than the way things are being done in most buildings currently today. So here is an idea for everyone on some of the products that are available today that work low voltage. It's a lot. From refrigerators to ceiling fans, height adjustable desks, the televisions themselves, curtains, shears, HVAC system cameras, and actually security cameras have also been low voltage for years and years and years. It doesn't make much sense to have an outside camera and then have an electrical outlet somewhere nearby for them to be able to connect or disconnect that. It's much more efficient by doing it by having the low voltage all the way through the system. And again, the best application for something that we probably can all relate to is the office phones on our desks. The phone I have is also working on PoE, and almost every phone in today's systems are also being done that way. Again, it's just much more efficient and allows them to be able to operate much smoother, very much smoother. And that said, PoE lighting in general. So here are some reasons why it really needs to be looked at a lot harder in people's designs today, in my opinion, the commercial designs. It is easier to install. You don't have to have the people that are both electrical, the regular electrical doing that, as well as the low voltage people. That can be done, and it's much faster to install because instead of having all those cables and everything you have to run for the higher gauge copper, what they're running basically is a 16 gauge multi-pair cable. So that's more like the speaker wire you may have at home for your system at home if you have speaker wires like that today. But it's much faster to install. The terminations, they can actually even be pre-terminated. You can get those with the connector that they need, which is called an RJ45, which again is like that connector that's going into the back of your computer at home for your internet connections. Or maybe again your office phone. So it's very standard, very straightforward with that. You'll save a lot of money in the capital expenditures again because of the cost difference on how this works. This is something that is working off of Class 2, but you can also use this on the National Electrical Codes Class 4 systems. And that is, again, a national thing for the United States, and if I'm correct, also in Canada. But it also makes the whole light harvesting system work better. And today, there are low voltage light fixtures and high voltage light fixtures today that have the light sensors and the occupancy sensors built into them. So that means if there's no movement in a room, it's not a separate cable that has to be run, just the same cables that you're putting into the light fixture itself. That will give you the ability to measure the light coming in. So if your light overhead doesn't need to be on because you've got so much sunlight coming in, then it gives you a good clear way for you to be able to turn that off without anything being added to it. Again, it's just smart technology. So digital electricity, as I mentioned before, is packet based, just like the data today. The difference is this is a very highly patented system, but it does do a great job of doing that conversion from AC to DC for you. Generally, it's either somewhere between 16 to 22 gauge cable for what's being used for that. They can easily deliver up to 60 watts or more of power to the different devices. We'll talk more about some unique devices here pretty soon, but you can see some of them are mentioned here, like the vanity lights, desk lamps, interior lighting, etc. Now, what could have made this installation a whole lot easier is if they had let them make some changes. And again, I'm not criticizing them either way. They have the right to say, okay, we want it to be our way for the historical committees. If they had allowed them to use the more contemporary enclosures, then this would have been a system that was much easier, much faster to get serviced when they do have problems, even though the problems from all understandings and everyone that I've spoke to at these facilities has been minor. It's something else that I probably need to look into is the maintenance on this for the long term. But my understanding is it's also greatly reduced from what it was before. The systems, though, as you can see from the different subtitles here, they're actually operating the different light switches. They're using the PoE for the actual digital switch. They have passive optical network control in these rooms too. and also Bluetooth. So it's kind of like you're covered with Bluetooth. So if you're at the house and you've got a Bluetooth speaker somewhere and you've got your phone in your pocket, you walk a ways out and all of a sudden you hear it cutting out on the speaker or maybe break connection completely. They have a mesh, a Bluetooth mesh that makes it so that that does not happen as easily if they want it to happen at all. So they have that ability. And then the controls I mentioned too, which we'll show next, on some of these rooms and how they actually work are also making major changes. So this is some technologies that is in the Sinclair, I'm sorry, the Sinclair hotel. So for example, as you can see in the upper right-hand image, that is a TV screen that's built into the mirror. So when you're shaving or putting your makeup on the mirror, you can be watching the news, listening to music, whatever you may want. They actually even have the ability, since it is a hotel, if you're ready and you need to call your valet, you can actually push a button and call your valet. So they can go ahead and bring your car around. So it is pretty impressive having that ability there. The image you're seeing of the equipment cabinet in the middle image there, that is what is powering all of the low voltage equipment in the building. It's one single rack, which also means they don't have all those circuit breakers and a lot of the other things in the different floors. It's done very intelligently. There's backup systems, so if something does shut down in a particular area, they have another way to be able to get around that. It's very intelligently done. And as you can see, the decor and everything is just absolutely gorgeous. But they were basically able to, as I said, lower the overall cost of the electrical power in the building by over 40% using these systems and to make that work. Now, the backup system, this is not an image of the diesel system that they had there at the Sinclair Hotel. But they do have one there now that is one of the first UL 924 rated batteries. So it does give you the ability to, as I mentioned, that there's like four panels there. Those are hot swappable batteries. So if one of the backup batteries does decide it wants to stop working, because the technology does that sometimes, they have another one there. They can actually just pull that one out and swap it out without having to shut anything down. Also in the backup, this is the Hotel Marcel backup power system. And what's really interesting here is it works the same. So you've got emergency power, which is obviously separated from the standard power being used for the day. It does meet, of course, the UL 924 for emergency lighting and the power equipment needed for the facility. But they actually had a blackout there. I think it was 2024. They had 180 people there for a big meeting, and the power went out in New Haven, Connecticut. Everywhere the power was completely out. This is during the day, but it did not happen at the Hotel Marcel. It was absolutely, they had no idea that anything was even going on. The meeting went as scheduled, no hiccups, no problems, and it was major kudos for the people actually operating the system at that point because it was pretty phenomenal. Now let's talk about some more applications in some of the different areas and some of the technology that they have in here. This, for example, is one of the mini bars. This is basically a low voltage refrigerator, and it gives you the option without the compressor or the evaporators I mentioned here. It's also very efficient and keeps everything very cold. Major change in how that works. I'm sure we've probably all been in hotel rooms and there's noises coming from somewhere in the room, and it's usually going to be the refrigerator talking to you, especially the older hotels. Another major change is the cordless hair dryer. They are providing you with a new technology that is available now. This is a cordless hair dryer. It works off of a ceramic element, excuse me, and is actually able to be charged low voltage and to let you use that instead of your traditional hair dryer. Now, if you are in the room and you do need to go ahead and do that, there is an electrical outlet there that will handle that. But hair dryers are probably one of the most powerful devices used in a hotel room that they really can't control. They take a lot of power and to make them work, and this is a very nice alternative for that. Kohler is the company that has the digital TV and what they call digital shower. So as you can see the little control system on the left-hand side of your image, you can actually see what time it is. You can control the temperature of the water you're using. You can choose between 3 different types of power heads for the shower, as well as being able to turn your music up or down, and as well as choose it in case you want to change what you're actually listening to in the shower. So it's pretty fascinating that it is able to do this, which also means it's IP67 rated, so it can be used in the areas where there is a lot of water. AIBC make the door locks. These are your basic room access systems, and also allows you the mobile ability, so you can do these with your phone. So you can use the app in your phone to be able to go ahead and check in and to operate your locks without even going by the check-in counter and go straight to your room. I don't know how many of y'all have been to some of the newer hotels lately, but that's something that's pretty common today, as they do give you that ability to be able to do that. But at the same time, it's not taking up a lot of space. There's nothing crazy about the door or anything. The electric mirror that I mentioned earlier is pretty fascinating. And as I mentioned, you can choose between multiple channels of TV, just like if you were sitting in the room itself. You can listen to music, weather, whatever it may be, order room service, you name it. And last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, is calling the valet to say, hey, I need my car being ready. So the technology in the Hotel Marcel is basically over 1,000 solar panels on both the ceiling and the parking areas, giving them a lot of areas. And as you saw on that area above, looking at the top of the roof, they also were able to use some new technology, and they put a lot of regular ceiling light, actually daylight in, by going through the ceiling through a mirrored system that's available, just to be able to reflect the light into it to, again, the less use of light that they actually have to use, not to mention just bringing in natural lighting. It's more efficient. They can pull power from the grid, as I mentioned, but it does have a lot of capability internally for its own power. And through the net metering, as I mentioned here, the hotel does push out a lot into the grid on normal days. And I'm sure that's even winter days up there in New Haven, Connecticut. Some of the highlights from the Sinclair Hotel in Fort Worth, as I mentioned, over 40% reduction in power in the building from what it was as an office building, what it was previous. They have over 2,000 lights, all controlled over a network. So they have, and again, multiple redundancy backup and everything on this to make sure there's no hiccups. They have the battery backup system, which right now, I guess I'll also mention here, there are some parts of the United States, and I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in California, that, like a lot of other cities, they require the hotels and the other different buildings to power their backup systems up ever so often to be able to do that. And these diesel systems are unfortunately being fired up, which I've heard that there's actually being fined for turning on the diesel in some of these areas because they have not come up with a good alternative. And they also could be fined if they don't test the diesel for the battery backup system, make sure it's working. So it's kind of a ugly kind of catch-22. But if you think about the decreases in the greenhouse gas emissions from these two hotels, it's a lot. And again, this is not, some future technology we're looking at here. This is technology that's all available today. And some other applications with this, the Hotel Marcel, as I mentioned here, is the first net zero energy platinum hotel. It's the first hotel to be able to do this. There are many hotels now that are also being built in different areas, and I'm sure they're going to try to take it up to a whole new level to from where they originally started. But it is definitely a great method for you to be able to, again, to decrease the gas greenhouse gas emissions and everything else. But if you look at this hotel, it'd be a shame to have torn this down. I think it's actually beautiful architecture, and the methods and the ways that these people have worked is also pretty amazing. The company that's doing most of the inventing and everything on this new digital electricity is a company called Volt Server. And again, we have no relationship with them. I'm mentioning it, so if you want to make a note, you can go to voltserver.com and you can learn a lot more about this technology and what they're doing and how they're doing it. It's pretty fascinating, and there are also different companies out there now that are helping with the design for these. It's something that I have seen over and over and over working with some of the electrical designers. And just so you know, I've been working in the low voltage and the construction building processes for over 40 years. This is not something I'm just coming reading off of a script here. I have spent more than my time out there as a project manager and doing field work for a lot of different systems out there. And it is amazing how far this has gone. But there, if you look up fault managed power, if you look that up on the internet and just do some searches on it, it will absolutely change the way you're looking at some of the designs you're going to be doing in the future. Some people are looking at this and they're encouraging their clients to do this. Sometimes it's the clients wanting to do something to make changes in this, to kind of take things to a new level. But it is a whole new method for everyone to be able to take the systems and to help with smarter designs and to use this technology, which again, as I said, is available today. It's pretty amazing. So summarizing, there is a lot of this that goes down to pre-planning, probably more so than you would in a normal installation, but in other ways it's not. Today, it's really important that they need to start looking at this well before the first yard of concrete is poured. It's very important. Finding a design team that's current with today's low voltage technology is not as easy as it sounds. You would think that most of these companies are working with that, but what has surprised me is how many people in the construction industries that work primarily with electricity have not heard of fault managed power. And again, it's a game changer. It is going to be how I think things are going to be done in the future. And whether you're residential or whether you're commercial, it still applies. There is, matter of fact, maybe even more so. There are a lot of different technologies available today. And that said, one other thing I want to mention today, this is another area of technology that is it's changing the way we do things. This is called a kinetic switch. And if everyone can see me here, this is what the switch looks like. And there is no places you can see for wires. This is a wireless switch that works basically off of the power of pushing this button. So by pushing that button, it sends a charge to a receiver, which is this little guy right here. And again, this is not something we make. This is just some technology I'm trying to educate everyone that is available. And this can work off of low voltage or 120 volts. It'll work either way. And then this sits next to the device you're wanting to control. So this could be a fan. It could be a light. It could be a curtain, whatever that particular device is, and however you want to power it. This means you don't have to run wires to the wall. So think about that in a like a large living room area or a commercial building where you've got a three-way switch. There could be hundreds of feet of let's say number 10 or maybe even number 8 copper as well as the conduit to make that work. This will eliminate that. You can team these up so you have up to 3 or 4 of these on the same channel. And then by pushing this down, it can either turn something on or off. But in the case of this one, it's actually also a dimmer. So this would be for lights. So I can actually push it once, and it's either in the down stage or up stage, depending on what sequence it's in. So if I push it again, then it'll start taking it up and bring the lights up. But this is another area where professionals have gotten into this. I think it's Leviton now has a version of this same switch, and does have a battery in it, which this one does not. The new ones out there have maybe a 10-year battery in it, which just gives you a backup for the regular kinetic charge on it. And again, most of y'all aren't probably old enough to remember this, but there was a remote control for our televisions back in the, I guess the 60s and 70s, that basically it was like a big clicker. And you could click and you could see the ratchet change around from channel 2 to channel 3, channel 4, channel 5, where it was actually going. It's that same technology because those did not use batteries either. It's using kinetic electric charge to actually make those things work. But it does give you the ability to give you a good, clean way to, again, reduce power in the buildings. And think about what this is going to change in how much wire would be used in a building. It's a lot. It's a lot. And even if it's only a one-way switch, it's still a pretty good bit when you're looking at the copper and the conduit. So again, just a major game changer in how that's working. The other part in the summary for today is understanding the requirements and to make sure you have the pathways and the spaces, and you know where a lot of this equipment is going to go. And then all this goes down to, again, meeting with the different low voltage contractors as well as the high voltage contractors, and having them all get into a meeting with the users of the project, if possible, and the people who are designing it. And then when that happens, which is a major change that Google and some other companies are doing right now on new facilities, they're greatly reducing the hiccups that may happen for those moves, additions, and changes when people first move in, because it's not quite the way they originally designed it to be. So looking at that, again, finalizing this, seek out the best infrastructure solutions you can, and the technology in there. It's a lot and is going to make major changes in both the service as well as the operation to your systems as they are today. And then real quickly, just a couple things about FSR. We are a woman-owned company. We have multiple factories in New Jersey. We make a lot of the enclosures I mentioned in the beginning of this, and that's kind of where we stay. Whether it's the box that's behind the wall on a lot of displays on televisions, we see the TVs and the malls and parking areas and stadiums and airports and that type of thing. But most of those have a box behind it that's locating the digital player or the network access for actually playing the information you're seeing on the screen. It also makes the room a whole lot cleaner than having those wires that we all hate hanging down behind a television. So it's just a couple of things of some of the things that we do. And with that said, I want to thank you again for your time this morning. I hope this was educational. It looks like I do have a few questions, which I look forward to answering. Fulgen, I'm all yours, sir.
Yes, awesome. Thank you. Let's get into these 2 questions. The first comes from Robert. Robert is asking, with the modular heating and cooling issues, how do they manage the requirement for heating and cooling in different rooms? A south side room might be calling for cooling and a north side heating. They can't have reheat coils.
Correct. If I'm understanding the question correctly, the way these systems work is it would not be putting the same the outdoor cassettes are what power it, but the actual internal units are what is going to be giving you the option for heating or cooling in a particular area. So it would not be the same heat no matter where you're going. You have those cassettes in the different areas, and that would power just the area that you want to control. So if it's a larger room, obviously that'd be the same, but multiple smaller rooms, you would have individual control.
Excellent. Tristam asks, is there a percentage threshold of mixing low voltage systems with high voltage that is more or less successful?
Great question. Great question. I think the minimum would be just changing out the interior and the exterior lights. What that would do would be like a major game changer. You'd probably save 30% from what I have seen in these systems, 30% off the top of the building, because most of the interior and the exterior lights do work off of high voltage, which is working off of those the AC systems, and you're also going to save lamp life on the LED fixtures themselves. They're going to last longer because they're not having those more expensive and more tendency to fail the drivers to actually make those things work.
Excellent. Thank you, Glenn. We have no more questions at this time.
Okay. Well, it looks like I'm still a couple minutes earlier. My apologies. Are there any other questions that I can answer for anyone today?
If you do have any other questions, please let us know in the Q&A panel. But none at this time, Glenn. That was an excellent presentation as always. Thank you so much.
Absolutely my pleasure. Everyone have a wonderful week.
You too. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. There is a session code for the Hotel Marcel and Sinclair Hotel Case Study course. 137340, 137340. It is also in the general chat for you as well. 137340. You're very welcome, Kevin. 137340. There it is. And speaking of Kevin, Kevin Harris, if you are ready, we can actually move on with our agenda for the day. So with that said,
I'm ready.
All right. Please help me welcome from AGS Stainless Inc., Mr. Kevin Harris for the benefits of 100% offsite fabricated stainless steel railing systems. Kevin, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Let's see, can you see my screen yet?
It's getting set up here. It's not full screen mode yet.
Okay, let's take care of that.
There
How about
we are.
now?
There we are. We're all set, Kevin.
Perfect. Well, welcome everyone. As Fulgence mentioned, my name is Kevin Harris, dealing with a little bit of congestion today. I apologize for that. I am the Director of Sales and Marketing for AGS Stainless. We're a custom railing manufacturer located in the Seattle area. Been in business almost 40 years now. All we do is custom railing, and we're very, very good at it. I'm also the immediate past president of the AIA's Custom Residential Architects Network, CRAN, and I'm the past co-chair of the National Association of Home Builders Leading Suppliers Council. That's about 130 of the most well-known building product manufacturers in the world. So pretty involved in the construction industry, both residential and commercial. Excuse me. We're going to be talking today about a different way to include custom stainless railing in your projects. It's a way that I think you're going to appreciate, and I think opportunities will come up for you to use it in the future. The images that I have are of both commercial projects as well as some institutional projects. I'm going to show you different images besides just commercial, because some architects do more than just commercial. They're also doing some institutional or some residential. Any place that you would ordinarily want to include custom stainless railing, you can have the railing fabricated 100% offsite. That's going to bring your product costs down. It's going to bring your product quality up, and it's going to drastically shorten the amount of time it takes for the contractor to install the railing. So keep that in mind as we move forward. It doesn't matter the application. Any place you would ordinarily include stainless railing, you can have the railing custom designed and then fabricated 100% offsite, ready to be installed when it's shipped to the job site. This is a interpretive center at a wetlands area right off of LaGuardia Airport. So it's one of the largest wetland areas. It's a preserve in that state. It's a great project. See the custom railing there on the outside. This is a condominium in Santa Monica, California, probably built in the 70s or so, I would imagine. You'll see the old railing there looking out at the beach. And then you'll notice right away the difference when we replace the old railing with the new railing. So clean, minimalistic footprint on the mounting surface, glass, which is a great infill option because it really minimizes obstruction of the surrounding area, which is clearly visible here. So really great way to update commercial buildings, condos, things like that. Very simple. Just replace the old railing with new custom railing, and the visual impact is tremendous, the difference. This is a hotel, fairly new in Palm Springs, Thompson Hotel. Here you see you've got new custom railing, stainless railing on the balconies for the suites. Here is that same hotel. So in terms of visual impact, just absolutely tremendous with the finish that you're seeing. So all stainless, but then the number 4 brushed. That is, that's that finish there, and it's very, very attractive. Flipping back to a residential project, this is a single-family home in the San Juan Islands, which is in Washington State. Just a beautiful area. One of the nice things about stainless railing is there's a lot of materials that you can use to fabricate railing for a deck. For most of them, once they get installed on the deck, they're providing a function. They're keeping people from falling off the deck. But when you go with stainless, custom stainless, you get more than function. You get functional artwork. You get railing that can add as much visual impact to that space as a painting hanging on a wall or sculpture sitting in a corner. And you really get a sense of that with this image here. There's very few people that come and visit your client, walk out and see railing like this on the, say, the rooftop deck, who won't walk over, rub their hands on the railing and say, that is gorgeous. So that's what we're going to be talking about in this presentation, is just how to include more custom railing in your projects. Because of course, budget is always an issue. And typically stainless is at the upper end of all the materials used for custom railing. So we're going to talk about this offsite fabrication process, which will give you a true value proposition, allow you to include the beautiful look, timeless look, ease of maintenance of stainless in more of your projects. This is a school in New York, Poly Prep Country Day School. These are exterior railing. These are the interior rails on that same project. So you can see from both of these two images, I'll just go back real quickly here, a pretty complex stair, both outdoors and in. With offsite fabrication, the manufacturer never has to go on site. All of the cutting, welding, grinding, polishing, all that work for all the components of the railing system is completed offsite. All the components are numbered. Installation instructions are created that ship with the components of the railing system that say all the posts numbered like this go here. All the posts numbered like that go there. So it makes it very, very easy for the builder to use their own crew to install the custom railing. And again, with everything being numbered, installation time is a fraction of the time of going with the traditional system of having a local metal fabricator handle all of this work. Public marina. So again, lots of images, lots of different applications for custom stainless railing. All right, we'll jump into the materials. So we're going to discuss the materials commonly used with railing, and then we're going to discuss the components of a typical railing system. Wood is still the #1 material used for railing. It's about 50% of the market currently. Composite materials are really growing in popularity. They're made from recycled carpet, recycled tires, things like that, Trex, AZEK, Moisture Shield, excuse me, etc. When it comes to metal, aluminum is by far the most commonly used metal for railing systems. And then comes stainless steel. So stainless steel is actually a very small percentage of the railings out there, but no other commonly used material can match the visual impact and durability of stainless steel. And you get that sense from this image here. So this was a really nice project that we did with a builder in Minnesota, Edina, Minnesota. And every year at the International Builder Show, there are a number of homes that are set up in the parking lot. So you can see prefab homes while you're visiting the builder show. So we put the railing on one of the homes in the show a few years back, and this builder toured the home. He came up to me and said, "Hey, I got a project we're building in my hometown there of Edina." He said, "And the challenge is I want to do custom stainless railing in this home." He goes, "Well, we're on the street of dreams. And if you're familiar with those kinds of projects where the builders get a number of homes on a street all set up and then people tour them, there's always a tight construction timeline because usually the homes, the street of dreams is every year. So like 8 to 10 months to get it done, which for a lot of projects is a challenge. And that was the case with this project. Ryan said, we're on the street of dreams. It's a few weeks out, and I can't get any of the local metal fabricators to fabricate and install railing because they're all working on the new stadium. So he said, "Can you do it?" So I went out, visited him. We fabricated the railing, and within just a few short weeks, he had it. And again, it was super tight timeline, and he didn't have anyone really to install the railing. So he had his drywall guys who weren't doing anything at the time install the railing. They didn't know anything about railing, but because they were provided with numbered components precisely designed to fit the projects accurately, and they had easy to follow installation instructions and told them where all the components went, the drywall installers were able to install the railing in this project. It was a fairly good sized project, railing in and out, and it turned out absolutely gorgeous. And Ryan, it's Sustainable 9 Design Build in Minnesota. I invited him up on stage for our Dwell on Design conference that we presented at a few years back. And he said that everyone who walked in the front door of this home on the Street of Dreams, the very first thing they did was walk over to the railing that you're looking at and rub their hands on the railing and say, "This is absolutely gorgeous." And you're going to hear that as we go through some of the other images because it's absolutely the truth. When you're talking to your clients early on in the design process, it's very important to help them appreciate the potential visual impact that custom stainless railing can add to their building. And again, there's a lot of very inexpensive materials. There's a lot less expensive materials that you can go with than stainless to keep people safe when they're coming up and down the stairs. But custom stainless railing has the potential to add tremendous visual impact to the project. So those are the composites that we're going to be discussing today: wood, composites, aluminum, and as you see in this image, stainless steel. Let's see, Fulgens, I think I've got a couple questions. Could you maybe ask the first one?
Yes, let's launch the first poll here. How often do you include off-site fabricated, prefabricated products in your projects? And while they're working on that, let's see, we have a few questions. If we can take one here. Adam says, some of presented railings facilitate climbing, which is not permitted in public building. That was a comment that he's making in regards to the railings being climbable.
Yeah, so it really depends on where the project's located, because a lot of code restrictions really come down to the jurisdiction having authority in that particular geographic area. So most railing manufacturers offer a number of different infills. And so that would be the case with our company as well. So as you see in this image here, we've got stainless cable horizontal, but we also have stainless cable vertical. We'll talk about infill options in just a little bit, but yeah, we are sensitive to whatever that local jurisdiction's requirements are, making sure that the railing that we're designing for the project meets code. We have an engineer on staff. We provide all the engineering calculations and technical drawings for the railing so that the builder is able to submit those. So it's a good question. Lots of different choices. We will work with you to pick the infill that's the perfect fit for that particular project.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go ahead and end the poll here and share the results. We have 28% often, 54% sometimes, and 18% have not as of yet.
Excellent. Well, to those of you that are including 100% offsite fabricated architectural components in your projects, I give you a round of applause. And the reason for that is because a lack of skilled labor is the #1 challenge facing contractors today. And it's especially true with highly skilled labor. So when you choose architectural products that are prefabricated to precisely fit that project and then delivered to the job site ready to be installed, you free up the contractor from having to find more and more highly skilled personnel. So like for an example, with our product at AGS, with just custom railings, typically, as you see in this slide here, architect will specify custom stainless railing and oftentimes just leave it up to the contractor to select a metal fabricator to design, fabricate, and install the railing system. That's kind of the historic way of having this product, custom stainless railing, added to a project. So what's a local fabricator, who we refer to in the industry as a job shop? They can build anything out of metal, door, hardware, hood systems over ranges, on and on and on. So what you're going to have when the contractor chooses a local metal fabricator are maybe 2, maybe 3 highly skilled people, 10, 15, 20 years experience in metal fabrication that are going to fabricate and install the railing system. With offsite fabrication, it's a completely different way of creating the product, where we don't rely on going on site to dial everything in, which are referred to as field modifications in the railing industry. So with 100% offsite fabrication, there's no on-site cutting or welding or grinding or polishing. The railing has been custom designed to fit that project and then fabricated, ready to be installed with just a few simple hand tools. So what that means for the builder is they can just install the custom railing themselves with their own crew. They don't have to find a local fabricator and rely on the local fabricator to do that work. So whether it's custom railing or any of the other products that you're including in your project, to the extent you can find a manufacturer that will custom design it and prefabricate everything and ship it out ready to be installed, you're taking a tremendous weight off of the contractor, because it allows them a greater opportunity to complete the project on time and on budget. Another big plus is that you will have a higher quality product if it's fabricated off-site in a quality control environment. And I'll show you some examples of that as we move forward. Another big benefit of going with a company that is super specialized, which many times the companies that do 100% offsite fabrication aren't fabricating 50 different products. Typically, they're just doing one thing, and that's the case with AGS and custom railing. We only do custom railings, the only product we make, whereas a local metal fabricator, a job shop, they could do anything, and they do. Tables, on and on and on. When you have a company that's super specialized, like the companies that do 100% offsite fabrication of products, we're great resources for you in the design part of your project. So again, using AGS as an example, there is no railing challenge that we haven't dealt with many, many times in 40 years of doing this. So we're a great resource for your design team. We'll help you figure out how to accomplish this, how to accomplish that. Again, I mentioned we provide all the engineering calculations, all the technical drawings. We can provide images of how other architects have handled challenges similar in the past. So we're a great resource when you're designing the project. Okay, we talked about the most common materials used for railing. Now we're going to break down the railing system and look at the individual components. So posts are our first starting point, are posts. So again, posts can be made from wood, aluminum, composite materials, or stainless steel. Wood is by far the product that has the lowest cost of entry of all the materials that we're going to discuss briefly here. Lowest cost of entry, but for outdoor applications, the greatest amount of required maintenance. But you have to admit, wood can look fantastic. I'll show you a few images here of where you can combine wood and various components of stainless steel and really come up with a great look. This is an indoor application. You notice that the main posts are wood, excuse me, but you'll notice the intermediate posts are stainless steel, and there's stainless steel cable running through those posts. So that's a nice look, combining both wood and stainless. It's another example of a really nice outdoor look, combining both wood and stainless steel cable. So stainless steel cable has exploded in popularity. It's the fastest growing infill on the market. Attaching the stainless steel cable to wood posts, for an intermediate post, the simplest solution is for the contractor to just drill a hole through the post and run the cable through. At the end posts, you will typically find a non-adjustable fitting on one end post and an adjustable fitting on the other end post on that run. That allows a contractor to tension the cable runs, which is necessary.
Last time you and I spoke, I was thinking that they were going to make all of the railing, but there
are a lot of different connectors that you can use to attach the cable to the posts. See some examples here. Your manufacturer, your railing manufacturer, will work with you to help you pick which component is best for that particular project, for that particular application. But as you can see, a number of different options are available. Okay, we talked a little bit about wood. Now we're going to transition into aluminum. Aluminum, again, is the most common metal used for railing systems. The primary reason is because aluminum is very easy to work with. Stainless is a different story. Stainless, very hard to cut through stainless, and this is a challenging material to work with. And so since most railing is installed by contractors, And most contractors aren't set up to do TIG welding, TIG, which is typically what's done for stainless steel. They opt for aluminum. It's very easy. You get the aluminum railing in stock lengths from the local lumber yard. You cut it to length, either with mechanical fittings or an adhesive. You put the components together. So aluminum is very, very popular with contractors. When there's stainless on a project, typically is because there's an architect involved in that project, and the architect knows there's a difference, tremendous difference between a product functionally performing and a product that functionally performs but also adds beauty to the space, functional artwork. Here you see in this aluminum railing system that it is black. So aluminum is not a very noble metal. So if you're including it in a project and it's going to be outdoors, and especially if it's in a high impact area, close to salt water or heavy industry, things like that, it needs some kind of protective coating. The most common coating is powder coating, and black is the most common color that's typically found on aluminum railing systems. When would you use aluminum as opposed to some of the other materials like stainless? If you're designing a very large building and you've got multiple floors, you might choose a lighter weight concrete because you're dealing with weight issues. Same thing with the balconies. Aluminum is a lot lighter than stainless steel. So maybe you would choose to go with aluminum in the balconies just because you got weight issues to consider. But even in a project like that, you might still want to go with the stainless for the grand staircase in the main building. And if any place you really want to send that message of quality, that would be the place to use stainless. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. You also will notice the difference between the wood posts in the previous image and in this post, the aluminum post. Aluminum posts are typically 2.5 to 3.5 inches in diameter. And that gives you a smaller footprint on the mounting surface. Here you'll see with the aluminum posts, 1.5 inches square. So, excuse me, with the stainless post, 1.5 inches square. So stainless steel is heavier than aluminum, but it's a lot stronger. So we can get away with a much smaller footprint on the mounting surface. So if your goal is to minimize obstruction, then you should definitely consider stainless steel. This is a train terminal in New York, La Marqueta. You can see that the stainless just has got the wow factor, and it really makes all the difference in this space. I like to illustrate it with high-end kitchen appliances. Like if you think about maybe a Sub-Zero refrigerator or a Wolf gas range, what are the chances that on the front of that brand new $25,000 Sub-Zero refrigerator, if there's a metal, it would be aluminum? You're probably thinking 0 chance, and that's accurate. If there's a metal on the front of that high-end kitchen appliance, it's going to be stainless steel. And it's going to have this exact finish, number 4 brush. It's that satin finish that just makes people go, wow, that is gorgeous. So again, we're talking about being able to include this look in more of your projects by specifying 100% offsite fabrication when you do the spec doc, because there are a lot of different materials that can be used for railing. And at the end of the project, all projects run out of money, right? And railing is one of the last things included in the project during the build out, because you need it to get your certificate of occupancy. So railing is one of the last things. All projects run out of money. And it's very easy for the project owner to go, hey, let's just value engineer another railing choice. That's what we're going to talk a little bit about as we continue to move forward, because when you explain to your clients early on the potential visual impact of the stairs in their project by going with stainless railing and the value proposition of 100% offsite fabrication, they'll fight to keep the stainless railing in the project. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we drill down on quality and pricing. This is a seafood restaurant down in the South. And, I talk about functional artwork. I think you'd agree with me. The railing adds as much visual impact to this space as the jellyfish artwork hanging on the wall. But you know what? You can't use the jellyfish artwork. It's there. It looks great. The railing, the client will use every day. So now we'll talk a little bit about composite materials. We talked about wood. We talked about aluminum railing, and now composite materials. These are the railing products made from things like recycled tires, recycled carpet. Oftentimes, the composite railing is a sleeve that fits over the top of a wood post. So you can see the composite material posts can get very bulky very quickly. And what happens is that it's great for, like, say, a rooftop deck in a office building or a hotel or whatever, rooftop deck. But when you go with composite materials, you lose a great opportunity in design. Railing can really unify your indoor and outdoor living spaces using the same railing in both. But it's very difficult to bring composite posts indoors because they're so bulky. So it's low maintenance, attractive look, but you will lose your ability to unify your indoor and outdoor spaces if you go with composites, because you can't use the same railing in both environments for the most part. We compare that to stainless steel, which looks just as great outdoors as it does indoors, and it allows you to, again, unify the indoor and outdoor spaces in your home. This is a great picture because it's kind of transitioning between main space and the kitchen. And you can see just how comfortably stainless falls. Also, you can see that 1.5-inch diameter post, very thin, and really minimizes obstruction of the surrounding area, especially when it's combined with the 1/8-inch stainless steel cable. This is a good opportunity to touch on maintenance and durability. So if I was with you all and I said, hey, for question for everyone, what's the most common metal in your kitchen? I believe everybody would probably say stainless steel. And there's a reason for that. Stainless steel is very easy to take care of, right? You use it, you wash it, you can use it again. It looks just as good. So stainless is very easy to take care of. Excuse me. Looks great and resists corrosion very well, especially when you choose the 316 marine grade stainless steel. And one of the advantages of a company specializing in one thing and focusing on offsite fabrication and that value proposition, which we'll talk about in a minute, is that we buy our raw materials in very huge quantity because we only do this one thing. We're not doing all kinds of different metal products. So because we buy our raw material in very huge quantities, as a company that prefabricates, we can offer a higher quality material for the same cost as a manufacturer who does like one-offs, because they buy the material for the project. Whereas like with HES, we buy the material for the year. So we're able to offer all of our clients the 316 marine grade stainless as opposed to the more common 304 stainless steel. Like for an example, the Peace Arch in St. Louis, that's 304 stainless. 304 stainless is easy to take care of, but it does require some ongoing maintenance if you're in a high impact area by salt water, heavy industry, things like that. 316 in those high impact areas also requires some maintenance, but a lot less. It's much easier to take care of, but it costs more. So again, another advantage of going with a company that's super specialized is your costs are going to come down. You're going to be about half the cost of somebody local fabricating to the same standard of quality as if someone prefabricates everything and ships it to you ready to be installed. So that brings us into talking a little bit about quality. Before I get into that, Fulgence, could you ask that second question?
Yes, absolutely. When including metal railing in your projects, do you more frequently specify aluminum, steel, or stainless steel? All right, just a few more seconds here. All right, thank you for those who participated. We're gonna go ahead and share the results here. So Kevin, we have 33% aluminum, 33% steel, and 33% stainless steel.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Wow. Well, for those doing carbon steel, galvanized aluminum, oftentimes those decisions come down to budget. Not every time, but oftentimes it comes down to budget. So as we talk about a little bit more about this value proposition for prefabricated custom stainless railing, hopefully we'll encourage that 66% of this group to start to include stainless more on your projects. Okay, so excuse me, we're going to talk a little bit now about quality so that we can do pricing. Anytime you are specifying something custom in one of your buildings, when you're comparing one manufacturer to another, the first question should not be, how much does it cost? And that's because there could be a tremendous difference in the way one manufacturer creates a product and the way another manufacturer creates a similar product. And that's very true with metal fabrication. Products can look very similar on images on the internet or in a brochure, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about is how to identify railing that's fabricated to a very high standard of quality. Because from time to time, what's going to happen is after this presentation, you're going to go, man, I like that idea of 100% offsite fabrication of my custom railing for my buildings. You're going to specify that in a project, and the contractor who wins the project is going to come to you and say, hey, I know you specified a company that will prefabricate everything, but I've been working with XYZ metal fabricators for 10 years now. They're very good at what they do. I have a good relationship with them, and they're saying that they can fabricate the railing for that building for a lot less than the company you specify. When that happens, this is what you do. Tell the contractor, that is great news. Have your fabricator make up a post for me, exactly the way they would fabricate a post for the building. And then you get a post from the company that's going to prefabricate the railing, the one that you specify. And then you can have the contractor come down, and then you can just set both posts side by side. And you can say, okay, let me show you what I'm looking for here. Here's the difference between these two products. So step one, I mentioned to you that with offsite fabrication, 100% offsite, there's standardization. So at AGS, we can fabricate anything that you and the project owner can dream up, but we don't, because we won't be able to meet the value proposition that we're looking for our clients. So we give you choices, but we won't do anything and everything. If you have a client who says, look, what I want is an original work of art on my building. I want leaves and branches and hummingbird. That is the perfect project for a local metal fabricator. They will thank you. They will create that for that client, that one-off original work of art. Where you would specify a company like AGS is when the client says, it's not about the money. I want the highest value for the money that I spent. That's where prefabrication comes in. So we standardize to provide the greatest value to our client. So all of our posts come from the same raw material, right? 1.5 inch square tube. You have two options with the post. You can have the post come all the way up, and we will weld a mounting bracket to the top, and then the top rail sits on that. Or you can have what you see in this image right here. This is a post stem reducer. Very, very popular look. The stem reducers are separate from the posts. They're a cast metal product. So to add a stem reducer to the post, we cut the post stock short, and then you add the stem reducer on. Now, the simplest way to add the stem reducer to a post is with an adhesive. You apply an adhesive to the bottom of the stem reducer, and you pop it into the top of the post. The way a master metal fabricator would install a stem reducer to a post is not with an adhesive. The connection would be welded. And you see that here in the image on the screen. Not only did we weld the stem reducer to the post, we ground the weld down and we polished it so that it looks like one continuous piece of metal. That takes a lot more time than just adding an adhesive and popping it into the top of the post. I'll show you that look here. So this is a very well-known railing manufacturer that fabricates with stainless steel. You can see the stem reducer at the top of the post, and you see that visible seam that goes all the way around the post, showing you that they're separate component. But you'll notice that the stem is actually outside of the hole. So that means that post has failed. And you can really tell when you look at the post in the background there. So that post has failed because it was not welded. It was glued. So a master metal worker fabricating to the industry's highest standard qualities is going to create products that have, where there's a connection, the connection will be welded. So as you're comparing the product from the local fabricator and then the product from the company that will prefabricate everything, you're able to say to the contractor, I want welded connections where there's connection. And the weld should either be invisible, which we saw in that last image, or a work of art. So at the very top of the post where that first image was, the stem reducer and the post, there's not much pressure when you're pushing on the top rail that high up the post. All of the pressure is at the bottom of the post, the connection between the post and the base plate. So you see all those little puddles at that connection between the post and the base plate. This is called a fillet weld. And all those little puddles, that's called a roll of dimes. It's like you have a roll of coins and you push them out with your thumb, all done by hand. Now, most metal railing products have a cover, a base plate cover, an escutcheon cover that goes over the post all the way down and covers the base plate. Most metal railing manufacturers use MIG welding, M-I-G, to make their welded connections. MIG welding is very strong and very fast to lay, and many of them use robots to do that work. That's quite different from what you're looking at here. This is a work of art. All those little puddles precisely executed by hand. You can see the difference in this image right here. So on the left, stainless, MIG welded. On the right, stainless, TIG welded. MIG welding is fast, but it's not that precise. So a lot of times you'll get little spattering all over the base plate. Whereas on the right, TIG welding, a lot slower to lay, but very, very precise. So no spattering. So when you're talking to the contractor and he's saying, I got a fabricator who could do it for a lot less money, you can just go send me post sample. You get a post sample from the prefabricator and you put them side by side. You can tell the customer, the contractor, this is what I'm looking for. There's connection in the railing system. I want it welded, not glued. And if the connection should either be one of two ways. It should either be invisible or it should be absolutely gorgeous. And then the fabricator, the local fabricator, will tell the contractor, I can't do that work for that price that I quoted you, because it's a completely different fabrication process. It's a lot like automobiles and Henry Ford. So prior to Henry Ford, all automobiles were custom, master craftsmen making them, very expensive. Henry Ford changed that dynamic by saying, look, I don't want a couple people who know everything about metal work and cars. I just want you to do this. I want you to do this. I want you to do this. It's the same exact thing with offsite fabrication. We have a team of people that do the design work, a team of people that run our fiber laser tube cutting machine, team of people that do all of our welding, a team of people that do the grinding and the polishing, team of people on packaging and shipping. So we don't need someone with 20 years of experience who can build anything out of metal to build our railing. They just got to do one thing. We train them to do one thing very, very well. By the time your railing for your building gets to the end of our process, it will look just as good, if not better, than if the person with 20 years experience fabricated it. But it will be about half the cost. Do I have one more question, Fulgence?
Yes, we do. Let's go ahead and launch that. There it is. What feature of an offsite fabricated stainless steel railing system would most influence your decision to specify it in? And while they're working on that, Susan asks, how do you keep stainless steel railings clean? I have a client that has them and they always have brownish spots after rain or from dew. Impossible to keep clean for more than a day or two.
Yeah, if you could make sure that you give that, Fulgence, if you could make sure that you capture that so I know
Yes.
who it is, I will connect you with a company that will provide them with cleaning material that will take care of that. So we call that T-staining, and it's easily taken care of with the right cleaning material.
Awesome. Thank you. I have make sure I label that for you, Kevin. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results here. So we have 33% ensuring consistent product quality, 33% faster installation time, 23% creating a strong visual impact, and 10% reduced on-site labor needs.
Nice. 1, 2, and 3 makes sense. I would take a moment though and just talk about the faster installation time. We try to remind everyone when they're choosing products that when you're talking about total cost of ownership, installation time has to be included. And it can make all the difference because someone could be bidding a price lower than the other manufacturer, but the time and the cost to install the price that is initially lower, that installation cost can push them way beyond the other product that had a much shorter installation time. So to illustrate that, I mentioned to you that aluminum is the most common metal for builders to install railing systems. It is not uncommon for aluminum cable rail systems to have more than 20 separate components that need to be assembled on site, taking a whole bunch of time. Whereas with 100% offsite fabrication, the product is shipped ready to be installed, not put this together with this and that and that. The post is complete and ready to be installed. So it's not uncommon to be 50% less installation time when your product is shipped to you ready to be installed. And that can add up to a lot of money. So keep it in mind. Huge difference in installation time and cost when the product's custom designed and then prefabricated to the ready to be installed state. Okay, we've got top rail, 2 different options there: wood, aluminum, composite, stainless. Key bullet points: there's some cool stuff being done with aluminum, like making it look like wood and things like that. But the thing you need to be conscious of is that Aluminum and stainless are dissimilar metals. So if you're specifying aluminum posts with stainless cable, you got to clearly call out in the spec doc separation between the two metals because they're dissimilar and it will accelerate corrosion. Composite materials can look great. Rooftop deck, you've got composite decking, you've got the stainless posts. You want to do composite for the top rail. The challenge with composites is that if you're in an area that gets really warm in the summer, you can get deflection in the top rail. So there are different composite options, but you might want to specify some kind of a metal, stainless or something support for the composite materials to sit on top of. But you see the wood, that's my favorite. You can really just tie the whole system in and the wood softens the stainless. This would be a by others material, so the stainless manufacturer is going to provide all the stainless components, and then the contractor is going to fabricate the top rail out of the same material they're using here for the decking, car decking, and for the stair treads. A few different stainless options on the left. Round stainless, very grippable surface. In the middle, flat stainless, just easy to see through, less obstruction. Here you see we use the round for the top rail, and we use the round for the ADA handrail as well. A lot of times we'll have the flat for the top rail and the round for the ADA handrail. So one of the things to keep in mind is that when you're looking at infill material, you have a few choices. I mentioned to you that stainless cable is the fastest growing infill material right now. But one that you may not be as familiar with that has a lot of the same design aesthetic is rod rail. This is a great look. In fact, a lot of people feel that the rods are actually more elegant than the cable. So here we have cable. And I have a few more rod images coming up. So the rods, they feel, are a little bit more elegant. So the strength of the cable is it really disappears when you take a few step backs. The rods, 5/8 inch rods, just add beauty to the space. Disadvantage of cable is that even if the mounting surface doesn't move over time, just gravity pulling on the horizontal cable runs is going to cause the cables to slack. If you go with the rods instead, there is no periodic retensioning that's required. So that might be a plus for some of your clients, just not ever having to dealing with periodic retensioning of cable runs. Another very popular infill material, so we've covered cable, covered rods, is panelized infills. And here you're looking at the most common panelized infill material, which is glass. If your goal is minimizing obstruction of the surrounding area, clear glass is your best call, but you do have to maintain it more than some of the other options if it's going to be outdoors. If you're not focused on minimizing obstruction, there are a lot of other really neat things you can do with glass infill. Here you see a privacy screen. Looks great. If you're designing something that's by the ocean, you might need a windbreak to make a part of the property more comfortable for the project owners. So a lot of different options. Glass looks well as an infill indoors. And it looks great outdoors as well. Mesh panel is another infill option. There are a number of companies that are really amazing at this. This is a banker wire product. So this is Dave & Buster's restaurants. We got specified by ARIA group a few years back. So we're in a lot of the Dave & Buster's. You'll see the mesh, and then banker wire created a stainless U-channel to surround the mesh. And then we're holding the U-channel in place with those clamps, which are painted green. So the architect specified that the clamps, the posts, and the round top rail all be powder coated green. Now that's different from aluminum. With aluminum, you have to powder coat it. Stainless, marine grade stainless, you don't. but you can, and depending on the design, the project, it can just really add a lot of visual impact to the space. So here's one example of mesh panel powder coated railing. Here's another example. This is a restaurant in St. Louis. So you see the mesh panel and you see the powder coated U channel. You see the clamps are powder coated. The stem reducer is powder coated. The posts, and the contractor fabricated the wood top rail. It's an absolutely gorgeous look. So if you haven't been on Banker Wire or McNichol's websites, I encourage you to go. So we talked about cable a little bit, talking a little bit about code. The most important thing there is to be working with a manufacturer who can help you walk through the code requirements for the area that you're designing the project. The number one thing to focus on in terms of codes is that 4-inch sphere rule. 4-inch sphere is not supposed to be able to fit through the separations in the infill panels or underneath. So the manufacturer will work with you to make sure that you meet code. So this is another example of stainless railing powder coated black. The marine grade stainless doesn't need to be powder coated to protect it from the environment, but it can look fantastic. This was an ARC Record House of the Month a few years back. It's a really cool project in Lake Tahoe. Okay, we covered a little bit of code requirements. Again, your manufacturer will help you. And again, keep in mind that the rods eliminate the need for periodic retensioning, which depending on the client might be exactly what you want to do. So we focused a little bit on quality. It's important to determine to what standard of quality the product that's being built for you meets, because then you can do a fair apples to apples comparison of price to determine which gives you the best value. All right, I'm going to skip forward here. And I've got just a couple of minutes. So I want to skip forward and walk you through this slide. So one of the big pluses of working with AGS Stainless is that this is the only thing we do is custom railing. We've been doing it for 40 years. So there's lots of little things that result in you having a higher quality finished product. Number one, because we only do one thing and because we're trying to deliver a tremendous value proposition to our clients, we standardize. So I talked to you a little bit about we standardize on 316 marine grade stainless, and we just order a year's worth of material to bring the cost down as low as possible and to be able to get all of our clients a higher quality stainless than what is common in the industry. But that value proposition also transfers to the equipment that we use. So this is a fiber laser tube cutting machine. This is what we cut all of our raw material to length. We burn the holes for the posts, things like that. Very few fabricators, local fabricators, are going to have equipment like this. It's very, very expensive. They're mostly going to have CNC equipment. It's very, very expensive. And they need to be able to do lots of things with the equipment that they have. We don't. We're not building hood systems or any other thing. We're just doing stainless railing, and we standardize on our raw material. This machine is accurate to 4/1000ths of an inch, super specialized. So if you're going with a company that doesn't have this kind of equipment to build the rail depth, and let's say, for example, you're going to do cable infill, when you're on the straight run, the cable's going to run pretty true through all the holes in the posts. When you come down the stairs, though, it's a different situation. And oftentimes when you look through the round holes coming down the stairs, the cable will be off as you go down. We cut our holes elliptical on the stair post so that the cable comes cleanly right through the middle of all the holes. That'd be very, very difficult for a company with CNC equipment to knock out. But with the fiber laser tube machine, it's no big deal. And again, accurate to 4/1000ths of an inch. So that means with CNC equipment, you've got to brush off the little hanging chads and there's abrasions that you've got to clean up. With the laser tube, there's none of that. The post is cut, holes are burned, comes out clean and ready to go into welding. So when you're dealing with a company that specializes in one thing, like we do, custom railing, you're going to get product fabricated to a higher standard of quality than what is common in the industry. You're going to reduce your product cost by 50%, and you're going to reduce the time and the cost of installation by probably about the same 50%. And your clients will thank you, and they will fight to keep the custom stainless railing in the project when you get to the end of the project and money gets tight and we start talking value engineering, because you will have value engineered the railing solution at the very beginning of the project. Okay, that's my presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Yes, absolutely. So William asks, composites is just a label. What are they typically composed of?
So those are the products like Trex, AZEK, Moisture Shield. Those are recycled carpet, recycled tires. They're typically recycled products.
Thank you. And William asks, for a stainless top rail, is there a way to decrease touching heat from prolonged sun exposure?
Well, I've been working for AGS for about 11 or 12 years now, and I've never had any customer say the railing is just too hot. I can't hold it. I can't. That hasn't not happened yet. I'm not saying it never would, but it hasn't happened yet. And we ship all over the world because we don't go on site. We've designed a process where we're working with the builder remotely. We design the railing, we ship it out ready to be installed. So because we never go on site, we're shipping all over the world. So we're shipping to Saudi Arabia, we're shipping railing to the British Virgin Islands, we're shipping railing to Hawaii. Lots of places that are super hot, and they have, infinity pools, and they're by the ocean and all those extreme climates. So again, that's not to say that no one has ever said, oh, my railing is too hot, but we have not registered that as a complaint. Will metal heat up in the sun? Yeah, for sure. But I've yet not heard anyone say, we just can't even touch the railing.
Thank you. And William asks, have you ever used frosted or figured glass infills?
Absolutely. Yeah. So whatever the panelized infill product is, there's acrylic products, there's all kinds of different glass options and other material options that are panelized. Whatever the panelized infill material is, that's by others. And we would use our clamps, the same clamps we're holding the glass in place with, to hold that product in place as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. No other questions at this time.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank all of you for being on this program. AGS, we love working with ATS. They give us an opportunity to meet a lot of great architects. If you do have any questions, there's my contact info on the screen. Feel free to reach out to me, and we look forward to working with you on your next project.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation as always, Kevin. Appreciate it. All right, everyone, there is the session code for you all, 137388. It is also in the webinar chat for you as well, 137388. Please submit all your session codes via your ATS account at atsseminar.com, 137388. At this time, we're going to head into our next break. And we'll be back with our next course at 12:45 p.m. And that will be with Yancy Hughes with GeoLam. Hang tight. See you soon. All right, everyone, welcome back from a break. At this time, I'd like to introduce you all to Yancey with GeoLam for non-combustible and NFPA 285 tested wood aesthetic technologies for commercial projects. Yancey, hello.
Good. Fulgens, how are you?
Great. How are you? How's everything?
Great. Thank you. Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and share your screen.
All right. Find the right one. Okay. All right.
Just need to go full screen there.
Working on it. Give me just a second. Okay. How we doing?
I'm still waiting for full screen on our end. There it is.
Okay. All right.
All set, Yancey. Take it away.
All right. Take it away. A very, very good day, everyone. My name is Yancey Hughes. I am the National Sales Director for a company called GeoLam. And we are going to talk today about wood aesthetic technologies that you can use in class 1 to 3 construction. And we're going to talk about 8 different technologies. I've got 3 poll questions, which are very easy. Fulgens will administer. I like to use physical samples in our program. So we'll go, I have physical samples to show you the technologies. And here we go. Here we go. There we go. Program is continuing ed, sustainable design, HSW, and a GBCI credit. Of course, the great people at ATS will handle all those submittals for you. GeoLam is our sponsor. I'll have 8 to 10 minutes at the end of the educational content to pretty much make you an expert on GeoLam. I can do that in 8 to 10 minutes. So again, as I mentioned today, when you're designing for all practical purposes, a non-combustible building, you're more often than not, you're working with cold technologies, glass, metal, masonry, just things that don't provide a lot of warmth and beauty. So many times you'd maybe like to incorporate a wood aesthetic into that elevation to enhance the elevation. Well, natural wood many times obviously will not qualify as non-combustible, but there are products in the market that you can use in 1 to 3 construction. So that's basically, we're going to cover 8 of them today. There's 1 or 2 more that I know of that aren't in the program just based on the time restraints, but we're going to cover 8 today that you can use in 1 to 3 construction. Now, these technologies are either non-combustible or a combustible technology that has a NFPA 285 assembly that you can specify. So we're going to talk about 8 current market technologies. And what we're going to do is exactly the same for each product. We're going to compare them. We're going to talk about their core technology. What are they made of? Is it sustainably manufactured? And then really we're going to look at life cycle performance. Do they hold color? What is the maintenance required to keep the warranty in effect? And what is the warranty? Does it prorate? Does it transfer? We'll try to highlight some of those items. We're going to talk about installation for each product. Best practice. Okay, every project will have its own variables to address, but I'm going to give you the best practice of what's needed for each of those. Are matching decorative elements available? Let's say your elevation, you want to, you want to dress it up, you want a screen, you want some louvers, things of that nature. Some of these technologies can provide exact matches and others cannot. So we'll mention that. And last but not least, knowing that each of you work with projects that don't have any budgets, we're going to talk about, I'm going to give you some square foot installed cost for each number. It's a guideline. It's a good guideline, but I don't know your market. You may deal, if you're in California, Chicago, higher labor markets, maybe you're in a union environment, you may have to make a local adjustment, but at least you'll have a proportional guideline to work with. So I want to mention very quickly the NFPA 285. Again, this program is not about this standard, but a combustible product technology can be used in 1 to 3 construction if they can pass this very, very challenging standard. You know, the NFPA 285 is a 30-minute vertical flame spread. And the way you can pass it with a combustible material is by you use fire stops, typically horizontal fire stops. Most often than not, they're metal of some kind, because you need to stop that vertical flame movement for the 30-minute test standard. Now, this is a pass or fail test. 30 minutes and 1 second, or excuse me, 29 minutes and 59 seconds is a failure. So it's a very challenging standard that some of these technologies do have a tested standard that you can specify. So here we go. 1 to 3 wood aesthetic technologies. Here are the 8 that we're going to discuss. We're going to talk about a wood plastic composite hybrid. This is a combination of aluminum and a wood plastic composite co-extruded to the aluminum. Phenolics, Trespa, if you would. There are 2 techniques in this category that are used to provide a wood aesthetic. Fiber cement, of course. We're only today discussing the wood aesthetic fiber cement, not the primed and painted option. And we've got 3 types of wood aesthetic aluminum in the program because they are different. And when you're considering one of these, I think the difference is in installation, length options, warranty, maintenance requirements are important for you to understand, and I'll point those out. There is one wood plastic composite, solid wood plastic, that can comply with our program guidelines, and I've got porcelain in there. There is a wood aesthetic porcelain that is an option to give you to use in 1 to 3 construction. So we have 3 very simple poll questions today, and Fulgence will now launch our first one.
Absolutely. Here is the first poll question here. Which of these technologies have you specified? Please check all that apply. 60 seconds. All right. Thank you for those who participated in the poll. So,
Thank you.
Yancey,
Okay.
we have 45% wood plastic composite hybrid, 21% wood aesthetic phenolics, 62%
Okay.
wood aesthetic fiber cement, 15%
Okay, yeah, no
sublimated
surprise there.
powder, 6%
Yeah.
digitally inkjet, 9% foil, 38% solid wood plastic composite, and 17% wood aesthetic porcelain.
Okay, that's a lot of solid WPC. Okay, Fulgence, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
close this, and we're going to move to the second poll question, which is much shorter and much easier. Fulgence?
Which of these technology characteristics was most important in the specification selection? All right. Thank you for your participation. And we have 36% initial install cost, 52% life cycle cost based on required maintenance schedule, and 12% sustainable technology.
Okay, great. Those are interesting numbers. Thank you, Fulton.
Thank you.
Okay, those numbers help me, and I appreciate your participation in the poll. So here we go. We're going to talk about 8 technologies. We're going to start with a wood plastic composite hybrid. And this is aluminum with a wood plastic composite cap that's been co-extruded to the aluminum. The breakdown related to sustainability is the overall material is 70 to 80% recycled, but of that 70 to 80%, 80 to 90 is post-consumer, not post-industrial. So it's very much of a little bit better sustainability. 18% recycled wood, and you can just simply read the breakdown. So the life cycle performance of wood plastic composite hybrid. Color retention is excellent. The color is an inherent part of the extrusion. This technology will never require a finish, not at time of installation nor in the future. It is, matter of fact, discouraged from trying to put a refinishing on it. Number one, if you try to change the color, you're going to go from a zero maintenance technology to a routine maintenance, and you're going to void any of the 10-year non-prorated warranty that's still in effect. So it's really not recommended to try to refinish. Moisture, it's a metal product, it's irrelevant. Sustainability, you can recycle up to 96% of these boards. Now, to get 96%, you'd have to separate the composite from the adhesive from the aluminum. I have no idea how to do that. If someone did call me and ask me, well, we've had some storm damage, we cannot reuse the boards, what do we do for recycling? I'm going to recommend that you simply burn off the composite and recycle the 78% aluminum. I believe that would be far more time and cost effective. Warranty, as I mentioned, is 10 years. The key to the warranty is the fact that it is 100% non-prorated and it's 100% coverage. The installation of hybrid. Again, hybrid is mostly aluminum, so it's very strong, but it's also very lightweight. These boards will install up to 24 inches on center. You do not need a clip or a furring strip. Now, if your design preference is a full brain screen, space your furring, space your continuous insulation, whatever your GERT system is, space it at 24 inches on center. And many times your traditional CI subframing is 16, not 24. So that's a pretty good, 1/3 savings in that CI system. These boards are going to be hard screwed to solid contact. You will need to, you have a choice of butt joint spacing of an 1/8 inch, or you can actually install these with a tight butt joint. The key to either choice is it's not going to change when you have temperature variation, because these boards are hard screwed to plywood OSB, some sort of a GERT, or you're screwing through JIP, through Den's glass into a metal stud. So they're not going to move. Again, very lightweight. The standard inventoried length is 12 feet. They're available to 19 feet 8 inches. And this company, these boards can be what we call optimized within custom lengths. Many times on a large soffit order, there's a lot of different widths, perhaps. And, to minimize waste and minimize butt joints, the manufacturer will actually look at the exact cut lengths needed and determine the best lengths for manufacturer to ship to the job. So it's a very nice option to minimize waste. Again, I pretty much told you, you're not going to ever put a finish on this. And if you are designing with continuous insulation behind, 24 on center, no more than an 1/8 inch joint ever. So you never have that worry of see-through. You're not going to see mineral wool or ISO or whatever's behind the boards. Rated as non-combustible. Can use them in any class of construction. And yes, this technology does offer a lot of decorative elements, including some of very large dimensions, 4x17. This is a 2x12. You don't often see these large dimensions available, but this technology, you can get that if needed. So now we're going to talk about fiber cement. And again, today we're talking wood aesthetic fiber cement. The wood aesthetic is created in the factory. It's a variegation of paint. And from a distance, it gives you that shaded high-low look that kind of looks like real wood. And I think 62% of you have used this, which is, no surprise. It is a popular material. All fiber cement is sand, cement, and cellulose. Your choices now are many times also density, high, medium, and low. There's one manufacturer that takes the base technology and actually adds a ceramic coating option to it. So obviously fiber cement's very popular. I'm having a hard time getting my mouse in the right place. Life cycle for fiber cement. I believe color retention is overall good, depending on the density of the material. The higher density boards, typically they're at a higher price point. The finish quality is better. Realistically, I think 7 to 15 years before refinishing is a fair average. Related to moisture, fiber cement has to breathe. It's a non-permeable technology. I know you install it and specify it that way because otherwise it will trap moisture. Sustainability, it's concrete, never going to rot, bugs won't eat it. End of life, you cannot recycle it. No way to reprocess it again. Warranty, 15 years is the average for the core material. The finish warranty will vary by manufacturer, but again, this is a painted surface. So again, it's going to lose color gradually. So you're going to find the warranty for the finish will start prorating as early as year 3 and go to year 15. The installation of fiber cement, we all know it's heavy, 5 to 7 pounds per square foot. Takes special tools to cut, not only because it's hard material, but also you must control the dust from cutting fiber cement because fiber cement contains crystalline silica, which is a known carcinogenic. Pretty much covered furring. I put not soffit friendly. You can use fiber cement in soffit. The one caveat is you're going to need additional subframing to deal with the weight. You're not going to be at 12 or 16. You may be at 8-inch spacing to hold the weight. Non-combustible, it's concrete, won't burn, any class of construction. No decorative elements. So again, if you're looking to screening, other type of decorative accents, you're going to have to go outside the fiber cement technology. Pardon me. Phenolics, high pressure laminates, they have 2 techniques they use to provide what is sold as a wood aesthetic. The one in the image here is this one, which is a paper scrim, if you would, that's pressed into the paper sandwich, and it's pressed in and it gives you that look. The basic technology, you can read it, it's paper. It's glue and paper all pressed together under heat and pressure, and that's how they make it. It's kind of a paper sandwich. The life cycle, the colors, you don't put a finish on these boards, so color retention is good, should be low maintenance. Moisture needs to be addressed with proper rain screen installation. These boards are paper. You obviously never want them to have access to a source of moisture. Can begin to delaminate and on the ends. Sustainability. At time of manufacture, it's quite good. Recycled material, paper materials, low VOC. End of life, no way to recycle it. You can't separate the components. It will end up in a landfill. Now, in a landfill, it's not leaching VOCs or hazardous material. It's just in a landfill until some of it starts to break down. The warranty is 10 years for a high pressure laminate. I would honestly challenge you with these to look at the warranty from the manufacturer. The other technique is there's one company that actually puts a real wood veneer on their high pressure laminate. So there are actually two choices with this technology to give you that wood aesthetic option. The installation of phenolic, you will have open joint spacing. You have to allow the boards to move because they have resin and they have a lot of expansion and contraction. Again, a 3/8 inch to a 1/2 inch gap may be of concern. A couple of ways to address that. In this image here, there's a piece of black tape. You can also put up a full black water-resistant barrier, CR Dorkin, WR Grace, many companies make those. But again, you want to make, seeing through that 3/8 inch gap may be something you'd like to address. One thing about phenolics, you have an unlimited choice for sizing. Pardon me. The manufacturers typically all make some sort of pre-made cladding profile, 6.5 inch shiplap, whatever. But phenolics are produced also in sheet goods, 4x8s, 4x10s, and 4x12s. So you have an option within those dimensions to fabricate any size you want. Maybe you've got a need for large panels in your elevation. That's easy to do with phenolic. Maybe you want multiple sized panels, right? You want some 2x8s, 1x7s, 1x whatever. You can just have it locally fabricated. You will also make a choice of whether you want hidden or exposed fasteners. It goes without saying that the hidden fastener option is initially more preferable, but a lot of times budget drives it to matching screw exposed. No job site finishing. These are finished boards, and you can utilize this technology in soffit and or cladding. So phenolics are produced in both Class A and Class B formulation. Well, you have to specify Class A or use Class A to use in their tested 285 assemblies. They use a lot of horizontal fire stopping, typically metal, to slow the flame down for the 30-minute time frame. Again, you got paper and glue, which obviously are very flammable products. So you can, obviously they have tested standards, and you can specify that tested assembly and use them in 1 to 3 construction. Phenolics don't offer any decorative elements. So again, you'd have to go outside this technology if you were looking to do a screen, a louver, things of that design. So now we're getting into aluminum. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about 3 different types because I think the differences are important enough when you are considering one of these for a specification. We're going to start with by far and away the most common, what is sold as a wood aesthetic. And the technique is what's called sublimation. Now, there's no real wood in it. This is actually an AMA powder coat with a UV grain laid into it. And that technique is called sublimation. There are no less than 16 to 20 companies in North America that offer, and Canada, or North America is Canada, that offer this technology. By far and away the most common. This is the Longboards Knotwood, the 2 brand names that are most well known. So the life cycle performance, color retention is going to be pretty good. It's a bit of an unnatural gloss when you put it up UV will eventually knock that down. The actual wood grain that is imprinted or laid into the AMA powder coat actually doesn't have UV on it. It counts on the AMA powder coat to take care of that. Should be low maintenance. Moisture is irrelevant. It's an aluminum product. For sustainability, there's recycled material used at time of manufacture, and it can be recycled at the end of life. Now, these boards, this technique, if an installer, for example, orders a 12-foot board, he's going to get a board delivered that's 12 foot 4 inches, and they have to cut off unfinished ends. This process does not allow them to finish the boards to the end. So you cut off 2 to 4 inches of every board, and you touch it up if you scratch it and nick it and mar it. And I'm pretty confident those little bit of ends don't get recycled, but overall the boards can be recycled at the end of life. Now the warranty is 50 years on the material. It's aluminum. The finish warranty is for the sublimated is based on an AMA powder coat warranty. So it's actually, you got 1 year of full coverage and then 15 years. But to keep the 15 years in effect, the client, the owner, whomever, has a very restrictive and stringent annual maintenance to perform. Soft sponge, water, mild detergent, no power wash, products used, name of a maintenance person, designation. It's a pretty restrictive part of the warranty to keep that 15-year finish warranty in effect. So again, I wish I had some concept of how many buildings that have this material on them actually perform this maintenance. I guess I'm a bit cynical, but I think it's a very low percentage. So my question is this a lot of times. If this material costs X number of dollars up front, first cost, and you know your client is going to keep this building, it's a commercial building, it's education, so you know they've got a long-term life cycle expectation, should you factor in 75 cents a square foot, $1 a square foot in 10 years, or let's say over a 15-year term, it's going to cost you $14, $15 a square foot over that tenure? Should that be factored into your first cost? I just think it's an interesting point to make. So the installation of sublimated, they use most of the companies that make this do 12 and 16 foot options. One company does a 24. And with 24 foot, they use a clip installation. Aluminum has a very low rate of expansion and contraction, but at 24 feet, there's enough concern with potential oil canning to where they don't want you to hard fasten it. So they want you to hang it on a clip system. Soffit cladding works for everyone. There's no custom length option with this particular product. So again, you're working with 12, predetermined lengths. Panel ends, I touched on that. You also, the installers have to buy touch-up paint because this is paint. This is a powder coat. It will scratch. So you always have touch-up paint to touch up nicks and scratches after installation. This is a non-combustible material, as all aluminum is. And yes, they do have, I always grab the wrong side. They do have matching decorative elements. So the next aluminum option for wood aesthetic is actually digitally inkjet printed. So if you want knot holes or you want a lot of, it's print. You can, you've got a lot. It's an inkjet print of a paint, if you would, onto the aluminum. It's literally inkjet printed. I believe quite a few of you had history with this. I wrote down like 6%. The color retention is good. If you are looking for a tremendous amount of color variability. Like this picture here. I mean, that's got a lot of variation in it. This is a technique that can provide that for you. This is very low maintenance. Moisture is irrelevant. Sustainability, recycled aluminum, end of life, it can be recycled. 50 years for the raw material. Now, the finish warranty is 20 years with one transfer and does not require a routine maintenance schedule like the sublimated did. This is installed as a true rain screen. 16 foot is the maximum length with no custom available. Softener cladding, and again, this will scratch. Touch-up paint is provided to deal with nicks and scratches. Non-combustible. And yes, they do have, decorative elements. Okay, the last of our aluminum is it's a foil. Actually, some of the companies, they call it a film or a foil. Okay, it's been adhered to the aluminum. I want to call it like a Kynard surface. No wood in it. It's just again a wood aesthetic product. Life cycle, color retention is good. Should be low maintenance. Moisture's not an issue. Sustainability, same as there's all of it. It's end of life recyclable, and there's recycled content up front. Now, the warranty is different. It's a 25-year non-transferable warranty, and this technology does require an annual professional cleaning to maintain that 25-year warranty. So again, should that additional potential expense be factored into this technology's first cost? Traditional rain screen, 16-inch max length, 16-foot max length, no custom option, soffit or furring, works with either detail. Non-combustible, and yes, there is a filmed option. So now we're going to talk about a solid wood plastic composite that does comply with our program guidelines. This is a solid extrusion, and I like to point out that the color goes all the way through. The wood aesthetic is a brush. This is wire brushed to provide a kind of a brushed, light brushed wood aesthetic. This is 50% wood biofiber. It is not recycled. 40% of these boards is a virgin grade PVC. PVC as a thermoplastic has one shortcoming many times. It is toxic if it burns. So it's, the only common thermoplastic that will potentially kill you if you're, in a burning environment. The only company that I know of that's selling this in North America is actually making it in China and Italy. The life cycle. The color is part of the extrusion. You don't put a finish on these boards. Color retention is overall quite, pretty good. It's basically zero maintenance. Related to moisture, 50% wood biofiber. The wood fibers are not completely devoid of moisture. They have 1 to 3% moisture retention. I believe it is best practice when these boards are installed, when you cut them, that you reseal the cut ends. You do not want moisture to wick into these, wood fibers, which are really very receptive because they're like a sponge. Now, if that occurs, the boards are not going to fall apart, not going to swell up or anything like that. But if your project's in a hot or humid environment, there's a tendency to grow a mold or a mildew at your butt joints. It's an aesthetic problem, not a performance problem. But it's, once you start having to clean it, it's going to continually come back because mold needs oxygen, moisture, and a food source. And if you let moisture in there, it's got the food source. Sustainability, well, it boils down to your comfort level with using non-recycled wood and non-recycled PVC. And again, they may or may not, the toxicity may or may not be a concern. Overall, those two things kind of hindered a little bit related to sustainability. The warranty is only a 5-year warranty. The manufacturer is based in Italy. If you have a complaint with this, you're going to have to go to Italy. Now, there are other wood plastic composites coming into our market from overseas, Australia and other places. The one that I'm really talking about today is a company called Wooden, because to my knowledge, and I don't check it on a daily basis, but they're the only ones who have a 285 standard. And that's why they're, these characteristics are applicable to that particular company. Labor installation for solid wood plastic. I think it's labor intensive because it's 3 steps. You need a furring strip, you have to put a clip up, and then you hang the siding on the clip. These boards are 40% vinyl siding. Vinyl siding is 100% PVC. If you have any knowledge of vinyl siding, you'll know it expands and contracts a lot. Vinyl siding cannot be butted together because it can move 1 inch to 1.5 inches. So these boards will have up to a 5/8 inch open joint. If your project's in an area that gets cold, you're going to have a 1/2 to a 5/8 inch open joint during the winter. That's a big spacing. They do not want these boards installed below freezing. They want them to sit on the job site for a couple of days to, quote, acclimate. They want the installers to wear gloves because the wood fibers are very absorbent of skin oils and things, dirt and things like that. Softener cladding works for either one. Now, again, these are Class A boards. They do have an NFPA 285 assembly. It's got a lot of fire stopping, as you might imagine, because you've got wood and plastic, very flammable materials. Yes, they do have decorative elements. Okay. Now, this technology in and of itself is not going to provide very good span or wind load ratings. So if you're using this technology as a decorative element, you're going to have to also add an internal support, like you see in the picture there. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to span very much. Okay, the last technology today, which I invariably covered up, is porcelain. Okay, this is actually a porcelain that's got a bit of a little hard to see there. There you go, wood aesthetic. Well, porcelain is a natural technology, silica, clay, and feldspar, as you can see. Color life cycle. Color retention is good. Maintenance is virtually zero. Related to moisture, moisture overall really doesn't hurt it, but it can be absorptive. So these boards always install as a breathable vented rain screen. Sustainability, where you're using clay, feldspar, and silica, you can recycle it at the end of life. And base technology is 10 years. Again, vented rain screen, you have choices. You can do concealed clips, visible attachment. These are very much engineered installations, typically due to the weight of the porcelain. It's a little like working with terracotta. So it gives you, familiarity with it, but you do have choices. There we go. Obviously, it is a non-combustible material. No decorative elements. So again, you'd have to go outside the technology. So let's talk dollars and cents. With the only technology today that required routine maintenance was the fiber cement. But it's also going to be the lowest initial first cost material. But again, this is 10 years. Let's consider 20. Let's go beyond 20 to the life of the structure, maybe. It's kind of a pay me now, pay me later strategy, right? Does your client want routine maintenance for the life of the building? Or is he willing to perhaps pay a little bit more to go to a phenolic or a hybrid or one of the aluminums to not have any future maintenance? And of course, that is actually going to be our last poll question. Fulgens, do the honors, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are your clients willing to pay a premium upfront for improved lifecycle performance technologies? There was a question that came in earlier on.
Sure, go ahead.
From Adolfo. What is meant by drainage plane?
A drainage plane is typically what I refer to it as is a base house wrap that has like an 1/8-inch rib on it, a little raised part of it that provides at least a little breathability. That is used sometimes in lieu of a full vented rain screen. I think it's stucco wrap is one brand name. Raindrop. Every company that makes a house wrap material will offer a drainage, what they call a drainage plane. And it is, I think, I personally, if you've got plywood OSB and you throw just regular Tyvek on it, typical residential construction, and you put fiber cement on it, you're asking for problems. You need that base minimal drainage plane because fiber cement, if you go back and just type it in your browser, it's been, a lot of it 20 years ago before they realized the problem. You put a non-permeable material over a house wrap. You caulk the joints. Well, that caulk deteriorates. It's very unlikely the homeowner is going to be out there when it's gone and needs replacement. Moisture gets in behind the fiber cement. It's trapped, and it will eat that house wrap, and eventually it will deteriorate your plywood and can get all the way into your studs. Google search, a lot of failures back in the early 2000s. Great question.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and share the results. We have 66% yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's usually we get about 80-20 on that. So I think I always like to say this is a very honest group. So I'm in the home stretch, which is good news. I have a visual product comparison. I'm not in your offices. Time travel is not with us yet. But I want to make the simple point here that I've grouped all the aluminum into one image. But the point is simply this. You want to add a wood aesthetic to your elevation. Only two of these technologies today, the hybrid and one of the phenolic options, had any real wood in them. Every one of these other technologies is trying to look like wood with a paint, a powder coat, a foil, a film, printing, all these other techniques. Now, if you've got a soffit that is 30 feet in the air, maybe whether it's got real wood in it or not doesn't matter. But if this is part of your elevation, and people walk by it to enter the building or whatever else they interact with your screen or whatever, I think, and I'm biased because, my client does have wood, but if you're looking for the wood aesthetic, obviously having real wood in it makes it look more like wood. So let's see here. Okay, that is the quote educational content. Fulgens, do we have any more questions?
Sure. Yeah, we have from William. What is coefficient of expansion for WPC?
I don't have the exact number, but a solid WPC, it's very high. Any wood plastic composite is going to move a lot. Geolam, who we're going to talk about now, we used to sell a solid wood plastic, like the one we talked about earlier. And then when we developed this hybrid, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But we had our solid wood plastic. It moved so much that it had to be installed on clips. And it honestly, during the winter, it perfectly installed, you're going to have 3/8 to a 1/2 inch gap. So I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's extensive.
And
okay.
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Yancy.
No, go ahead. We got time. I got time.
Yes, you do. So 2 questions came in from Tom. One is, do any of these have a fire resistance rated value or can be used in a tested fire resistance rated design detail?
With the exception of the phenolics and the wood plastic composite, all the other technologies are rated as non-combustible per ASTM E136. I hope that answers the question. So I'm not an engineer, but I believe the answer is yes.
Excellent, thank you. And are you aware of any tested fire resistant details using any of these products?
If the cladding is rated as non-combustible, there's really no reason for a quote fire rated detail. Now, if you're looking, okay, I think I understand the question. If you go to UL for an example, or and you want to, if you need a 1 or 2 hour wall system, and you go to UL or whomever, and you design that wall system, any of the non-combustible rated products in the program today, you can put on those. I mean, you wouldn't have to look for any other testing. You could just use any non-combustible cladding would be okay. And if they have specific questions on that, I'll ask my engineer. Okay, I'm not an engineer, but I think you don't really need one if you're cladding or whatever's rated as non-combustible.
And William also adds a detail for type 3 and or 4 construction.
Yeah, any of the claddings today can be used in class 4, right? 40 feet or less. The class 3, all these materials can be used in that. Again, same answer really. If it's non-combustibly rated, it doesn't matter. You can design your class 3 building and just use these claddings because they're non-combustible. Now, if you're using one of the boards that technologies that had to use the 285 assembly, that's a little above my knowledge base. I'm not sure what that would change in your wall assembly. But I mean, we've got wall sections at Geolam for 1 and 2 hour, anything you want. I mean, we can provide that.
Thank you, Yancy. No other questions at this time.
Okay. All right. Let me spend my last few minutes and talk to you guys about Geolam. Geolam is a Japanese company. Been around for 50-something years, but we've been in North America 15. ISO certified for quality and sustainability. I'm an old guy. I can't hide that. My forehead's growing larger and my hair's gray, but this is the best manufacturer I have ever been associated with. Their quality and what they're actually making is remarkable. This is a technically unique proprietary product. It is an aluminum product with a wood plastic composite cap. The aluminum's nothing, it's like everybody's. But the woods and the plastics, they are post-consumer. The woods come from construction waste. The plastics are a polypropylene, which come mostly from car bumpers. So the key to this technology is the adhesive that goes between the aluminum and the wood plastic. And going back to the earlier question we had about expansion and contraction, I'll show you this in just a half second. 19 extrusion lines, over 3 million lineal feet a year. These products are sold worldwide, have been for decades, decades of performance in very harsh environments, Indonesia, Bolivia, Dubai, all over the world. But the key to our hybrid technology is the adhesive. The wood plastic composite expands and contracts by itself a lot. Aluminum does not. That adhesive bonds these two very dissimilar technologies together related to movement and prevents delamination, wrinkling, bubbling. When you cut these boards, there's no peeling. We have done probably close to 1,300 projects with this technology in North America. We have never had a failure. None. It's been remarkable. So after the boards, whatever we're making, go through the extruder, we have a sanding process. These boards look like rough sawn wood. They have a definitive texture to them. That's what we're trying to prevent. All those painted, sublimated aluminums and stuff, they look like paint when you get close up. You get close up to the GLM boards, this is how good they look. They look like real wood. So here's what we make with that technology. We make the cladding, which I mentioned, Vertigo 5010. We are self-distributing in North America. We have a warehouse in Houston, Texas that we sell direct. You see our pricing right there on the slide. Very transparent pricing. But what we sell with this technology, what we've always sold, we sell life cycle performance. This is a premium technology. Is it higher than fiber cement? Yes. Do I have to put a finish on it ever? No. So it's all about life cycle. What's your client hoping to achieve? Is he going to keep the facility for 20 years or is he going to turn it in 10? All those factors. But these boards are sold in actually colors as dark as black. They hold color. They're remarkable. They are also very, very, very easy to install. You do not have to fur them. If you prefer a fur detail, no problem. Put your strips or CI at 24 on center, screw the boards to them. That's how simple this is. Choose your butt joint spacing, 1/8 or tight. Use our trim components or miter the corners. Now, we'll tell you this. If your preference is a mitered corner, you're going to have to specify it. Yes, it takes more time and craftsmanship, but yes, it can be done. And there's a technique where the screws are placed so the boards don't open up. It can be done, and it really looks great. Pictures. We have a lot of pictures on our website. Pictures and samples. Besides what I can tell you about the technology, these are what sell our products. When you see a job or you see a sample, it is a remarkable product. We do a lot of soffit, the look, the aesthetic, the long-term performance. If the boards ever get wet from a leak or damaged roof, etc., who cares? You're not going to be replacing these boards. Vertical or horizontal. This is a good example of our trim components. They pretty much blend in, which is what we hope they do. We do a lot of retail. This facility, this building here, you have EFS, manufactured stone, and GLM. If I own this building, my maintenance is a simple power wash every so often. You can do faceted radius with our vertical cladding. A great example of it here. Commercial buildings, again, it's a commercial building. You want to put your best aesthetic forward. You want to know that aesthetic is the same in 10 years as the day you put it up. That's our mantra. Starbucks, Whole Foods, McDonald's, we've done several of these. We've done fat burgers. We do a lot of hospitality. This is a Hard Rock in Atlanta. Hospitals, museums, projects where life cycle, spend a few more dollars up front to be pretty much guaranteed decades of maintenance-free performance. That's what we sell. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we also do the architectural elements. We've got a lot of them. We've got small, large, medium, thins. We've got a large portfolio. We do some creative projects with this. This is our material on the canopy here. That dark spot in the middle there is the resting place of Mr. B.B. King. Use our elements as a fully exposed vented rain screen. This is a really nice project. That's the GLAM screen. They brought it into the interior envelope. Now, these boards can be used on the interior. They're non-combustibly rated. We don't do a lot of that because these boards are engineered for UV performance. I just like to talk about this little project. As you can see, it's a small medical facility, little outpatient thing, minor medical. If you look at our GLAM boards there's two different boards, two different colors. You got the light and the dark. If you look at the lighter, smaller profile, it's going up and down like an EKG pattern. I just thought that was so creative. If you're doing anything in a coastal environment, a high elevation, this is a tremendous performer. We've got projects at 7,000 feet in black in Colorado. We've got all kinds of coastal work. We can show coastal products that have been up for 8 to 10 years, and they look just the same as the day they put them up. So it's a very creative technology. We can do custom links up to 26 feet. We can assist in engineering and design. This is an HOK project we did. That is roughly that's 1 3/8 by 7 7/8. That is one 18-foot component. It's spanned 18 feet with no additional support. It's aluminum. It's very strong. And as I mentioned, we can help. If you want to work with us in design, wind load, fastening with the architectural elements, we would love to work with you. We also offer one non-hybrid technology. We have one commercial deck. And I mention this because it is the best technology in the world. It is a plastic product with a wood plastic composite cap. Now, it is Class C. So again, I put that out there. But if you've got a project where you really prefer, you don't want to work with a plastic cap like a Trex technology, and your client, hey, I love real wood, I love AAPEI, who doesn't, and all that, but you don't want the maintenance. You don't want it to be gray in 6 months. I don't want to oil it. This is an extraordinarily wonderful option for you to look at. We retain color. This is a 10-year weathering chart. We've got projects now with initial installation and 8 to 10-year exposure where we're delighted to share. These are our 4 standard colors. The 2 at the bottom, they are standard corporate colors. I do not inventory them. I need a 90-day lead time to bring in anything that is not in inventory. We keep a lot of material in inventory, but if the job wants custom links, custom color, we're going to be working on a 90-day lead time. All right. In these last 2 minutes, I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to thank you again I love doing these programs, and I hope you receive some beneficial information. I also want to challenge you that we are successful as a company. This is a specified technology. Yes, we have contractors that recommend us in lieu of competitive products. Absolutely. But day in, day out, we spend our money on programs like this because we need to be and want to be your basis of design. Doesn't mean it's a closed spec, but if we're the basis of design, we're going to get a pretty good chance at the work. We do that by educating you on the technology and making sure we offer to you a good sample representation of what we have. Because if I can get you to understand the technology and its performance and get you to want to show our product to your client, and maybe you are looking at a metal with a foil or paint or whatever, if I can get you to put my product next to theirs and you and your client, I'm happy. My pricing is transparent. I've already told you what it was. Make your choice. You're going to specify GLM many times. And once you specify GLM, you're going to continue to specify it. Fulgens, my hour is done. Thank you so much for helping me today. And deep breath, and I will see you tomorrow, sir. Everyone, thank you again. Fulgens will take care of you from here, tell you how to get samples, and enjoy the rest of your session today.
Thank you so much, my friend. Excellent presentation as always.
Thank you. We will see you tomorrow, sir.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Thanks again, Nancy, for excellent presentation. There is your session code 152640. It is also included in the chat for you all, 152640. Please enter your session codes via your ATS account at atsseminar.com. And Oliver says, we have used your product in our project located in Fairfield, Connecticut. The project name is Illicit Brewing. Very nice. Thank you so much for that feedback, Oliver. Appreciate that. All right, 152640. And without further ado, we're going to move on with our final course for the day. I'd like to introduce you to Matthew Elliott with Green Umbrella, here to present Integral Trowel Cure and Place Concrete. And Matthew, hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Very good. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Share my screen. Hopefully you can see everything well.
All right.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are all set. Take it away.
All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. I know that I believe I am the last presenter for the day, so thank you all for hanging on. Hopefully it'll be worthwhile to everybody's time. As Fulgens mentioned, my name is Matthew Elliott. I have been in the concrete industry for about 15 years. I've worked with admixtures of varying types, and I am currently with New Green Umbrella. The presentation that we are going to give this afternoon is called Integrally Troweled, Cured, and Placed Concrete. And I'll go on to the next page and kind of give you a little bit of information if you need this for your notes. This is our provider information as well as course description, and we can get you copies of this if this is needed. This is an HSW presentation, which this type of designated presentation is one that's usually one that is pretty sought after by architects. So we're making sure we provide that to you this afternoon. So I'm going to do something a little different. I've got 2 poll questions. I like to start with questions because it kind of gives me an idea of kind of where everybody stands with just their understanding and knowledge of the environment. So my first question, if you would take a look at, are you aware of the changes that are taking place in the concrete industry to reach carbon neutrality? And just a single choice question, either yes or no.
Thank you. And we'll give you about 40 seconds to answer that before we move on to the next one. All right. So, Matthew, we have 63% are not aware.
Okay, wonderful, good. And then we'll do the next poll question. Have you heard of type 1L cement or type 1L concrete? A yes or no question.
And we also give you about 60 seconds for that. All right. Thank you, everyone. And Matthew, we have 88% have not heard of type
I'm
1
not.
L cement.
Okay, wonderful. That's a great place to start. Appreciate everybody answering and participating. These are going to play into the discussion and it'll become more apparent the further along we get, but I like to get a basic understanding of kind of where everybody stands specifically to those two questions. The main theme of our conversation and the presentation this afternoon is going to be around changes that are taking place within the concrete industry. And we'll get into more details as to why those changes are being made specifically. But the reality is there is growing changes within the concrete industry, specifically with the chemistries that are found within concrete. And the new chemistries and the whole desire for these changes is all around sustainability. We'll get into that here in more detail. But really what they are finding is the specifications for how you handle specifically curing concrete in the field. The current methods for curing concrete are not holding up to the changes that are taking place within the concrete industry. So we're going to talk about best practices and specifications that include hydration control. So walk you through a little bit about our learning objectives. We have 5 of them this afternoon. We're going to talk about the basic materials and placement processes currently used. I know that there are some very bright minds in this room. We're going to get into the specifics of concrete. We're going to talk about the chemistry and its formulation, get back to the basics, if you will. We're also going to understand the impacts of improperly cured concrete, which is maybe something that you all have experienced in your projects, and I'll identify what happens with concrete when you don't cure it properly. We're going to talk about moisture loss that occurs during concrete placement and its impact on sustainability. And in the last 2 learning objectives, we're going to talk about a proactive solution to cure finish concrete while reducing curling, cracking with a new nanotechnology that is low VOC as well as a pH neutral chemistry. And then at the final learning objective, we'll get into the details of this nanotechnology, how it works, how it's applied, how it's applicable to our projects. So let's start at the very beginning. Let's talk about cements and concrete. So concrete, it's a very heavily studied building material. It's probably utilized in most every construction project that you or I have been involved in. And if you look at what makes up concrete, there are a couple of key ingredients to concrete. There's Portland cement, which we'll get into what that is in a second. There is water. There is actually a chemical reaction that transpires between the components of the Portland cement and the water. There's coarse and fine aggregates. So this is going to be everything from sand, pea gravel, various size stone, and then depending on the application, we're going to throw in some admixtures, whether you're trying to increase or decrease work time, whether you're trying to increase or decrease the amount of water that's being utilized. Most applications, you're going to find some sort of admixtures in that formulation, but very simple ingredients: Portland cement, water, coarse and fine aggregates, and admixtures. Now, what is unique about Portland cement, it is made up of about 75% of 2 compounds called tri and dicalcium silicate. Well, if you introduce di and tricalcium silicate to H2O, there is a chemical reaction that transpires in the formulation of a compound called calcium silicate hydrate and the byproduct calcium hydroxide. Calcium silicate hydrate is the building block, if you will, of concrete. It's what's holding the concrete together. It's giving it its characteristics, its PSI, its break strength, various items like that are all down to a majority of it is down to these reactions. So you can see just in the beginning conversation how integral water is to the formulation of concrete. Without the water as part of this formulation, you would have a bunch of dry mix that would never form into the concrete that you are trying to achieve. So the introduction and control of water is integral. So we talked about one of those ingredients is Portland cement. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the privilege of seeing a facility that harvests and creates Portland cement. I live just outside of Charleston, South Carolina. In the county that I live in, there's 2 of these facilities where they will mine out of the earth limestone and clay, which they superheat in a rotary kiln at 1400 degrees, and they turn it into a lava rock called clinker, which is then ground down into that fine gray powdery material, which we know as Portland cement. And we talked about that in the equation. Well, there has become these changes that I talked about in the concrete industry. It is widely recognized that there is a significant amount of energy that is expended in order to produce Portland cement. And so there are changes that are taking place within the industry. I took this directly from the World Economic Forum. They had a report on CO2 emissions. And I don't know if you all, there was a study that was done 5 or 6 years ago. It was produced through one of the organizations associated with Bill Gates, where they looked at the environmental impact on industries, or what industries had the most environmental impact. And I thought this was a very interesting quote. It said, "It's been said that if the cement industry were a country, it would be the world's 3rd or 4th largest emitter of carbon dioxide." So based off of the study that was done, it's estimated that about 8% of man-made CO2 comes from the transportation and production of concrete. And one of the main issues is Portland cement. If you look at the concrete equation, specifically in what uses the most energy, the production of Portland cement accounts for 70% of the energy expenditure within concrete. So the focus, rightfully so, has been how do we make Portland cement more sustainable? How do we reduce the environmental impact of Portland cement? So there have been efforts taken to reduce the amount of emissions, and here are a couple of them. We're going to focus primarily on the first one in this presentation, where they are developing alternative cement formulations with lower CO2 emissions. So their mindset is, if Portland cement is contributing the most amount toward the expenditure of energy, let's focus on that particular technology. How do we make it more sustainable? How do we find formulations that lower CO2 emissions? They're also looking at ways to improve the overall energy efficiencies with cement production. There's also technologies that they are putting in place to capture and store CO2. These are already on the market, where there is devices that they install on batch plants that capture and embed CO2 into the concrete during its formulation. And the desire is to offset the amount of CO2 that's being produced by the process as a whole. And then they're also looking at exploring carbon neutral negative materials, again, with the goal to offset the CO2 emissions. So prior to a specific point in history, what was widely utilized and what we're probably most familiar with, which is known as type 1 or type 2 cement. So this is your standard run-of-the-mill Portland cement that we're all familiar with. Great product. However, what they found was, because of the high carbon footprint in order to produce type 1 and type 2, and because of the high Portland cement content of this particular concrete, there have been measures that have been put in place in order to change that chemistry. One of those specifically is the introduction of type 1L cement. And I asked this question at the beginning of the presentation because I wanted to know how many were familiar, or maybe who have seen this type of concrete in projects that you are specifying. The reality is, if you are not aware of this type of cement, you will be soon. The whole industry, and a lot of this is mandated by the EPA, is they are introducing technologies to reduce the amount of Portland cement because Portland cement has the most energy expenditure. So what type 1L cement is it is unique in two different ways. The first way is they will take a look at the overall Portland cement and they will exchange anywhere between 10 to 15% of the Portland cement with limestone dust. And so this inert material replaces a percentage of the Portland cement. So if you're replacing a percentage, the idea is that it's going to be more sustainable because you're using less of the regular Portland cement. The other reason why it's unique, when we'll talk about here momentarily, is how finely ground the material is. So there's two distinguishing factors about type 1L, how finely ground the material is, and how much limestone dust is utilized in the Portland cement. And one of the things that they have found, and what is quickly becoming apparent, I did a presentation for a large national developer, and these are his words, so don't shoot the messenger. I had a conversation with him and I asked him the question, are you experiencing any issues with your concrete, whether it be performance or the finish? And his exact statement was, if anybody tells you they're not having problems with concrete, they're lying to you. The industry is recognizing that type 1L cement or type 1L concrete plays differently than the standard type 1, type 2 concrete that we are used to. Specifically, one of the things that is becoming very apparent is how dependent this material is on moisture. It has a higher moisture demand. The introduction of the limestone, and we'll talk about the finely ground material, it causes the material to have a higher hydration requirement, higher moisture requirement. So therefore, it is more susceptible to moisture loss. And so if there is significant moisture loss in the curing phase of that concrete, you have more problems with this type of concrete, and it's becoming more and more utilized in the industry, to the extent that organizations are now calling for and requesting that if you are utilizing a type 1L cement, that you actually required or requested to use a higher water to cement ratio. Now, I've been in the industry for 15 years, primarily with concrete admixtures. In my early days, 15 years ago, there was this whole movement in the industry toward low water to cement ratio concrete. And the purpose was for multiple reasons. One, lower water to cement ratios typically means a stronger concrete. Also, there was this whole issue that they were trying to deal with of moisture-related flooring issue. And so the thought process was, if we reduce the amount of moisture that's there in the concrete, we'll have less of a problem down the road. But with the introduction of these materials that have a higher moisture demand, they are pushing back and requesting a 0.47 to a 0.55 in a water to cement ratio to combat these higher moisture demands. I also mentioned how finely ground the material is. Now, visually, they look very much the same. Type 1-2, type 1L, visually, they're very similar in how they look. However, type 1L concrete or type 1L cement specifically is more finely ground. Now, the more finely ground you have your material, the more surface area is exposed. So if you have a compound and you break it into smaller compounds, you have more surface area exposed. And so therefore you have more surface area to interact with the water molecules or the water content in that concrete. One of our learning objectives was just understanding the standard placement and curing processes of concrete. Here's a video, probably something that you have seen before, pretty straightforward application. You have your concrete truck that is bringing in anywhere between 10 to 12 cubic yards of concrete. First stage is usually leveling the material. This is called a laser screed. This piece of equipment gets the concrete to the appropriate depth and level that you were trying to achieve. And so the process has remained relatively unchanged since the 1940s. You pour and place the concrete, you level the concrete with a screed and a bull float, you wait for the bleed water, and then you start your troweling process. We all may be familiar with those mechanical troweling power trowels that they send onto the concrete. What they are achieving with that is basically a consolidation of the surface of that concrete, getting it to the appropriate finish that they are trying to achieve. And so you can see here, pretty straightforward application, pretty straightforward process. So understand the impact of improperly curing concrete. I've got another poll question for everyone. What conditions have to be controlled in order to properly cure concrete?
There you have it. And
The answer is either, I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
So the answer is either going to be A, temperature, B, moisture, or C, all of the above.
And you have about 40 seconds for that one. You have a few questions here. Rock asks, is the trowel system you use create the slip resistant factory floor?
So there's a couple of factors, we'll get into that here momentarily, but there is a couple of factors associated with slip resistance, and I can get into those during the presentation.
Excellent. And how would you describe the concrete buttress used at Talesian West? The large stones are used.
That's a good question. I'll have to look into that.
Let's go ahead and end the poll here and share the results. So we have the majority, 85%, saying both, all of the above.
Wonderful. That is the correct answer. So you are correct. I'll take you to the next slide. So this is per ACI, the American Concrete Institute. There are two environmental factors that you have to control properly in order to properly hydrate the concrete. Now, I mentioned in the formulation of concrete, there is an important reaction that is transpiring between the components of the Portland cement and the water, H2O. There's a chemical reaction, there's a compound being formed. And so in order to facilitate the proper curing, which is controlling that hydration process, that chemical reaction, there are two environmental factors that have to be controlled, and we answered that majority incorrectly in the previous slide, and those are moisture and temperature. And if you don't control either one and or both of those, you can have significant issues with how your concrete finishes. And some of those specifically, walking you through what happens if you don't properly cure concrete. Now, there's an old adage with concrete. It's cold, it's gray, and it cracks. Well, that can be true, but a lot of the ties to cracking in concrete. Now, a lot of times we can point to structural, but a lot of times it has to do with how the concrete is cured, how it is finished, whether it is finished properly, whether it has the proper hydration and temperature in order to achieve the curing process. And so one of the major issues that we see is cracking. A lot of cracking with your concrete is directly tied to how it is cured. There are forces within the concrete during the curing phase that, if not properly handled and distributed, you can get the cracks that occur. And you can see here, these are cracks that formed the very next day after the placement of this concrete. And it all ties back to, if you don't have the necessary moisture and curing and temperature, those forces, the differential in the setting of that concrete can put undue forces on that concrete, and you can see some of the cracking that occurs. This one is a little bit more difficult to see, but just north of this picture, there's actually a panning machine that's still on this concrete, and you can almost make out here the micro cracking that is occurring. And again, that all ties back to the curing of the concrete and whether the concrete has enough moisture and if it's at the right temperature in order to cure properly. Here is another one. This is plastic cracking. You can see this is again tied to how the concrete is cured. So cracking is one of the #1 symptoms or disadvantages of improperly cured concrete. The other one is slab curl. Now, slab curl is one that a lot of people are dealing with, and I like to make the correlation of slab curl that if you've ever gone out and seen mud dry, maybe you've been out on the farm or just out in your day-to-day and you've seen kind of an area of mud that has began to dry, and you will see that that mud will crack and will almost curl up into little clumps, like an alligatoring of the surface of that mud. Well, slab curl is that same phenomenon happening, but particularly with a concrete slab. So the top of your concrete has the most exposure to environmental factors, wind, heat, etc. And if the top of the concrete dries out more rapidly than the remaining portion of that slab, you literally will get a cupping effect where the sides will curl, hence slab curl, and that is all tied back to not having the necessary moisture. And so the surface moisture is evaporating too quickly, and you can get that deformation in the slab. Here is an example of slab curl, pretty significant slab curl in a project where they had to come in and do correction on 3/4 of an inch of a large warehouse where they had significant slab curl, and they have to come in and grind down the surface of that slab to get it to the necessary flatness in order to install flooring or coatings or just general operation, especially in these facilities now that have very, very low tolerance for uneven floors. A lot of these robotic facilities require measurements, and if those can be thrown off if the slabs are not properly flat. And slab curl can be a significant issue, specifically tied to how the concrete is cured. Differential set. This is another disadvantage or side effect of improperly curing your concrete. This is an interesting one. There's 2 pictures here. Differential set is basically when you have a slab that sets at a differential rate. And a lot of times it'll be the surface of your slab will set up quicker, and then the subsequent lower layers of that concrete remain more in that jelly state. And so here you can see they sent on a heavy piece of machinery, and you can see the indentation that is in that slab. Now, from a structural standpoint, this concrete is perfectly fine, meets all of the requirements. From a functionality standpoint, especially if you're going to turn this over to a building owner, this is going to be a problem, either from wearability, overall performance, or just the look and aesthetic of the material is going to become a problem. Crazing is another side effect of improperly curing concrete. You can see this really most anywhere. I was a couple of weeks ago was walking through one of the it was a national chain, a large home improvement center, and I was looking at the slabs. When you're involved in concrete, beware, that's all you notice is the concrete. And you could see the slab crazing. It's almost like a micro cracking on the surface of the concrete, almost like scaling on the surface of the slab. Now, what can occur down the road is this material tends to break down faster than the remaining concrete. And so just another disadvantage, if you will, to improperly curing concrete. Let's talk about identifying the moisture loss during the concrete placement and the impact of moisture. We have identified the importance of moisture. We'll talk about temperature as well. Curing concrete is the ability to hold the necessary moisture in that slab for it to cure properly. So let's talk about moisture loss specifically with our concrete. Now, there has been for years, the go-to curing method for concrete is what was known as wet curing. There are some organizations who still require wet curing your concrete. But by and large, a lot of projects rely on what's called as cure and seals. And we reference it as a C309 because that is the ASTM test that the cure and seals have to meet in order to be called a C309 cure and seal. So for the sake of this presentation, C309 is what we will call it. So C309s, they are designed, they are applied once the concrete has been finished. So after all of the machines have come off the floor, they will spray apply a cure and seal, which is designed to restrict the amount of moisture that comes out of that slab during the critical curing phase, which is in the first 72 hours after concrete placement. So it is designed per the ASTM measurement that you can lose out of a cubic yard of concrete about 7.5 bottles of water out of that concrete. Now, a cubic yard, if you pour a cubic yard of concrete at 4 inches thick, it will net you 81 square feet of concrete. Now, if you look around you and measure out with your eye an 8 by 10 area, out of that 8 by 10 area, under a standard C309 or the cure and seal, which is relied upon heavily to properly cure the slab, you're allowed to lose 7.5 water bottles out of that concrete. Well, what has quickly been identified is the amount of moisture loss that takes place before a cure and seal is ever applied is far more significant than what happens in that 72 hours. So it is estimated that when you pour and place concrete, really in any kind of condition, you will lose about 10 gallons of water out of that yard of concrete before you have done anything in order to control the moisture. Now, normal concrete, type 1, type 2, still has problems with curing. It's a little bit more controlled because the material is not as moisture dependent. But on these introductions of these more moisture dependent materials like type 1L, it is becoming more and more of a problem and more recognized that the moisture loss that takes place is detrimental to the concrete in its curing. And we talked about the premature moisture loss. Again, if you're not controlling that moisture during the curing process of the concrete, you get the degradation, you get the crazing, you get the cracking, you get delamination that occurs. We had a project that we were brought into, was 2 million square foot project. Before this project, we had not been specified, and we got called in because 60,000 square feet of the concrete, the surface completely delaminated off of the concrete, and everybody was trying to understand why it occurred and what we could do to fix it. And so there are significant issues that can occur, not only aesthetically, but the overall performance of the concrete and its longevity. And we've talked about at length the ASTM 309. This is the material, this is the standard procedure, the cure and seals that are specified on concrete in order for it to cure properly. And here's the calculation, how we are able to say that the amount of moisture loss that occurs is, this is the calculation just for your own edification. So, proactive solution. There is a new technology. Well, it's not necessarily new, it's a new application because it's becoming more and more apparent that concrete and these higher water demands are becoming more and more in focus with construction at large. There is a nanotechnology. It's called an integrally troweled and cured nanotechnology. So this material is actually installed time of finish. So not after the slab has been installed, but actually during the installation process, this material is installed on the surface of the slab, and through chemical application as well as mechanical, this material is worked into the concrete to the depths of 27 millimeters. And if you convert that to inches, it's a hair over an inch thick. So what this nanotechnology does is it takes the first inch of surface concrete and turns it into a barrier. that holds the necessary moisture in the remaining portion of the slab for it to cure properly. So here is a picture, and I'll get into more here momentarily, but I think this gives a good representation of how the product works. So I'll play this video and take a look at what's going to happen on the surface. This is fresh concrete. This is right after the first installation of the nanotechnology, and you'll see what happens. As he depresses his finger into the concrete, you can see this ripple effect. And it is basically a film layer that is being created on the surface of that concrete. Now, compared to the C309s, which are surface applications after the fact, this particular material is done in a number of applications. And so this reaction gets worked into a deeper level, as I mentioned, 27 millimeters or an inch thick. Now, there's two benefits of the, well, there's multiple benefits of this product, but there's two things that this product achieves. If you look at it compared to a standard cure and seal, which is what everybody is specifying, this is what is in all the concrete designs. If you compare it to a standard cure and seal technology, which is 7.5 bottles of water loss out of a yard of concrete, we are able to reduce the amount of moisture loss down to a matter of an ounce. So significant moisture retention through the application of a time of placement nanotechnology. And then the other thing that is identified is, we mentioned there's 10 gallons of water loss out of standard concrete before you ever get any sort of cure and seal installed. Because you're applying this material at time of finish, we're able to reduce the amount of water loss from 10 gallons of water to 1 gallon of water. So again, harkening back to this conversation where we are moving toward a material within concrete that has a higher water demand, because we are able to achieve and hold in the necessary moisture, you do away with all of those issues of improperly curing the concrete, like slab curl, like issues like crazing and delamination. We talked about temperature control as well. The other thing about this material is not only does it help to control the necessary moisture, the other environmental factor that is important for properly curing concrete is temperature. This is a project that I was personally involved in. This is a 1.5 million square foot EV battery plant that was built in South Carolina. When the concrete arrived at 8:21 in the morning, it was just under 80 degrees. 5 minutes later, you can begin to see the heat increase. Now, concrete in this chemical reaction that is taking place between the Portland cement and the water, it will cause heat to occur, called the heat of hydration. Now, under normal circumstances, that heat of hydration, as that reaction is kicking off within the concrete, you will see the increase of that temperature, and there's always the concern about it getting too hot. Here you can see 2 hours later, after the application of the nanotechnology during time of finishing, we are sitting just at 80 degrees. So the temperature control as well as the moisture control. In the final portion of the presentation, we're going to get into a better explanation of this nanotechnology. So how is this product applied? So this is this laser screed, which I showed you in the video more toward the beginning. Here is the first application of the material. You can sort of make out in the video that there is spray equipment that has been installed on this laser screed, and it will pump out the material as it is finishing. So this is fresh, brand new concrete that has just been placed. The first step is to screed it, and already we're installing this material that will hold in the necessary moisture for it to cure properly. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be installed with the finishing equipment. You can put this material in a backpack sprayer. The 1.5 million square foot project that we did in South Carolina, they walked around with pump-up sprayers and applied the material on the surface of the concrete. So it is a very simple material to install. So the process is, there are two components to the nanotechnology. The first component is installed in an application, in 3 applications during the finishing phase. And so between the time of screed and final panning, you are installing, it's 1,200 square foot a gallon of this material on the surface of the slab. And then through the mechanical finishing of the panning machines and the power trowels, it is working that material into the depth of the concrete. After you have done those 3 applications, you then install the fixative. So after the machines have come off the floor, you have your finished slab, you come in and at 400 square foot a gallon, you apply the second material, which is a fixative, which interacts with the material that has already been installed and creates that barrier, allowing the concrete to cure properly. Now, these are extreme conditions, but just kind of shows you how well this material works. This is a project we were involved in on the panhandle of Florida. We were in the process of pouring a very large slab for the nation's largest retailer. We had a windstorm kick up. They had 35 plus mile an hour wind speeds. And you can just see this is the effects of the wind. You can see the plastic blowing. Now, normal concrete, this would be horrific for curing. You would see major moisture loss. These concrete contractors would be dying to get this material finished properly because of the amount of moisture loss. Here you can see this is 90 minutes later, just the amount of moisture that is being retained within that slab. And they were able to, and I can show you a picture at the end of the presentation, pristinely finish this slab without any sort of issues. Now, a side-by-side of a traditional curing technology and an integrally troweled time of placement concrete technology, where you're relying upon surface treatments. So the cure and seals are film forming materials that sit on the surface of the concrete designed to restrict the amount of evaporation that occurs. Well, with these new forces of material that has a higher water demand and environmental conditions, these materials aren't standing up to or providing the necessary moisture control that is needed, specifically, as I mentioned, the new types of cement technologies that are on the market. The nanotechnology, because it is a nanoparticle, has a deeper penetration into the surface of the slab. So with a nanotechnology, you get a properly cured slab. It's highly densified, and I'll get into that here momentarily. There's a number of benefits that this product brings to a project, not just proper curing. If this is a facility that we're just on, I can't say who it is, but there is a very large data center that we're being utilized. And one of the things that they looked at is ESD measurements. You don't need any additional ESD treatments on a slab that is treated with this nanotechnology. It meets all of those requirements with increased abrasion resistance. So full of the benefits that a nanotechnology brings. One of those measurements is surface roughness. Now, there is a device called an RA meter. And what an RA meter does is it measures the roughness of your concrete. Now, normal, regularly handled concrete, you'll get an RA reading of 150 and up. On an integrally troweled nanotechnology, you will get 25 or less. And that's because we so highly consolidate the surface of that concrete that it is a very smooth slab as well. 300% growth in abrasion, greater abrasion resistance, 40% increase in tensile strength, all through this application of this nanotechnology. Whether you're looking at densification, moisture control, abrasion resistance, or slab curl reduction, a nanotechnology far outperforms anything that you can do topically to the slab, whether it be a cure and seal or densifier that's installed after the fact. So densification, our product will so highly densify the slab, it's equal to or greater than a shake-on hardener. Moisture control, we've talked about in depth. Abrasion resistance, I'll show you a test here momentarily that they do to test abrasion resistance, and we greatly reduce slab curl as well, which we talked about occurs. I like to show this. It kind of shows how this is a testing for abrasion resistance. This test parameter is they take a specific amount of weight on metal casters and they run them on the floor, on the slab for a designated amount of time. And then they will measure the amount of surface degradation that occurs. And you can see with this material, it scuffs the floor. But I can show you the exact numbers. It's 0.00163 inches is how much it takes off. So very highly abrasive resistance. And when you have high abrasion resistance and high densification, you have a better performing slab. You know, we talk about sustainability. If you can keep a material in place without having to be repaired for longer, it's more sustainable, it's more durable. So we're able to reduce the overall life cycle maintenance cost. I did a presentation for a developer. They retain ownership of their buildings. So the performance of their slabs, they're very attuned to. And I showed him this picture. This is a project that we did 5 or 6 years ago, very heavy mechanical traffic, a lot of pallet movement, and you can see how crisp and clean those saw cuts are. Well, with high abrasion resistance and high densification, you don't get the breakdown of these materials. And as I showed him this slide, he specifically said he couldn't tell me how many times they've had to come in and repair where a nail or a pallet or a piece of machinery has broken off these saw cuts, and they have to come in and repair those for the tenants. And so you get a reduced life cycle maintenance cost when you have a high abrasion and high densification. We're also able to accelerate the construction schedule for a couple of reasons. One, technologies like densifier hardeners are usually installed 28 to 30 days after concrete is finished. This nanotechnology is installed time of placement and replaces the need for cure and seal, densifier, and evaporation retarders, and all happens at time of finishing. So there's no need to get back on that slab for any purpose. If any of you all are involved in tilt-up construction, we're a huge time savings for tilt-up. You can place your forms for tilt-up the very next day. And I didn't show you, let me go back and show you this slide. I didn't bring attention to this part right here. This is called the Mohs scale. I don't know if you all are familiar with that. It measures how hard a surface is. Standard concrete, the hardness is between a 3 and 4 on a Mohs scale. With a nanotechnology, curing technology, we come in at a 5 or 6. So great exponential, and this is in a matter of hours after the installation of this material. Hence, when you come and talk about the accelerated construction schedule, because of that high densification and abrasion resistance, you can install the forms for your tilt-ups the very next day and pour your concrete. The other benefit for tilt-up is there's always concern with tilt-up about how well those slabs will look after the tilt-up, after they've removed the slabs from the surface of that concrete. They're always having to come back and make some sort of repair to that area. I'll show you some pictures at the end of the presentation as to what that would look like with that type of product. So this is the end of the generic portion of the presentation. Did anybody have any questions I could address before we walk you through the names of the projects or products and some projects we've been involved in?
Yes, we do have a few. First one is from Michael. What causes concrete popping? Level, surface, texture, finish, concrete will pop up in isolated areas.
So there's a couple of different causes. So the delamination occurs, it can occur because of curing. So if the surface of your slab doesn't cure properly, that reaction that I talked about that gives concrete its strength, the formulation of the calcium silicate hydrate or the binding agent or the bonding that takes and binds the material. If that is not cured properly, the surface of your slab is more susceptible to damage, the lamination being one of them. Now, there is another phenomenon that occurs within concrete where you will have, it sometimes has to do with the aggregate that's used in the concrete. So if it's localized and random, it tends to be more tied to the aggregate that's used versus a curing issue. But some of it, especially if it's widespread, can be tied directly to the curing.
Thank you. This is from earlier, a few questions from Rock. Will this film peel? Would you trowel after the sealers? And wouldn't the troweling disturb the sealers?
Perfect question. So normal application of cure and seal, the reason why they do it after the finishing of the slab is because they are creating a film on the surface of that concrete that is designed to hold the moisture in the slab, but then it dissipates over time and then is eventually removed from the surface of the slab. With the nanotechnology, it is a chemical reaction that is transpiring. It's an integral permanent reaction. So though on that slide, it looks like a film that's being formed, it is, but then that film gets worked into the surface of the slab to the depths of an inch thick. So it's not a film that will ever come off the slab. The slab itself acts as a means to maintain the necessary moisture.
Excellent. Thank you. These questions come from Andrew. Does type L affect the use of expansion joints as well as contraction joints?
No, so type 1L usually, historically will meet all of the structural requirements as normal concrete. The offsetting of type 1L concrete with, the introduction of the limestone as a component versus a percentage of the Portland cement will meet all of the structural requirements without any issue. Where it becomes more and more apparent is in the curing portion because of that higher water demand that is created by those components. It's more susceptible to some of the issues like slab curl, plastic cracking, shrinkage cracking, or crazing, but it shouldn't affect from a structural standpoint.
Excellent. William asks, can you use ITC with volcanic additives?
Yes, so you can use this material. There is a number of new chemistries that are being developed. The one that he is referencing is, I believe it's called Type 1P, which is actually, it's the P stands for pozzolon, and they use it's a pozzolanic material. Sometimes it's volcanic ash that they will utilize in the concrete. Again, it offsets for sustainability standpoints, but no negative effect whatsoever with the ITC moisture.
Great. And James asks, how does it perform with long-term chemical or salt resistance?
Great question. So because we have high consolidation of the surface of the concrete, you will get a chemical as well as a salt resistant slab. So I'll talk about here in the product, we have a product specifically for external concrete, and it's designed specifically to protect against freeze thaw, salts and chemicals, and just prevents the degradation of exterior slabs. This particular is more focused toward interior.
Fadia asks, what is the best way to fix the surface cracks?
So it largely depends on what kind of cracks there is. There's a whole science behind fixing those. I can get you some information if you've got specific scenarios. We have some technologies that are designed for crack. It all kind of depends on what caused the crack and what's causing it.
Excellent. And I believe you provided a handout for this. James asking a link to the specs.
Absolutely. So you can find us on Master Spec and Spec Link, where you can directly pull from, and then we can also provide you with specifications. I can have those sent out as well.
Excellent. Bruce is asking, please comment on slabs and multi-story structures. What are the challenges of the nanotechnology?
So none. So I just did a project where we were brought into a large pharmaceutical project in Raleigh, North Carolina. It was elevated slabs as well, and no issues whatsoever with elevated slabs. It doesn't affect whether it's structural lightweight or normal weight concrete. Both has the same interaction with the slab. Same end result.
Perfect. And question from James. Does this affect adhesives for flooring applications?
No, so there's no issues with flooring adhesives. One thing that we do note is because of the high level of consolidation, we do encourage the floor, and I've worked hand in hand with a lot of flooring contractors. We tell them to treat the floor as an impermeable surface. And so they will undertake procedures to make sure, and a lot of times is how they handle the adhesives, but there's no issues whatsoever for any type of adhesive that you're wanting to utilize or any type of coating in the preparation of the slab.
Matthew, excellent. We have no other questions at this time.
Okay, wonderful. So the name of the technology is called Green Ice Cure. We have millions and millions of square feet across the country on every type of construction segment. We do very well in large application, whether that be databases, warehousing, distribution, large scale concrete. We do very well in those scenarios, but we also do very well in everything from healthcare applications, K through 12, higher education, really anywhere you are trying to achieve a superior cure. Now, this is rare in life that you find a product that performs better than the original and costs equal to or less than. So the beauty of Green Ice Cure is the cost of the material is roughly 16 to 17 cents a square foot to incorporate Green Ice Cure into a project. But because you're incorporating the Green Ice Cure, you're eliminating evaporation control or evaporation retarders, cure and seals, and densifiers. I just did a project in Charlotte. We went out for bid. The concrete contractor, originally the project was specified with a densifier on their warehouse. They priced Green Ice Cure, and he said it was a direct comparison. So in that particular case, it didn't cost them any more to have a better performing cure and finish to their slab. So from a cost standpoint, very competitive. You shouldn't see any sort of increase in the cost. If anything, we're able to reduce the cost because of what you're able to pull out of the specification, things that you don't need. This goes back to the one who referenced external for paving. The material, the system is called Emerald Concrete Control Series. It is a very similar application, but specifically designed for exterior concrete. It controls the hydration during placement, just like Green Ice Cure. It consolidates and densifies the slabs, so you get a very high wearing, high densification, abrasion resistant slab. And then also it protects against long time performance, specifically when you're looking at salts and chemicals. This is a project that we did. This is it is the nation's largest retailer. They had a very big distribution center that was built. 2 million square feet of paving. They utilized the Emerald control system. There's a lot of wear and tear on those surfaces with all the trucks coming and going, but also is an area that sees a lot of salt and chemicals that are installed during the winter months, and they wanted a surface that would be protected. If you all ever specify any type of polish finish to your slab, we have a sequence, we have polishing materials, and then the beauty of our polishing is if it's used in conjunction with the integrally troweled curing material, it's far less expensive to install our polish because on a normal untreated slab, there are 7 steps that are required to get that slab honed to the appropriate finish. With our application, because of the high abrasion and densification, it's 2 steps for abrasion. So it's a high performing polished sequence that is easily maintainable and is usually less expensive because of the labor savings and the materials that you are utilizing. So if you're doing anything with polishing, it's a phenomenal finish. In the last couple of moments, I just want to touch on a couple of other products that we manufacture. We have a permanent concrete repair material. That is a phenomenal material if you're looking to do any sort of concrete repair and you need it to be permanent, hence the name. It actually chemically welds to the concrete, very abrasion resistant, 10,000 plus PSI at full strength, return to service in as 1 to 2 hours. And then I want to show you a couple of projects. We have a relationship with Costco. They utilize our integrally cured material as well as our polishing sequence. And they have just been very pleased with what we're able to achieve for them. This is the battery plant in Florence, South Carolina, 1.5 million square feet. This one was the green ice cure system. Hand-cooked tire in Tennessee, 2.2 million square feet with Clayco. Clayco is a very large national general contractor. They have made us standard on all of their projects because over a course of a year, they were having to do significant tear outs because of delamination issues and faulty curing. And with our product, we have eliminated that. So it is their go-to for all projects. Just so one of those to show. Prologis, which is a large national developer, they have integrated our product into their finishes. Again, they're very mindful of what they are turning over to their tenants. It's a less maintenance cost, better performing slab. Here's a large retailer. I like to show this one because this is a tilt-up application, and you can see just how beautiful the slabs look. This is just after a single cleanup. This is no abrasives, nothing. These are the tilt-up slabs, and you can just see how beautiful those slabs are. So you're able to achieve a superior finish, have a more longevity to your slabs at a cost that is equal to or less than what you are doing now. And so you have far superior slabs in the long run. So appreciate the opportunity. Thank you all for bearing with me as the last presenter of the day. I hope it was informative. Let me know if we can assist in any way. We will send the specifications, and if you need any assistance, my contact information will be provided.
Excellent, Matthew. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fulgens.
Thank you. All right, everyone, here is your final session code for the day, 152652. It is also in the chat for you all, 152652. Please enter all of your session codes at your ATS account at atsseminar.com. And just a few last minute notes here. If you need any last minute credits, please visit our ATS on-demand course catalog at atsseminar.com. And also please follow us on LinkedIn. We have weekly video updates, and we are also launching our live video podcast called Built for This, live this Friday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And our very first guest is going to be Steve Gleason with Homosult. So we're very looking forward to that. He's going to be going over sound control. And once again, that is 2:30 p.m. Eastern on LinkedIn. Please follow us. The link is there in the chat for you all. Hope to see you there. And if you can join us live, please catch the replay. And with that, thank you for attending our seminar today. I'll stick around a bit to answer any lingering questions, but we hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we hope to have you back for another webcast soon. Thank you, everyone, and peace.